Yo, yeah, that's B-Eazy, that's the name. Way before the world knew he was running the game. Laid the groundwork, built the foundation strong. Been influencing the whole scene all along. Now everybody gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades, yeah. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, gotta give that man his praise. A living legend for the rest of his days. Oh, he deserves all the accolades. B-Eazy, B-Eazy.
Yeah, yeah. Listen up. It's B-Eazy Dat Dude, the great. He ain't fake, he one of the real guys. Spitting fire every stream. You've been late to the party, now it's time to realize. From Pittsburgh to around the world, yeah, the flow is elite. Every beat that he slide on turns into straight heat. Came up from the grind, selling box on a laptop, running up a bag, feel like he hit the jackpot. Got the luxury visions, ambition vivid, never bluff. Person's progress, persevere when the going gets tough. B-Eazy Dat Dude, got stripes in the game. Every rhyme, every line, they gon' remember the name. From the streets to the stage, the energy don't fade. Legend in the making, yeah, history's what he's laid. Mic in his hand, heart in the flow and soul on every beat. Dropping knowledge, power, bravado, his legacy complete. Hustle amplified, lyrics electrified, that's the truth. B-Eazy Dat Dude, established with certified proof. Feel the bass, feel the vibe, let it ride through the crowd. All the words, every hook, man, he keeps making us proud. King of his lane, rising above every feud. All hail the one and only, one and only, one and only. B-Eazy Dat Dude. Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, B-Eazy. He got that certain kind of profile, smooth and effortless style. He's so fresh, makes the whole room stop and stare a while. Hear him asking, who's that? Mama, there he goes again. The way he moves, you know he's gonna win. Oh, you ain't know? That's just B-Eazy. B-Eazy Dat Dude. That man right there. B-Eazy.
He always do it big, you know who it is. B-Eazy, B-Eazy, B-Eazy Dat Dude. He on his way to the top and he ain't about to stop. You thought he would flop and didn't wanna give him props. The things you dreaming about he already did do. Now it's time to soak a game he about to give you. Like, share, follow, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell to tune in when he goes live. Make a contribution if you feeling the content. Tap into the realness if you tired of the nonsense. I mean, no disrespect, ain't trying to sound rude, but the world already knows that B-Eazy's that dude. Ooh.
Hey yo, who is that dude? Oh girl, that's just B-Eazy. Oh boy, that's just B-Eazy. Well, who is B-Eazy? Oh, you ain't know, he been a pro, for sure, all about the dough. He been running up them racks and still trying to get some more. Don't care about the fame, just trying to gain and grow. He really one of them ones, his presence so pivotal. So hell yeah, he that dude, this is unequivocal.
Turn your radios up. Turn your radios up. Y'all know what this is. Y'all know who this is. B-Eazy Dat Dude. An impromptu stream back with another one. This one is gonna be a banger. It will have some of y'all in your feelings, so it will be a doozy. I don't like to keep y'all waiting. So before we get this thing started, you know, I gotta hit you.
If you know the song, sing along. Yeah, you're right.
私も地元民と言っても時間は少ないです。もう友達できたの？うん。ぶったファンもこっち見ない。
Look, this promethazine got me leaning like a cholo in the club. I'm 20 deep. I don't be riding solo. Pull some bad bitches, they vanilla and cocoa. They wanna take some photos when we kick it out in Soho. Chicks are showing tits and popping pussy for my promo. Told them like juvenile, baby, move it for me slow mo. Then I'm right back to the block, cause I keep getting moto. I be flipping, not shrinking. I don't give a fuck about no. This nigga name ain't D-Lo, but pimpin' these bitches and stacking this bread forever be my stilo. This is B-Eazy Dat Dude in the trap making pass smooth. If I ever go broke, then I'm about to pull a jack move. Since a nigga healthy, I don't even gotta worry. With my bitch from Fiji, eating tandoori and chicken curry. That ism is really in me. My pimp ain't international. I design my own clothes, so I be always looking fashionable. Here's a couple facts about me that y'all didn't know. Some of y'all be getting bread, but I be getting bigger, dawg. I got bigger guns and a whole lot of bad.
And we are activated, and it looks like I've already been joined by some illustrious guests. Let me go ahead and put this up here. We've been joined by the FBA family, none other than Tutneez. Bless him, even though he didn't sneeze. Salute to Tutneez. And we've been joined by the illustrious, the royal, and the rambunctious room shaker. And of course, John Cena, one of the dopest, the coldest, and the illest to pick up a pen, aka John Sinatra. We also got the East Coast finest, Mr. Nassau County, Roger Meadows. Answer me this. Where Brooklyn at? So those are the illustrious guests who have graced the chat thus far. Y'all seen the title, y'all seen the thumbnail. Bada boom, bada bam. We gonna get right into it. So let me give a quick prelude to the discussion. There is a content creator, a commentator, journalist. I'm not sure how you would categorize him, but he goes by the name of Medhi Hasan. There's also this Iranian, Syrian, whatever dude named Patrick Bet David. I call him Patrick Bozo David. Now, this is a debate between them. You can watch this full debate uninterrupted on the PBD podcast. So it looks like the illustrious guests are starting to roll in. This one will be a banger. We got Mr. 350, the big block boat rider, big rig slaps, and of course, the sensational, the sophisticated, and the enchanting Sincere Saida in built-in. So salute to y'all, salute to Big Rig. So we are getting right into this thing. So let me pull this back up. So I'm going to be reacting to this debate. So Medhi Hasan debates Patrick Bet David, aka Patrick Bozo David or Patrick Buckbroken David. They're going to be debating various topics, but I'm not going to cover all of that because, you know, there's only so much that I can take of Patrick Bozo David. He's incompetent and insufferable. And this is another thing that people have to stop doing. People have to stop looking to someone just because they have a certain level of money and success and start worshiping them simply because of their success. Especially for all your Christian Bible thumpers, that is a form of idolatry. And when people love to talk about what would Jesus do and Jesus this, well, according to modern standards, Jesus was a dusty. Jesus didn't have no red bottoms. Jesus didn't have no Jordans or no Yeezys or anything like that. He didn't have no mink furs. But then you idolize people that have all of these things and that look down on the lesser person, right? So Patrick Bozo David is one of those. So I'm gonna go ahead and get into the debate. Now you can watch this debate uninterrupted for yourself. Based on my observation, Patrick Bet David got slaughtered, obliterated, intellectually annihilated on his own panel. Like I said, I can't stomach too much of this. Now, the debate in its entirety is about 2 hours and 31 minutes. So I'm going to start it here at 1 hour and 54 seconds. But just to give the context, they've been debating various topics: the Iran conflict, Qatar, China, dark money, and then they're going to lead into a racism debate. Now, mind you, there's no black people around, but of course, black people will come up. Patrick Bozo David, he's not black. The dude is Iranian and Syrian or something like that, but he doesn't bring up Asians. The dude is married to a white chick, but he doesn't bring up white people. But what he does bring up is black people. Let's commence.
Across the board. I don't think we should have political violence. I don't support political violence on any end. I don't justify going after capitalists or anyone else. I'm against violence. So I'm saying to you, for example, you did a show recently, or not recently, I looked it up because I knew we were going to talk about Islam here. You have a show on YouTube called Islam's Hidden Threat to the West. You have another headline, Will Muslims Run America in 30 Years? Now, I know you like to host good faith discussions and debates, but you have to understand, if people get this in their feeds and their social media all the time, are you telling me that people are not going to start, if they hear Micah Beckwith of Indiana say Islam is a demonic religion, and then they hear guests on your show saying Islam's a threat to the West, and they hear Randy Fine saying Sharia law is taking over America, you don't think two Nazi teenagers with guns are going to go, well, I'm going to go deal with this mosque down my street? You're telling me there's no link between that?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm not going to say there's no link between that. Of course,
we have to be careful. Let's not. We know that demonizing minority communities. Look what happened to synagogues. Dude. And I would say the same thing about the Jewish community. We have to be careful about our criticism.
Okay, and just so you guys know, I'm going to be going back and forth just like this when I'm reacting to the video and the comments. But Tutney says Matt 820. And yes, if I got some Bible thumpers in the chat, let your presence be felt. So Tutney says Matt 820 in Luke 9:58. Jesus was homeless. Now look at all these conservatives, right? They love to demonize the homeless and say, well, the homeless is just out there because they're mentally deranged, drugged out junkies. And that is an accurate description of some of the people, but there's also people who couch surf. If you're couch surfing, you're homeless. There's people who are the working homeless. There's a growing contingent of people who are living out of their cars. People are getting tiny homes. People are buying trucks so that they can have a hitch on their truck that they can basically trot around as a mobile home. So there's many people that are homeless that are not actually classified as homeless. And then instead of treating the homeless, people start saying, well, don't call them homeless. They're unhoused. Homeless, unhoused. Like, seriously, if you were quote unquote unhoused, would it care what people called you as long as someone was helping you, get economic opportunity, provide shelter to you? So this is the whole thing that some of these lefty lunatics do, where they try to pretend they're standing up for the homeless by, they're human beings. Don't call them homeless. They're unhoused. I don't give a damn. I've actually been homeless before, and I didn't care if you called me homeless. I didn't care if you called me unhoused. All I care was that if I was going to have a shelter, and some food to eat, you know what I mean? So this whole don't call them homeless, don't call them unhoused is a bit of a gaslight to get people to fixate on language rather than helping the people. But to your overall point, like I said, by modern standards, Jesus was a dusty. He was running around with some flip-flops looking dirty. I mean, we don't know. Was Jesus musty? We don't know. There wasn't no deodorant right now back then. Jesus could have been musty. I mean, it wasn't like they were regularly showering. They didn't have a vast plumbing system. So if you try to go back and look at things in a modern lens, but now what do people, they demonize the homeless stuff, but then we're supposed to praise Jesus. You wear a gold encrusted Jesus piece with diamonds, but Jesus never had any diamonds. Jesus never had any gold. And if Jesus wouldn't have wore a gold encrusted piece of his face, but you're wearing a gold encrusted piece of his face. Why? That's not to honor him, right? No one gets a Jesus piece and say, throw in some extra diamonds so I can honor my Lord and Savior, right? Here, I'm getting this platinum chain, but only for the Most High. Come on now. That's extremely sinful if you ask me. Right, the semantics matter. When you have no place to live, we live in a very stupid society. Yeah, this whole don't call them homeless, they're unhoused. Okay, it's just like if you slid in you know what I mean? You slid inside some vagina. Don't say you fucked. Say you hit that. It's like, okay, did you penetrate? yeah. But don't use the terminology fucked. Say that you made love. Okay, the same thing happened, right? You know, whether you call someone unhoused or homeless, the what it boils down to is that they don't have a stable place to live. So do the semantics really matter? They thought he was mentally ill as well. And that's a great point as well. All these people that love to try to act like people love Jesus, right? They were talking about Jesus. They were disparaging Jesus. The majority of the people weren't riding with Jesus. It's no different than what they do with the Malcolm X and the Martin Luther Kings and the Fred Hamptons. They love to talk about what Fred Hampton stood for. And Martin Luther King believed I have a dream. Yeah, when he was alive talking about I have a dream, your family didn't rock with him. So again, why are you pretending as if you were riding for him? All these people that act like Jesus this and Jesus that, if you were born in that time, you probably would have been, you know, with the people who stabbed Jesus in the back. I mean, who is to say that you wouldn't have? All of these people, they try to profess, hey, I'm just doing this because of the Most High. Then they go against the teachings of the alleged teachings of the Most High. And then they try to say that I'm doing it in the name of the Most High. I'm not the one going around Bible thumping, right? The people be Bible thumping and then they be fondling with little boys' booty holes, i.e. the Catholic Church. I'm supposed to take them serious, right? I'm supposed to look at them as the moral standards while they're fondling little boys' booty holes. But hey, the book said this. Where did the book say anything about fondling little boys' booty cheeks? Could anyone, hey, Techniques, quote me the verse in the scripture that said the Bible gives these Catholic people access to little boys' orifices. Don't worry, I'll wait. And Brian says Trump is down bad. He instructed his influencer flunkies to target Carmelo Anthony to distract. Yeah, I was going to cover that. I probably are going to wait. I think the defense did a piss poor job, and I do believe that they are in on it. Obviously, the fix is in. It's rigged, and, you know, it's a bit of a kangaroo court that they're trying to railroad Carmelo Anthony. So don't be surprised if he's found guilty. I know he will be found guilty of something. I don't believe it was, you know, schmurda, but I wouldn't be surprised if they still charge him because it's been a kangaroo court. You said I got rid of my Jesus piece and iced out Big Boy cross. Yeah. So Big Rig, if you don't mind, what led you to get rid of that Jesus piece? Well, you know, was you down bad? You just needed some extra money. Did you get rid of that piece to get a new piece? Let me know. Because, yeah, that's what we grew up, right? But then you can't talk about, man, I love the Lord. Well, if you love the Lord, like, these are not symbols that you're supposed to be flossing with, right? And if you get an iced out cross, that has nothing to do with Christianity. It has nothing to do with Christ. It has nothing to do with the Most High, right? You have no proof of the so-called Most High that you envision wearing chains. Where is it? Where does it say in scripture? Where is there any proof that Jesus wore a chain, and let alone that a cross, and a cross with any type of diamond encrusted anything? Where's the proof of that? You said, did you just postulate that the Lord might have been musty? Hey, my bad. I don't want to get struck down. Like, hey, and matter of fact, if this stream shut down, if this stream randomly shut down, we know why. Now, look, I'm not saying Jesus was musty, crusty, dusty, or anything like that. But what I'm saying is it's possible. You don't know. You don't know if Jesus, there was no degree. There was no Head and Shoulders. There was no Right Guard. There was no Old Spice. We don't know if Jesus was smelling like potpourri, or if them pits was, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, we don't know. MLK was the epitome of peace, restraint, unity, and love. But like Jesus, they got him up out of here. Correct. And the majority of people, when MLK was alive, the majority of people of all racial and ethnic backgrounds didn't support him. And then once he got assassinated, then they're like, MLK, we love you. Let's give a day to the man that we hated. Here's the CBI amendment. Affordable housing will be defined as 1 to 2 bedroom apartment that any minimum wage can afford at 30% of net, not gross, but net income working full time. So where are you pushing this amendment, Roger? A new understanding, bro. I'm not having no white man on my neck or a cross with many meanings. Salute to the bro, Big Rig. Like I said, at some point we have to wake up, grow up, and evolve. And these symbols, you've been brainwashed to accept these symbols, but what does these symbols mean to you, and what do they do for you? Those symbols allow you to worship something outside of your lineage, outside of your community, and it truly provides no value to you. So it's more negative for you to wear it, right? You make yourself a target, and a target for what? You're already a target just based on how you look, you know, based on the skin and the lineage you've been born into. And you want to make yourself a target for what, right? To floss. There's other ways to floss, you know what I mean? So I just don't see that as a floss or a flex. Right guard was worse than being musty. Wow, you like if you put the right guard, you hey, if somebody had on the right guard, you immediately go left. I noticed you didn't say nothing about that Old Spice though. That Old Spice kept you that Old Spice kept you fresh, right? But they got the new age Old Spice, but then they had this Old Spice that was in a beige, like a beige container. And if you just put like a few drops of that, man, that stuff was so strong, man, you'll be smelling like your Uncle Larry the whole day, or like your Uncle Junebug. You like, is that Uncle Junebug with that Old Spice over there? But yeah, I rock with Old Spice. I like the Old Spice body wash. That gets you cool. I had some Old Spice body wash where somebody was like, what cologne are you wearing? It's like, this ain't even no cologne. It's just the Old Spice body wash. And so salute to that brother. Remember they used to have his black brother doing these Old Spice commercials. Oh, did this nigga go there? Don't tell me he went there, bruh. The bro brought up the brute. I remember that brute. It was in like a green bottle. This Big Rig, you or somebody in your family, y'all must have had an Avon subscription. Don't let me find out. Big Rig, was you big Avon slaps? Avon Rig was selling that. You were selling that. I respect it though. Jesus was on that frankincense And I forgot how you pronounce that. But yeah, you know what I mean? Bro was probably, you said, this is that hot ass Middle East that Jesus lived in. That's what I'm saying. No deodorant. It wasn't like they just had this plumbing where they were showering every day. So, I mean, it could be possible that the Most High was musty. The musty high or the mustiest Most High? You said that green bottle. I wore a brooded element. Bro had the whole class reeking. Big rig slaps or big brute slaps? Bo was in there with the green. Call him Mean Green Riggs. I got you, bruh. Hey, at least you wasn't musty, though. If it was between mustiness and the brute, I'm going to go with the brute. But shout out to Red 6 in the mix like Twix. What it did do. Let's get back into it, though. I salute y'all for rocking out. So let's get back into it, though. And just in case y'all are tuned in, I'm reacting to Patrick Buckbroken Bozo David debates Medhi Hasan, and he gets destroyed on his own podcast.
This is with Israel, so it doesn't lead to attacks on Jews.
The question becomes, for me, it's all on data, meaning if you live in my community, you make it safer, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
If you come and you create jobs, I'm all for it. If you
Hey, so I'm going to play a little bit more of the video, but the chat is rocking, so I got to get to the chat, man, because like I said, PBD is insufferable, but I'm going to be going back and forth like this when I'm giving commentary. But Tetney says you still use Brute. I didn't even know they still sell Brute. Are you like the only, like, do you got a secret supply of Brute? Let me know. Are you the plug on Brute? But you said baking soda keeps oniony pits at bay after a thorough bath. How do you use baking soda under your pits? Like, do you take like a baking soda bath? Let me know. I've never used that before. But I know there are a lot of good health properties or health benefits when you use baking soda. I just never used it. I didn't know that it fights and combats must. So yeah, let me know.
If you come and you assimilate, you love America, I'm all for it. If you come in, you don't contribute, you take advantage of the programs that we have. You don't want to create jobs. Where is the incentive? Why are we bringing
That's a different argument. We can have that argument. It is. I'm talking about incitement. When you say Muslims, are they going to run America in 30 years? Of course not. We're 1% of the population.
I don't think so. No,
when you say Islam is a threat to the West. Oh, come on. 1% of the population.
By 2050, you guys are going to be the biggest population in the world. You guys make 2.9.
But not in America. Not in America. Okay. We're not even going to be. We're not even.
Oh,
pull up the numbers, Rob. What are we going to be in 2050?
So this is the disingenuous debate of what people like to do with the Muslim fear mongering. We talk about America and then they immediately pivot to the globe. So imagine that someone is trying someone for grape and forcible penetration in America, and then you start talking about forcible penetration in Saudi Arabia, and this is what they do in Sudan and Lebanon and Burkina Faso. It's like, bro, we're talking about America. We're beholden to American laws. We're talking about the American judicial system. Why are you bringing up what happens across the globe? So this is what they're talking about, the Muslims, right? And Medhi Hasan is talking about, hey, the Muslim population in America, it's a small population. It may be growing, but ultimately it's a small population. And with certain immigration restrictions, they make it so that they're going to curtail the amount of Muslims that come in the country. And then here Patrick Buckbroken Bozo David is like, man, you guys, your population is so massive. Look at, by 2050, the globe will be filled with Muslims is essentially what he's saying. But bro, we're not talking about the globe. We're talking about America. And then he immediately pivots to the entire planet Earth. But like I said, this dude is supposed to be a high IQ because he's a businessman. Then he's a horrible debater. Like, he's getting destroyed in this debate, but you don't even have to be a success. You don't have to be a millionaire to debunk his talking points. You don't have to have went to Harvard and have a master's degree to know what he's saying is a crock of sugar honey iced tea. Let's get back into it, though.
Minority communities. Look what happened to synagogues. Dude. And I would say the same thing about the Jewish community. We have to be careful about our criticism of Israel so it doesn't lead to attacks on Jews.
The question becomes, for me, it's all on data, meaning If you live in my community, you make it safer, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
If you come in, you create jobs, I'm all for it. If you come in, you assimilate, you love America, I'm all for it. If you come in, you don't contribute, you take advantage of the programs that we have, you don't want to create jobs, where is the incentive? Why are we bringing
That's a different argument. We can have that argument. It is. I'm talking about incitement. When you say Muslims, are they going to run America in 30 years? Of course not. We're 1% of the population.
I don't think so. No,
when you say Islam is a threat to the West. Oh, come on. 1% of the population.
By 2050, you guys are going to be the biggest population in the world. You guys make 2.9.
But not in America. Not in America. Okay. We're not even going to be. We're not even.
Oh,
pull up the numbers, Rob. What are we going to be in 2050?
The difference between you and I is, I think long term.
And even if, by the way, if we do grow as a community, even that. This is, I'm sorry to go back to World War II and the Nazis, but look at the rhetoric that Nazis used about Jews in 1920s, 30s. These people are aliens. They are parasites. They're leeching off our state. The rhetoric is, it's very similar. When I listen to Andy Ogles and I listen to Chip Roy and I listen to Randy.
Yes. You think Ilhan Omar loves America?
You know how I know she loves America?
Ilhan Omar loves America.
You don't?
Absolutely not.
She absolutely loves America. You know how I know she loves America?
Tell me.
Because she came to America. She decided to run.
Again, Patrick Bozo David is supposed to be a high IQ. They're having a debate about Muslims, and then he pivots to, hey, do you think Ilhan Omar loves America? So what he's trying to essentially say is that, hey, we don't know if we should be allowing X amount of Muslims to immigrate to America because, look, Muslim culture is so terroristic and violent, right? These are the inferences that he's insinuating, but he's too cowardly to say it outright, right? But then again, there's Israelis, right? In Israel, they're currently presiding over a disgusting slaughter of a disproportionate amount of women and children. Kids are having to get limbs amputated without any anesthesia. They've turned Gaza into a parking lot, right? There's no Palestinians that have turned any Israeli territory into a parking lot. And then they want to say, yeah, but what about Hamas? What about October 7th? Just from a sheer number standpoint, they allege that it was 1,200 unalived on October 7th, I believe 2023. Since then, Israel is estimated, they say they've confirmed over 70,000 deaths. Now, some say it's well over 100K, but let's just go with 70K. What is a bigger number, 70K or 1,200? Hamas allegedly slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. And due to the Hannibal Directive, there were actually many Israeli IDF soldiers who unalived many of their own countrymen. But let's just say that it was Hamas, this brutal terroristic organization, right? They alleged to have slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. And in return, Israel has leveled Gaza, leveled Palestine, and the death toll is upward of 70K. And they're still saying, but we are defending ourselves. No, they say an eye for an eye, right? So an eye for an eye. Okay. 1,200 Israelis were slaughtered. An eye for an eye. Okay, y'all slaughtered 2,000 Palestinians. That's not quite an eye for an eye, but you can get that. You can't call 70,000 plus unalivings versus 1,200. How is that proportionate? How is that an eye for an eye? How is that defending yourself? You know what I mean? And instead of criticizing, hey, maybe this is their sick, twisted, demented, violent culture, he's pivoting to Muslims and saying, hey, do you think Ilhan Omar loves America? Like, bro, what the hell is this dude talking about? And I'm no supporter of Ilhan Omar. I believe she's a tether and that she's anti-foundational Black American. However, this is just a straw man and a pathetic showing by Patrick Bozo David.
For office. When she ran for office, she ran as a lefty who devotes her life to trying to improve people's lives. She wants healthcare for everyone.
He couldn't get anything right. When he was coming up, the media was
Come on, in 2016, he suggested the Second Amendment, people should take care of Hillary Clinton. Come on, I have a longer memory. But let me come back to what I was saying. I agree with you. We need it across the board. I don't think we should have political violence. I don't support political violence on any end. I don't justify going after capitalists or anyone else. I'm against violence. So I'm saying to you, for example, you did a show recently, or not recently, I looked it up because I knew we were going to talk about Islam here. You have a show on YouTube called Islam's Hidden Threat to the West. You have another headline, Will Muslims Run America in 30 Years? Now, I know you like to host good faith discussions and debates, but you have to understand, if people get this in their feeds and their social media all the time, are you telling me that people are not going to start, if they hear Micah Beckwith of Indiana say Islam is a demonic religion, and then they hear guests on your show saying Islam's a threat to the West, and they hear Randy Fine saying Sharia law has taken over America, you don't think two Nazi teenagers with guns are going to go, well, I'm going to go deal with this mosque down my street? You're telling me there's no link between that?
Yeah.
Come on.
No, I'm not going to say there's no link between that. Of course,
we have to be careful. Let's not. We know that demonizing minority communities. Look what happened to synagogues. Dude. And I would say the same thing about the Jewish community. We have to be careful about our criticism of Israel, so it doesn't lead to attacks on Jews. The question becomes, for me, it's all on data. Meaning, if you live in my community, you make it safer, I'm all for it. Yeah.
If you come in, you create jobs, I'm all for it. If you come in, you assimilate, you love America, I'm all for it. If you come in, you don't contribute.
Yeah.
You take advantage of the programs that we have. You don't want to create jobs. Where is the incentive? Why are we bringing?
That's a different argument. We can have that argument. It is. I'm talking about incitement. When you say Muslims, are they going to run America in 30 years? Of course not. We're 1% of the population.
I don't think so. No,
when you say Islam is a threat to the West. Oh, come on. 1% of the population.
By 2050, you guys are going to be the biggest population in the world. You guys make 2.9.
But not in America. Not in America. Okay. We're not even going to be. We're not even.
Oh,
well, the numbers are up. What are we going to be in 2050?
The difference between you and I is, I think long term.
And even if, by the way, if we do grow as a community, even that. This is, I'm sorry to go back to World War II and the Nazis, but look at the rhetoric that Nazis used about Jews in 1920s, 30s. These people are aliens. They are parasites. They're leeching off our state. The rhetoric is, it's very similar. When I listen to Andy Ogles and I listen to Chip Roy and I listen to Randy. Yes.
You think Ilhan Omar loves America?
You know how I know she loves America?
Ilhan Omar loves America?
You don't?
Absolutely not.
She absolutely loves America. You know how I know she loves America?
Tell me.
Because.
And again, he asked him, hey, do you think Ilhan Omar loves America? Absolutely. You think she loves America? Yeah. You think she loves America? It's like, this is the best the high IQs have to offer. But because he's got money, then it's like, yeah, he's such a genius. No, he's not. The dude is a stooge and a dweeb.
Because she came to America, she decided to run for office. When she ran for office, she ran as a lefty who devotes her life to trying to improve people's lives. She wants healthcare for everyone. She wants healthcare for every Trump voter watching this show.
Speech of saying she is eventually going to return to her country and contribute to her country. She's only doing this to advance her country.
This is bullshit. Ilhan Omar.
You can, Ilhan Omar. Her words. Pull up the video.
Listen to me.
Pull up her video.
So this is the hypocrisy. He's mad at Ilhan Omar because she's standing on business for Somali, and that's fine. It's just stop trying to lump her up with the foundational Black American community. Stop trying to say she's African American. No, she's Somali American standing on business for Somalis. That's fine. It's just we're tired of pretending like she's some Black woman fighting for the Black community. No, Ilhan Omar is fighting for Somali Americans and fighting for her homeland, which is Somalia, right? I expect her to do that. I just don't want to hear her tethering on to any Black foundational accomplishments. That's all. Make it Somali all the time. That's okay, right? So he has an issue with Ilhan Omar fighting for her homeland in Somalia, but he doesn't have an issue of Israeli Americans fighting for Israel, their homeland, right? It's okay for them to fight. Israel is a foreign nation. So this is like the kind of buck broken nature of Patrick Bozo David. He makes the, hey, we want people to be America first. We want people to provide jobs. We want people to do this and that for America, right? And look, Ilhan Omar is doing this for Somalia. Show me one video of Patrick David making this argument about all of these Zios and how they're doing all of their advocacy, at least the majority of it, for a foreign nation in Israel. That's somehow good because it's the chosen democracy in the Middle East, but a Somali immigrant advocating for her homeland is somehow bad? Okay.
It's her words. I just showed you Sam Piker, and you're like, I've never seen that video.
Let me say this to you.
Go ahead.
Donald Trump has made more anti-American remarks than Ilhan Omar. If we're going to go down who loves America, she loves it more than Trump does. She did insider insurrection.
Ilhan Omar loves more.
just to be clear, PBD doesn't give a flying fig Newton about his parents back in Iran or his family that was back there. He actually craps on Iran and talks about he had to flee at 10 years old. And then he tries to make it seem like he has this extensive knowledge of Iran. Like, bro, you were 10 years old. He said, I lived there for 10 years, but he doesn't emphasize that it was the first 10 years of his life. So at 1 year old, he didn't know what was going on. He didn't know what was going on at 2, didn't know what was going on at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So he's saying, oh, I've lived there 10 years of my life. It wasn't like he lived there at age 20 to 30. That would be a substantial 10 years, but he lived there his first 10 years of his life. So he didn't know what was going on. All he can know is what he was told, right? And then by age 10, him and his family had already fled to another country. And all he can say is, hey, we had to flee when I was 10 years old. But he doesn't know the nuances, the political coup d'etats, and all of the backbiting and the puppet leadership that was installed and infiltrated, right? So PBD is just a sellout. All he is just a Middle Eastern Sambo.
100 times more.
Saying this.
100 times
I'm
more.
so glad
Not even
the audience
1,000
can
times
see
more.
that Ilhan Omar loves America more than Trump.
Well, one person incited attack on our democracy. One didn't. One tried to undermine American democracy. One didn't.
Well,
again, look at these useless and baseless debates. First, he says, you think Ilhan Omar loves America? And Medhi Hasan said yes. Then he proceeded to make his argument on why he believes that she loves America. Now, that's up for your own interpretation and debate. Then he pivots and said, you think Ilhan Omar loves America more than Trump? What has Trump really done to prove that he loves America? He's proven that he loves money. He's proven that he loves making money in America. He proved that he loves American oligarchs and plutocrats. But what has he done to say that he loves America? All he has done is what I call buzzwords and bumper stickers. Make America great again. Build the wall. Lock her up. And then people get fascinated and fixated on the slogans that he said, and they don't focus on what he's done, right? You can't afford to buy a house right now. Interest rates are through the roof. Gas is as high as it's ever been. You know what I mean? People's mortgage rates, people's rent, high as it's ever been. But somehow Trump is making America great again. Is this what you envisioned? You envisioned America being great by you paying the most gas that you've ever paid, interest rates being high, you can't afford a home, and somehow you think that that's great again? Okay, that's not what your parents believed. The American dream was to have, for each of us to own a house with the white picket fence. Now you're cramped up in a little cubicle stacked on top of each other. But hey, because it's close to the freeway and there's a Starbucks and there's a community pool, you will own nothing and be happy. And somehow you've been convinced that that's making America great again. And then when you say, hold on, the American dream was about having your own house and a white picket fence, they flood with a bunch of people from what they would say third world or underdeveloped nations and say, hey, they're not complaining. Why would they complain? They came from a place where they had rolling power outages and people don't have access to clean water. So these are what they call the buffer groups, the model minorities. They bring a bunch of them in, and this is what I call immigrant exceptionalism. Hey, look at them. They're working so hard, or they're the model minorities. They're not complaining. I mean, why would they complain? If you come over here and you're able to take the American dollar, even if people say it's declining, and send it back to your homeland, whatever happens, if Trump is say, you know what, we're going to deport you. Okay, you're getting deported back to a better situation. You know what I mean? But meanwhile, the people are here who fought, bled, and died here, who are bred here. There's nowhere for you to go. There's nowhere for you to seek asylum. People can come from another country and say, I fear for my life, I seek asylum. The red carpet will be rolled out for them. Suddenly there's millions millions of NGO money to just ready to dole out for them. But if I say, hey, I'm from Oakland, I'm from Baltimore, I'm from St. Louis, and hey, I have aspirations to be a productive citizen in life. It's just there's all these toxic gangs around me. Could I seek asylum as American citizen? Shut up, nigga. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's what you're told. But if someone is from Tijuana or Bogota, we're supposed to say, oh my God, there's gangs there. We have to help them. But you don't want to help the person in Oakland. Well, that's just their culture. There's a gang culture there. Or isn't there a gang culture in Mexico? That's why they have to flee. Isn't there a gang culture within the cartel? That's why they're fleeing. So this whole, a lot of this ideology and mentality is very selective, but let's just get back into it.
One pardoned 1,600 people who attacked America. One didn't.
What happened with her finances? Where did the $30 million network come from out of nowhere?
So now,
it was an accounting. Hold on. Sorry, hold on. Don't go Trump butts.
I am going to do that.
Go do the butt Trump.
Your argument now.
It's funny. He said, "Don't do the butt Trump," but literally, he was asking him about Trump, and he said, "But Ilhan Omar." Why does this dude have such a proclivity? People like Patrick Buckbroke and Bozo David, he doesn't just butt kiss. He places his hands firmly on the cheeks, spreads them apart, and licks up and down and all around. He's not just a butt kisser. He's a crack licker. This is what a buck-broken individual looks like. Exhibit B, Patrick Bozo David.
Now, as if you're, first of all, I don't want to get into rights and wrongs of politicians' finances. You're telling me Republican congressmen are not corrupt?
You're doing a butt. Okay, guys.
No, I'm just wondering.
Forgive Ilhan.
I'm just wondering because
just
Patrick,
like have this winding.
No, because
Ilhan Omar amended a congressional financial.
What's that got to do with beloving America? You're telling me people's finances don't have. Donald Trump is the most corrupt politician in modern American history. You just said he loves America. Donald Trump is the most corrupt politician in America.
That's your opinion, guy.
He just made $3 billion. No, it's not.
In your eyes.
Okay, Rob, pull up the numbers. How much? Pull up the numbers, Rob. Forbes magazine.
Again, look how pathetic and cowardly Patrick Bozo David is. He's saying Ilhan Omar is corrupt. Hey, let's pull up the numbers. When she came in Congress, this was her net worth. Now her net worth is over 30 million. And some people, they say that there's a discrepancy, but whatever. We know how these corrupt politicians are. They come in, they have all sorts of debt, and then when they leave Congress, they're filthy rich and suddenly there's no debt, right? Let's just concede the point, right? Facetiously, whether you truly believe that. Let's say that Ilhan Omar is a crooked and a corrupt politician based on her dealings financially. If you're going to concede and affirm that Ilhan Omar is a corrupt, crooked politician, there's no way that you can say Trump is not corrupt. All of these deals that he's doing with his family, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees to his family, that's not meritocracy. I think Donald Trump and many of his sons, they're on over 9 different boards of major corporations. Are you telling me that they were the best people for the job to be elected to those boards? So they'll tell you, we don't believe in DEI. We don't believe in affirmative action. But then they hire a DEI, Kash Patel, who some call Kash Pajit. They call him Kash Pajit, the street shitter, right? But Kash Patel, because he has a white girlfriend, he thinks that he's part of the club and, hey, we're all going to go to Valhalla, right? That's Kash Pajit, right? A DEI hire. Trump, I thought you were against that. Trump does all sorts of affirmative action, but for white men and white people specifically. So these people aren't against DEI, but even if they were against DEI, how the hell would you be against DEI when DEI mainly benefits white people? Most beneficiaries of DEI are white women. Most white women are married to white men. So a boost and a boon for DEI for white women means it's a boost and a boon for white society. Don't take my word for it. Look it up. Less than 4% of all the DEI benefits, jobs, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees went to black people. And even of those black people, many of them went to newly arrived melanated immigrants who are now classified as black. It didn't go to foundational black Americans. So Trump is Mr. Affirmative Action. JD Vance is an affirmative action vice president. What qualifications did JD Vance truly have? Oh, he was a hillbilly and he has some dreamy eyes. Okay, that sounds like DEI to me. And Roger Meadow says, I come to this country and I work hot. No, you're willing to work for kibbles and bits because you don't know what you're worth as a worker. So anyone comes along and throws peanuts and you'll jump at it. Yeah, this is that myth of they're just doing the jobs that no one wants to do. It's like, come on, man. When you see construction, you mean to tell me that no one will do construction? There's a bunch of people that are working at fast food. No one will work fast food. Like, who are we kidding? These industries were built by Americans so that other people could immigrate here and take advantage of the opportunities. And there's nothing wrong with that. But to try to pretend like, hey, we're just doing the work because nobody else will. Yeah, nobody else will work for indentured servant wages. Think of it like this with the ladies of the night. If you have an undocumented person selling her cooch for $30 and you have an American born person that says, hey, my cooch is worth more than that. I need $200 for you to get a crack at this. And then people say, hey, the person that's selling their cooch for $30 is just doing a job that nobody wants to do. No, nobody wants to sell themselves for $30 except people who engage in MAE, a term that I coined, mutually agreed exploitation. Many of these people are being exploited, but it's a mutual agreement, right? They know that their worth is more than a bag of Takis and a bottle of Modelo Negra. But then they say, hey, well, you know, this is a better situation than I would be put in at home. So I mutually agree to get exploited. You know what I mean? Almost think of it like a chick that's out there selling her body, right? She may pay a pimp, you know what I mean? And she may be getting exploited, but she mutually agrees because, you know, yeah, I'm going to get exploited. But if a trick tries to beat me up, I can call my daddy to come, you know, and defend me. You know what I mean? Maybe that PIMP is helping to give her structure, security, providing some sort of emotional stability for her, right? So as she may seem that, yeah, you know, I'm getting exploited, but it's a mutual agree. She sees benefits in the exploitation. And that's how many of these people are. They're getting paid under the table. They're being mistreated. They're being threatened. Hey, if you don't do this, we're going to deport you and send you back. Yeah, they probably don't like living in limbo like that, but they mutually agree to the exploitation because it's advantageous to them. So it's not force. It's not the new Jim Crow. Jim Crow is based on involuntary subjugation, right? You can't say, hey, look, people are being mistreated, and that's wrong how they're being mistreated. Hey, where could you sign me up? And then you signed up and say, they mistreated me. Yeah, you knew they were going to mistreat you and you signed up for it. So I kind of really don't want to hear it. Like, yeah, you shouldn't be mistreated. But if you knew that you were signing up to get mistreated and then you get what you signed up for, the empathy and sympathy could only go so far. Did you know there are no federal law against president self-dealing? Yeah, I mean, this country was found on genocidal maniac proclivities, cultural erasure, displacement, disenfranchisement, and of course, cunning and conniving corruption. Let's get back into it.
How much money did Donald Trump's net worth go up by last year?
Let me ask you,
$3 billion.
Just out of curiosity.
$3 billion. How did he make that?
Are you going to go?
How did he make $3 billion while president?
Are you going to go? Are you going to go and show the same? Wait a minute. If you're going to allow me to rebuttal,
you always rebut with a question.
Are you
noticed that over?
You've been doing it. All you do is but.
I said Ilhan loves America.
You're a professional but.
I said Ilhan loves America.
Just out of curiosity.
You're the jump around guy. We're talking about who loves America. Now we're talking about.
Are you also going to go?
Look at that line, Patrick. Look at that line.
Man,
Rob is good.
Can I show you something?
You said capitalists expand, Rob. If you're ever looking for a job, my friend.
Yeah, everybody's been trying. So if you go back here, then what's your argument if you say, look, stay on that, Rob, stay on that.
Yeah.
Then what do you say? His first presidency, he lost so much money. Did you ever say that? You never said that. Because that doesn't add to your argument.
But I've always said the second term is the term where he's got no guardrails. He gets to do whatever he wants.
No, but his first term, he lost money.
Okay, but the second term?
What about a second term? Market's gone up. He's made money. Market's gone up. Have you made more money in the last 18 months?
This is extremely pathetic. So, Medhi is leveling the charge that Trump is the most corrupt politician and clearly president. And Patrick Bozo Davis says, hey, look at this chart. Because he lost money at a particular time in his presidency, then somehow this proves that he wasn't corrupt. And this dude is supposed to be a high IQ, big wig, multimillionaire. Because he has all of this money, you're supposed to respect him. But he's getting destroyed in a debate by someone with less money. So clearly that money didn't help him. Clearly whatever education and military background didn't help him. I'm not a multimillionaire. I don't have a master's degree. And even myself is just picking apart these arguments. See, sometimes people like to do how people biblical thump and they constitutional thump. People kind of academically thump as well. Hey, look, I went to this institution and I was in this debate club and this league and I got this honors and that honors. And then when they're face to face in a real life debate, there's no president, there's no dean, you know what I mean? There's no fraternity to save you. He's over here getting casually and calmly destroyed. He's jumping all over the place and bringing up incoherent tidbits and babbling, rambling facts. He's telling him that Donald Trump is a corrupt politician and figure. And all Patrick Bet David could show us a chart like, hey, look, but he lost it. He lost some money when he was a president. So what? So that means that he's not corrupt? It's like somebody robs a bank and then they go and gamble at Cash Creek Casino and lose some money. Oh, well, if he was a criminal, then how did he lose money? He was a criminal who made some foolish investments or did some irresponsible gambling. Doesn't mean that he's not a criminal. Doesn't mean that Trump is not corrupt just because he, lost some money on some bad investments. You said here's the CBI mandatory e-verify. If we catch just one employee of yours here illegally, your corporate charter gets revoked by the state and a complete government takeover of your business. That takes care of when they say don't go after immigrants, go after the corporations exploiting them. Yeah, because they try to make it seem like you're being a xenophobic and you're attacking immigrants. No, but we're a nation of laws and they say you do the crime, you do the time. This is a crime. So someone should be doing the time. Or if you do the crime, pay the fine. Since they're not going to, do any time, then pay the fine. And the fine should be substantial, not in the thousands, in the millions and tens of millions. So it is a deterrent for this type of behavior. We can't profess and purport ourselves to be a nation of laws, but we're willing to excuse certain laws, right? Someone coming into the country illegally seeking a better life. Hey, maybe that's a sad story. That's still a crime. Because if I'm selling a little bit of weed on the side to provide for my family, no one cares. They're saying you shouldn't have sold that weed because you knew it was a crime. So deal with the consequences of selling that weed that you know you shouldn't have sold. Hey, but I was only selling the weed to put food on my table for my kids. I was trying to be a good dad. These places wouldn't hire me, right? There's a lot of occupational segregation. If you go and try to get a construction job, they're not going to hire a black dude. Which people are known for being more physically agile, athletic, and imposing? Black people or Mexicans? You mean to tell me that a bunch of these physically fit young black dudes can't do construction, but some pot-belly beer drinking Latino dude who just crossed the border can? And I'm not saying every person is like that, but start looking at these construction crews. They're not people that are just super physically fit and athletically imposing. And I'm not saying that you need to be for construction, but they consider construction low skilled labor, right? So you mean to tell me that these super athletic, which kids do you think are going to be more stronger on the team, right? The black kids, the Latino kids, what? So if you're just telling these kids, here, lift this, pick this up, here, put this over there, here, hammer this, it's considered low skill labor. You mean to tell me that nobody else will do that? Only people who could barely speak English could do that? Like, come on now. We know that that's a crock of you know what. It's not that they can't do the work. They don't want to do the work. Yeah, well, I'm sure some of them don't want to do the work. And it's not about not want to do the work. People don't want to do the work for certain wages. Like right now, if I say, hey, come over here and clean my house, you'll be like, okay, cool. I clean houses for a living. All right, I'm gonna pay you $2. Man, I don't want to do that. Hey, see, he doesn't want to do the work. No, he doesn't want to do the work for $2. Now, if I say, come do my work for $20, then you might get a different response. So just because the low wages are weaponized, it tries to pretend that nobody wants to do the work. Like, come on now, just stop. You know what I mean? And it's just a form of propaganda. When I grew up, it was only teenagers that worked at McDonald's and KFC and all these restaurants. You mean to tell me no teenagers want to do this work? Look at your local fast food restaurant. Are you going to find any teenagers? It's all adults. You mean to tell me it's only adults that want to flip burgers? Kids go to McDonald's and all these places all the time. You mean to tell me they don't want to earn money and get free food? Like, who are we kidding? All of these places are filled with adults. There was a reason why these terms, there was a reason why it was called a pool boy. It wasn't called a pool man. It was called a pool boy because that's what teenage boys were doing to earn money over the summer. They had terms like paper boy. It wasn't called a paper man, right? Do you want fries with that? Yeah. You were considered to have a teenage job with maybe some older people in management. But yeah, you don't see no teenagers working there. But let me guess. So when I went to school, teenagers would be willing to do construction, would be willing to do this. And now all of a sudden you saying, no, they just don't want to do it. No, that's not true. Sure, there's lazy people of all racial backgrounds. I've been in a position where I hire people. The most laziest people, it wasn't black people. The people that were late all the time, it wasn't black people. Now, I'm not going to look and say, hey, because these white people were late all the time, then that means that white people are not punctual. No, it just means that white individual who I hired was late all the time. Doesn't mean that that's a reflection of all white people. But that's what they do with blacks. If there's a black person that's late to an interview, see, all the blacks is lazy and never on time. No, that person was late, lazy, and never on time. Doesn't mean all of us are. But if we want to generalize all black people, then I have to generalize everyone else. All stereotypes matter. You said, I don't think that they give them free food. They should, though. You don't think that who gives them free food? Are you talking about, oh, you mean at the restaurants? Yeah, some places do give them free food, and then some I know some places it will be like, hey, if you work a shift, you will get a free meal on that shift, or otherwise they will get a discount. But my whole point is like, it's just a lie to try to pretend that it's like only a particular demographic of undocumented immigrants will do these jobs. Like, people will do a job that pays a livable wage. If it's not a livable wage, for you to tell someone, here, go bust your butt for 10 hours and then you still ain't gonna have enough to pay your bills, then people are like, man, I'm just gonna turn to the informal economy, right? So it's not that they don't want to do the job. They want to work in something that's gratifying and that will pay their bills. You can't try to encourage someone to work a back-breaking job that ain't even gonna pay for your basic necessities. You know what I mean? So that's why some people are like, well, you know what? If this how it's gonna be, I'm gonna just live my best life.
Do you know what happened on January 19th? The day before he became president, inaugurated?
Tell me.
The Emiratis put $500 million into his crypto fund. Do you think that was the market going up? They gave a $500 million bribe to Donald Trump. 187 million went straight into Trump bank accounts. Ilhan Omar can work for the rest of her life, do whatever. She'll never make $187 million. Trump made that in one day from the Emiratis. If Biden or Hunter Biden had done it, you'd be up in arms. Now, back to the topic of who loves America.
You said Ilhan Omar loves more than, I'm so glad
tell your
you're going to be
here.
judged quoted for that.
Please quote me.
Yeah.
Let me finish the quote.
And then let's go back to
Let's
Islam
finish the
as well.
quote. I will. Ilhan Omar has spent her political career trying to get free lunches for every American child, including the children of MAGA voters. Donald Trump has spent his presidency taking away Medicare, taking away health care from people, taking Medicaid away from people. So yes, Ilhan Omar loves Americans more than Donald Trump loves Americans. And by the way, when she was threatened by a Trump supporter who tried to kill her, he went to prison, tried to kill Ilhan Omar in 2019. She went to the sentencing and she asked for his sentence to be reduced to give him grace. I can't imagine Donald Trump doing that.
Do you know
I do think Ilhan Omar is someone who has actually a very good role model.
Do you know how many?
I wouldn't have done that.
Do you know how many endless stories there are of what Trump's done behind closed doors for people? Do you know how many?
Yes. And do you know how many of them are? Do you know how many of them are him screwing people over? Do you know what he did to his niece? Do you know what he did to a baby in his family?
This is all you're gonna do. This is your hit piece, just going on him right now.
I mean, you're doing positive. I'm going to do negative. Isn't that the point?
You're building up, man. You're building up Ilhan. Like, if there's anybody,
there's no comparison.
Anyone
who knows Ilhan Omar says she's a good person. All of it.
So even if he was building up Ilhan, he's building up Trump. Hey, Patrick Bet-David, get Trump's nuts out your mouth, bruh. Dude is over here gargling Trump's balls, but for what? Bro don't really like you like that, bruh. He doesn't even want people from your homeland coming here. And still, Patrick Bozo David, this is how buck broken he is. Trump is saying, hey, we're going to put a ban on Patrick Buck Broken Davis homeland. And then PBD still says, hey, Daddy Trump, you know what I mean? He opens his mouth and tries to gargles Trump's nuts, even though Trump is putting a ban on his homeland. How pathetic could you be?
Donald Trump.
What is
everyone who knows Donald Trump says he's a horrible person.
Investigation into it right now?
Why did no one in Donald Trump's cabinet endorse Donald Trump for president second time around?
What is the investigation?
Why did his vice president not endorse him for president?
You know how he is, though. He is a guy that
they all hate him.
Rivals.
They hate him.
Why did he come back? Why did he come back? Why did he come back?
National security advisor.
Why did he come back?
Staff.
Why did they come back?
Because the Democrats fucked everything up. Joe Biden and Merrick Garland fucked everything up. He should have been in prison.
Whose fault is that?
The Democrats.
Beautiful.
I'm agreeing with you.
How come
Merrick Garland? I blame two people for Donald Trump.
Unified Republicans?
I blame two people for Donald Trump. Merrick Garland and Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell should have voted to convict in 2021 to prevent him from ever running again. And Merrick Garland should have got off his ass and investigated him from day one and not outsourced it to Jack Smith with 1 year to go. And I just do want to come back to the Islam question.
Let's do it.
Muslims love America who live here. According to the polls, according to the Pew polls, 92% of Muslims in America say they love being American. So this is a myth that Muslims don't love America.
No,
and by the way,
I have Muslims who work for me. Right afterwards, come with me. I'll take them to them if you want to meet them.
So my point is, and their families are worried for their safety right now. Every Muslim in America I know.
They are. I think they feel the safest in America.
Let's talk to you guys afterwards.
I think they feel the safest in America.
Every Muslim I know, Patrick, trust me on this one. I spend a lot of time with Muslims. Every Muslim I know is worried about what they're going to do. They have a plan B. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go live if it becomes intolerable?
Go ahead and leave America. How come they don't?
Because they love America.
That's the point. What if they feel the safest?
No, but what if it's changing, right?
But if
you don't think
12 years?
Hold on, but Jews feel the same way, Patrick. You know that, right? Jewish communities right now saying we don't feel safe in America. You know this. They're saying it every day. Sure. They're saying where synagogues are being attacked, we're being demonized. So Muslims feel the same way.
again, like he said, he brings up, he's saying, oh, the Muslims feel the safest in America. Dude, you're not Muslim, so you can't speak for how safe they feel. But then again, he's saying, okay, the Muslims feel safest in America, and if they don't feel safe, why don't they leave? There's a bunch of white Jewish people who saying, we don't feel safe. And, you know, they're saying that free Palestine, globalize the intifada from the river to the sea. Simply uttering that is considered anti-Semitic. So you can say nigger all day, and that's not anti-black, but saying from the river to the sea is somehow anti-Semitic, right? So there's many white Jewish people who are saying that they don't feel safe. But Patrick Bet David would never make the argument, hey, if y'all J people don't feel safe, then why are you here? Why don't you leave America and go to some other place that you feel safe? That would be considered anti-Semitic. Patrick Bet David would never say that, but he'll tell Muslims, hey, you're the safest in America. And if, you know, you don't think you're safe, why haven't you left yet?
But especially when a mosque is attacked by two Nazis, Republicans can't even bring themselves to condemn it. Do you know that Ted Cruz wouldn't even condemn it until I called him out
about it the
on
day
social media? You did. I'm talking about Republican Congress.
I can't speak on their behalf, buddy. I'm not them.
No, good. But
I'm speaking on my behalf. Whatever they do is their position.
But on your show too, Patrick, come on. You did a whole thing. I watched it of you obsessing over this Times Square prayer. Like this is some act of domination. Why are Muslims not allowed to pray in Times Square? Why are Jews allowed to do Hanukkah?
Expansion.
Why is Jews allowed to do Hanukkah? Hindus do Diwali.
You know what my argument is against that? You know what my argument is against that? Guess what my argument is against that? You ready?
Go on.
It's going to go back to something you don't like.
Please.
You ready?
Go on.
Here we go. If Muslims do a better job expanding, they deserve everything they get.
But it's not expanding. It's
no,
just
but it is though. No, it is though.
Changing the subject.
It is though. If Muslims, I'm a capitalist to the core, meaning if.
Again, is this the best the high IQs have to offer? He asked him a simple and direct question. Why is it an issue for Muslims to be praying in the middle of Times Square, but it's not okay for Jewish people? Now he's about to try to pivot and try to say, hey, I'm a capitalist. And then, hey, if Muslims had done a better job of expanding, then it would be okay for them to pray in public. But since they basically lost the religious ideology war, then you have to just, you know, bow down and bend the knee to the victor. Of course, I'm paraphrasing, but you'll hear it in his own words. But this is how pathetic he is. He's supposed to be so high IQ, such a successful businessman. But how would you respect this when you're asking people simple, direct questions? Many of these questions are simply a yes or no question. And then you start rambling, babbling incoherently, going into this drivel. What is there to respect about it? Yeah, but he has money. Yeah, what the hell does that have to do when I'm asking you a direct question? If you're asking someone a yes or no question and then they just obfuscate, you ain't gonna say, well, it kind of makes sense because, he does have a lot of wealth, but he didn't answer your question. He should have no issues answering the question. He has a lot of wealth, right? No one could cancel him. Instead, he's babbling incoherently, right? Is this the best the high IQs have?
Should have voted to convict in 2021 to prevent him from ever running again. And Merrick Garland should have got off his ass and investigated him from day one and not outsourced it to Jack Smith with 1 year to go. And I just do want to come back to the Islam question.
Let's do it.
Muslims love America who live here. According to the polls, according to the Pew polls, 92% of Muslims in America say they love being American. So this is a myth that Muslims don't love America.
No,
and by the way,
I have Muslims who work with me. Right afterwards, come with me. I'll take them to them if you want to meet them.
So my point is, and their families are worried for their safety right now. Every Muslim in America I know.
They are. I think they feel the safest in America.
Let's talk to you guys afterwards.
I think they feel the safest in America.
Every Muslim I know, Patrick, trust me on this. I spend a lot of time with Muslims. Every Muslim I know is worried about what they're going to do. Have a plan B. Where are you going to go? Where are you going to go live? If it becomes intolerable.
Go ahead and leave America. How come they don't?
Because they love America.
That's the point. What if they feel the safest?
No,
here?
but what if it's changing, right?
But if. You don't think 12 years
hold on, the Jews feel the same way, Patrick. You know that, right? Jewish communities right now saying we don't feel safe in America. You know this. They're saying it every day.
Sure.
They're saying where synagogues are being attacked, we're being demonized. So Muslims feel the same way, especially when a mosque is attacked by two Nazis. Republicans can't even bring themselves to condemn it. Do you know that Ted Cruz wouldn't even condemn it until I called him out on social media? You did. I'm talking about Republican Congress.
I can't speak on their behalf, buddy. I'm not them.
No, good. But
I'm speaking on my behalf. Whatever
Good.
they do is their position.
But on
whatever,
your show too, Patrick, come on, you did a whole thing. I watched it of you obsessing over this Times Square prayer. Like this is some act of domination. Why are Muslims not allowed to pray in Times Square? Why are Jews allowed to do Hanukkah?
Expansion.
Why is Jews allowed to do Hanukkah? Hindus do Diwali.
You know what my argument is
Catholics
against that?
do
You know what
Easter.
my argument is against
Why?
that? Guess what my argument
Go
is
on.
against that? You ready?
Go on.
It's going to go back to something you don't like.
Please.
You ready?
Go on.
Here we go. If Muslims do a better job expanding, they deserve everything they get.
But it's not expanding. It's
No,
just the
but it
prayer in
is
Times
though.
Square.
No, it is
It's
though.
changing the subject.
It is though. If Muslims, I'm a capitalist to the core, meaning if you beat me, guess what I do? You got to tip your hat. I don't know if you follow
What if people
basketball or
aren't
not.
trying to beat? What if they just want to pray in Ramadan?
But they're visual. You want to go watch how many of the videos like long term we're going to come America. Sure,
Have
we're
you seen the Christian prayers at the National Mall? They're not the same.
No, you can't.
Have you seen? Are you kidding me?
Can I ask you a question?
Did you watch?
Can I ask you a question?
God.
Your
Patrick,
position-
you need to get
what
out
was your-
more.
what
You're
was
on
your
the
position?
right wing
What was your
algorithm
position?
too
What was
much.
your
You watch
position?
Ilhan Omar videos and Times
do you
Square
know at
videos
one point,
all day long.
Do you know at one point I was sitting down with Muslims trying to find out what things we have in common?
Yeah.
Okay, and literally I was bringing Muslims to sit down and talk about them. You know why? Because to me, the LGBTQ, specifically on the T side, was getting a little too far. And I think deep down inside to the core,
Here we go again. So he's talking about Muslims, and now he's about to pivot to how Muslims feel about the LGBT. Like, come on, bro. You're not Muslim and you don't care about LGBT. So again, why is he even bringing this stuff up? Do you care about this? This dude is supposed to be a finance guy, right? So if you care about money and economic advancement and what they call upward mobility, how is him asking and grilling Medhi about how Muslims feel about LGBT? Like, his whole thing is about valuetainment. What value does that provide for you? Like, seriously, when you're over there looking and helping your kids fill out college applications, how does debating about how Muslims feel about LGBT, like, what does that do for your family? What does that do for your local politics? What does that do for helping to raise an upstanding citizen? It doesn't do anything. But this is what the valuetainment guy wants to talk about, how Muslims feel about LGBT.
there, but you can't say it publicly because it's politics for you over what your religion believes in as a Muslim. What is the Muslim position on LGBTQ?
There is no one position. Islam is not a monolith, but yes, in general.
Oh, let me read it.
Hold on,
to you.
let me finish.
Go for it.
Islam in general, obviously, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but Islam as traditionally practiced, like Christianity and Judaism as traditionally practiced, is very hostile to the idea of homosexuality.
Okay.
Theologically.
We have that in
finish.
common.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Pew polling. Let me give you some polls because you keep talking about Americans, this and that. So in 2017, Pew did a poll of Americans, and they found that Muslim Americans were more likely to say, 52%, I think it was, of Muslim Americans said that homosexuality should be accepted in society. You know how many white evangelical Protestants said that? 34%. 34%.
Protestants was 34%.
34%.
I have that data.
So Muslims were more accepting of homosexuality.
Yep.
Rob, I love you, Rob. They were more accepting of homosexuality than white Christians.
So again, this dude is just getting bodied on his own show. He tried to bring up, hey, what's the Muslim position on LGBT? He tried to present this as a gotcha moment. And then when Medhi starts citing, hey, look, they've done studies in Poland about this. And then he says, hey, I have those studies. I have the polling. So if you already have the studies in Poland, then why are you asking him what you allegedly already know? And then when Medhi says, hey, based on these studies, based on this polling, the Muslim community is more openly pro-LGBT than any of these white Christian evangelicals. And then he concedes that that's right. So again, why isn't he focusing on what's the Christian position on LGBT? Just because there's a same-sex marriage laws and legislation in place doesn't mean that every Christian agrees with same-sex marriage. So he's over here trying to get a gotcha moment like, hey, Muslims are hostile towards LGBT. And then he agrees with the polling and the study information that he claims to have, that it appears that the white Christian evangelicals are even more hostile towards LGBT. The dude is getting completely utterly annihilated on his own show. Is this your king? Patrick Buck-Broken Bozo David is a dweeb and adult. I don't know why anybody would follow this dude. Valuetainment is getting eviscerated.
We don't feel safe in America. You know this. They're saying it every day.
Sure.
They're saying where synagogues are being attacked, we're being demonized. So Muslims feel the same way, especially when a mosque is attacked by two Nazis. Republicans can't even bring themselves to condemn it. Do you know that Ted Cruz wouldn't even condemn it until I called him out?
And Jazzy Smith says MAGA idiocracy is on parade and on display. So Patrick Buck-Broken David is just like a MAGA moron in a moist shill for Trump. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure he has a fantasy of letting Trump bend him over and ramrod him, because there's no excuse for this dude to really be glazing and praising Trump this hard.
About it the day
social media.
We talked.
You did.
About
I'm talking about Republican Congress.
I can't speak on their behalf, buddy. I'm not them.
No, good. But
I'm speaking on my behalf. Whatever they do is their position.
But on your show too, Patrick.
And shout out to Stephanie, says Patrick Bozo is all about the money. He is all about the money. And unfortunately, many people give him a pass because, well, he's a business guy and he's a finance guy, but then he tries to delve into cultural issues. He tries to go into different wheelhouses where he's just intellectually outmatched. He's not formidable enough to be challenging Medhi Hasan in this debate. Then he'll have a debate get destroyed and try to pretend like, hey, no, it wasn't a debate. It was just a discussion. Now, me personally, I prefer to have discussions over debate because discussions are about people revealing their perspectives. It's not necessarily a competition of intellects and wits that you try to win. However, once we engage in a debate, that does become a thought competition, an ideological contest. You know what I mean? So if we're comparing it by that metric, this dude is getting obliterated on his own show. He's all about the money. He doesn't care about anything else but the money. And he's all about appearances as well too. He wants to be accepted by the dominant society, so he's willing to throw, other minority groups, people from his own homeland under the bus just so he can get a pat on the head from white mommy and daddy. But then they still look at him as a sand nigga. You know what I mean? But still, they call him a sand nigga, a street shitter, and he doesn't care because he's like, hey, racism doesn't exist. Just like Vivek Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy says racism doesn't exist and that people need to stop talking about it. It's on the last burning embers. And then they told him, shut up, Pajit, you're a street shitter. And then he's looking for people to come to his defense. Why? You said there was no racism. So, Vivek Pajit Ramaswamy had to find out the hard way. He got his tandoori wake-up call. And Penny says MAGA went the way of the dodo bird in our Constitution. Well, many of the MAGA morons are just a bunch of low IQ losers and incestuous imbeciles. There's just Trump and Netanyahu, his boss. Correct. Yes. Trump loves to lick the boots of Netanyahu, much to my chagrin. And we got Scrady Wolf saying MAGA strong. So what are you proud of, Scrady Wolf? What has MAGA done to make your life great? What has MAGA done to make America great again? Because many of the people that say they're MAGA strong, they really have nothing to stand on. They try to stand on, hey, he's doing this, he said no new wars, even though we're engaged in multiple conflicts. He said he was going to mass deport people, and then his deportation numbers are abysmal. So all of the stuff that he said that he was going to do, what has he actually lived up to? So let's get back into it.
Come on, you did a whole thing, I watched it, of you obsessing over this Times Square prayer. Like this is some act of domination. Why are Muslims not allowed to pray in Times Square? Why are Jews allowed to do Hanukkah?
Expansion.
Why is Jews allowed to do Hanukkah? Hindus do Diwali.
You know what my argument is
Catholics
against that? You know
Easter.
what my argument is against that? Guess what my argument is against that? You ready?
Go on.
It's going to go back to something you don't like.
Please.
You ready?
Go on.
Here we go. If Muslims do a better job expanding, they deserve everything they get.
But it's not expanding. It's
No,
just a
but it
prayer in
is
Times
though.
Square.
No, it is
You're
though.
changing the subject.
It is though. If Muslims, I'm a capitalist to the core, meaning if you beat me, guess what I do? You got to tip your hat. I don't know if you follow
What if people
basketball or
aren't
not.
trying to beat? What if they just want to pray in Ramadan?
But they're visual. You want to go watch how many of the videos like long term we're going to come America. Sure,
Have
here's where we're going to be.
you seen the Christian prayers at the National Mall? They're not the same.
No, you can't.
Have you seen? Are you kidding me?
Can I ask you a question?
Did you watch?
Can I ask you a question?
God.
Your
Patrick,
position-
you need to get
what
out
was your-
more.
what
You're
was
on
your
the
position?
right wing
What was your
algorithm
position?
too
What was
much.
your
You watch
position?
Ilhan Omar videos.
Yeah, the dude Patrick Bozo David, he likes to jerk off to these anti-black right-wing whack jobs. But shout out to Penny Helga says Israel, the only chosen democracy in the Middle East, allegedly gets everything free that we work our tails off for, but don't get correct. So they love to talk about socialism and communism. Nobody thinks that Israel is a socialist utopia, but guess what? Israel has universal health care, and they love to talk about our allyship and, bestow all of this bastion of morality and greatness on Israel, right? So why can't we be like our allies? Our ally is not a socialist utopia, and they have free healthcare. Also, they have free college for their students as well. Did you know there used to be free college for universities here until too many black people start going to college free? And then they say, you know what? We can't have these educated niggas, so we're going to introduce the tuition. And unfortunately, many in the dominant society, they were okay with the undermining of universal policies as long as it disproportionately hurt the black people, right? So all of the people that talk about make America great again, the MAGA morons and moist maniacs, many of them are not MAGA, they're MIGA, making Israel great again and helping to fund to make Israel genocidal always, right? What is the benefit of the only democracy in the Middle East? And they try to say, hey, they're giving us intel, they're giving us information. Okay, they have information on Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria. How does that help you here? Because they want to frame these countries as these big, bad third world places. So they'll say that they're third world, they're underdeveloped, but also we should be afraid of them. They say that we have a military, which I'm going to get into. Trump said, hey, our military bombarded them and cleaned them up and packed them up in a matter of weeks. So again, why are we pretending as if they're so fearful, right? As if they're just these monsters of the Middle East. Like, which one is it? Our military is almighty that people are petrified of us, or these other military apparatus like Iran is more formidable than people are letting on? And Miss Lex 925 Chocolate Glow, where in the heck have you been? So salute to Miss Chocolate Glow. I ain't seen you. I was about to send out an APB. An Israeli girl was on here calling them genocidally racist. Do you know who that Israeli girl is? Let me know. I could possibly pull it up. And Penny says, we get skinny, so they get fat. School and work, I respect that. You know what I mean? Stay up on your grind. So salute to Lex. But let's get back into it. But yeah, man, all the people that try to say, why y'all begging the government? They always say that, but guess who's always begging our government for goodies, giveaways, and guarantees? Israel. So you're supposed to fight, bleed, die, your blood, sweat, and tears in the soil here, but don't ask the government for anything. Shut up. Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. And then I say, okay, fine. I'm going to pull myself up by my bootstrap. And then when I say, hey, why doesn't Israel pull themselves up by their bootstrap? That's anti-Semitic. So telling Israel to pull themselves up by their bootstrap is anti-Semitic. But telling the working class people who've invested their taxpayer dollars into the American infrastructure, you know what I mean? You guys just have to get over it. And shout out to Derek Green. Yeah, you know what I mean? Dubs are gonna dubs. let's get back into it.
Do you know at one point,
all day long.
Do you know at one point I was sitting down with Muslims trying to find out what things we have in common? Yeah. Okay, and literally I was bringing Muslims to sit down and talk about them. You know why? Because to me, the LGBTQ, specifically on the T side, was getting a little too far. And I think deep down inside to the core, you're there, but you can't say it publicly because it's politics for you over what your religion believes in.
Again, here he goes again with the LGBTQ stuff. There's so many pressing issues in our country of America. Is anyone thinking that the most pressing issue is how Muslims treat LGBT? And Patrick Bozo David already conceded to the point. He said, I have that polling data. I have the studies. And based on the studies, whether you believe them or not, based on the studies and polling, it said that Muslims are more pro-LGBT in America than many of these white Christian evangelicals. And once Patrick Bozo David already conceded to the point that this was true, now he's going to pivot back and try to say, but the Muslims treat the LGBT like, huh? Like, what the hell does this have to do with anything?
As a Muslim, what is the Muslim position on LGBTQ?
There is no one position. Islam is not a monolith, but yes, in general.
Oh, let me read it.
Hold on, let me finish.
Go for it.
Islam in general, obviously, Islam, I'm not an Islamic scholar, but Islam as traditionally practiced, like Christianity and Judaism as traditionally practiced, is very hostile to the idea of homosexuality.
Okay.
Theologically.
We have that
in
common.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Pew polling. Let me give you some polls because you keep talking about Americans, this and that. So in 2017, Pew did a poll of Americans, and they found that Muslim Americans were more likely to say 52%, I think it was, of Muslim Americans said that homosexuality should be accepted in society. You know how many white evangelical Protestants said that? 34%. 34%.
Protestants was 34%.
34%.
I have that data.
So Muslims were more accepting of homosexuality. Rob, I love you, Rob. They were more accepting of homosexuality than white Christian evangelicals, right? So my question then is, when you talk about integration, assimilation, America is a liberal country. It's a pro-gay country, whether you like it or not. Muslims, and by the way, we ran a poll. We ran a poll this year. One last point, Patrick. We ran a poll earlier this year at Zeteo from Opinium. They polled Muslims in the UK and the US. Guess what they found? Muslims in the UK and Muslims in the US support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans and non-Muslim Britons. Muslims in America and Britain support gender equality more than non-Muslim Britons and Americans.
May I read
so for your viewers, I just want to make...
Again, like I said, Patrick Bozo David is getting destroyed on his own show. And there's some fact checker that he has on his show. And even the fact checker is siding with Medhi, not because he's on Medhi's side. The facts has no size. The facts are objective. And Penny says all that race card BS, the anti-whiteness now and then keeps us at each other's throat. Well, the most anti-racial hate is anti-blackness. And when you say the race card BS, who invented the race card? Penny, it was the people in your community, right? So some people will create the race card and then say, don't play the race card. Well, who created the deck of cards? Your community created the whole deck of cards and then say, don't play a card from the deck of cards that we created. And then the anti-whiteness, what is anti-white? Because now any little thing could be considered anti-white. You know what I mean? And it's funny because people will be quick to point out anti-whiteness, but they won't point out anti-blackness. They'll say, yeah, well, anti-blackness exists, but yeah, we really have to focus on anti-whiteness, i.e. Charlie Kirk. It's Erica Kirk, especially if you're a young white man. They always talk about identity politics. Penny, you talking about anti-whiteness is, guess what? Identity politics. All politics is identity politics. Talking about white evangelicals, identity politics. Muslims, identity politics. Women's right to choose, identity politics. Latino, identity politics, right? Here, this is what we need to do for the evangelical Christian Latter-day Saints. All of these are identity politics. So people are okay with identity politics until it's something that is critical of their specific identity. Now, if it's an identity that they don't agree with, then that's woke. Nobody called J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance was going up there and saying white men are victims. They tell black people to not have a victim mentality, but then they're telling that young white men that they're victims. Which one is it? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I do concur that this does keep people at each other's throat, but this is what people want to do. People will try to pretend as if they want to come together, but then there'll be a NIMBY. And not in my backyard. Hey, let's come together, but you niggers can't live in my neighborhood. But hey, we need to come together and sing We Are the World and Kumbaya. How are we going to come together? Nobody is going to come together, meet at City Hall, and then go back to their segregated enclaves and pretend that nothing happened, right? If I'm walking around your neighborhood, hey, we need to stop this division, but you're calling the cops just because a black dude is walking in your neighborhood. So a lot of people try to preach and profess as if they really want unity, but they don't. When there's a major crime that happens and it gets plastered over the news, what's the first thing that people look to find out? What race that person is, while at the same time, why do you have to make it about race? These same people will talk about black on black crime. Using the term black on black crime is making it about race. Show me a video of any white person talking about white on white crime. Show me the videos of Latinos talking about Latino on Latino crime. And every one of these groups have someone in their group that talks about black on black crime. And then they'll say, you talk about race too much. No, why aren't you talking about human on human crime? Why aren't you talking about American on American crime? We're all the creation of God, right? Why aren't you talking about God's creation on God's creation crime? No, you try to emphasize a racial and an ethnic demographic when framing it. Look, blacks crime, blacks fatherless home. You mean to tell me there's no whites with fatherless homes? I grew up in the hood. There were a bunch of white junkies that didn't have their dad around, but it's not framed as a fatherless epidemic in the white community. So, Penny, you got to talk to your community about the race card. You got to talk to your community about the anti-blackness, because they're the ones, we don't control the media. So who is actually pushing all of this racial division, right? It would be the people in charge. And many people say blacks are low IQ, sub-Saharan savages. We have no power. We're not organized. Okay, cool. They don't say that about your community. So your community does have power. Your community is organized. Your community is allegedly high IQ. Your community does have all of the levers of power. Your community does own all of the media. So who would be pushing the division? It would be those in the lever of power. So this is a conversation you need to have with your community, right? You know, your community who created the deck of race cards. Y'all created the deck and then say, don't play the race card, even though we created the deck. Make it make sense. You can't, because it doesn't. And then, like I said, I hit her with facts and then she said, I'm out. That's how it always goes. See, if I'm talking about what about black on black crime, then Penny would have stuck around. Then I broke it down in a very respectful manner, and then I'm out. Whitey is the problem. I didn't call anyone Whitey, and I never said Whitey is the problem. I said the people in charge are the problem. And the people in charge, coincidentally, just happen to be white. It doesn't mean that all white people are the problem. It means that the people in charge who happen to be white are the problem. It's just like if some crusty, musty, dusty nigga from Chicago does a drive-by and he happens to be black. That crusty, musty, dusty nigga who happens to be black is the problem, not the black community. So if there's some white oligarchs, white plutocrats who are anti-black and who are leading the charge on an anti-black system, that white individual, that white apparatus, that white institution is the problem, not the collective of white people. Now, if the collective of white people get on board with the oppression, the disenfranchisement, the anti-blackness, then yes, collectively, they become a problem as a collective society. But inherently, no, You know, it's not like, hey, a white baby was born, that baby is an oppressor. No, it's not like that. What people are talking about are systems entrenched and already in place. And for people to have high IQs and try to pretend that they don't know, then now that's just willful ignorance. And then now you're just being intellectually obtuse. And that's a form of anti-blackness as well, because they love to always talk about SAT scores, saying that they went to better schools, that they were born with a silver spoon. You guys were born in a fatherless home and dilapidated buildings. Okay, fine. I was born in a fatherless home with dilapidated buildings, hypothetically, but you weren't born in those conditions. So how could I know more about this particular topic than you, unless you're being willfully ignorant, which is a form of anti-blackness, because you don't want to contend with the facts. So you're trying to just say, hey, well, I didn't know. We're in the information age. All of this information is at your fingertips. These aren't my facts. Facts has no ownership, right? Facts belong to the universe. So Penny, you can look this stuff up, but much of this stuff you already know. But you're trying to deflect and say Whitey is the problem. No one said Whitey is the problem. And in fact, many of the Whiteys, they love to say it's the G. Y'all love to blame the J people, but the J people you're blaming are white. How many times do I have to say this? There's no race called Jewish. 92% of American Jews identify as racially white. There's no gun to their head forcing them to identify as white. They're identifying as white because it accurately represents their racial makeup. Many of them descendant of Europe. So no one is saying Whitey is the problem, Penny. So I don't know why you're projecting. And Penny, she ran off. But I would have dropped the link. You could have came up here, you know what I mean? And you could have, tap dance. But shout out to Wildflowers. I appreciate you. And I like that logo too. If you do photography or film or something, tap in with me. I just got another piece of equipment, the Canon R5 Mark II. And shout out to the Google account. But let's get back into it though. And I don't know if I gave a shout out to Mr. Frank Nitty, Mr. Gritty, putting on for the biddy.
Clear, you've been lied to about Muslim attitudes. I'm giving you the numbers.
But let me ask you, what was your position a few years ago on homosexuality?
My position when growing up was very hostile. That's
very conservative, not hostile, probably very conservative.
It was hostile.
Okay, it was conservative. Okay,
So Health Shellhammer or Shellhammer, that's one heck of a name. Oh, my bad. I said Heath. I said Health, but it's Heath. Heath Shellhammer. That's one heck of a name. It's Mossad. They framed our intelligence, but yes, they exploited a whitey's evil. So shout out to Heath Shellhammer. And I appreciate that, Frank Nitty. Let's get back into it.
If I go to
and I've talked about how I've evolved on that.
Okay, so if I go to some of the countries with homosexuality, 10 countries, homosexuality is a legal punishment in at least death penalties, legal punishment in 10 countries. Afghanistan, Saudi, Iran, Pakistan, Yemen, Qatar, Somalia.
What's the point?
UAE, Nigeria. This is where they're coming from. Okay, so Iran and Saudi, the only two national confirmed to have carried out government-sanctioned executions.
Horrific.
For that. Horrific.
Yeah.
Not one Shia majority nation is for same-sex marriage. Iran criminalizes.
And yet Muslim Americans are.
Well,
interesting.
Not at the highest percentage as you. No, not at the highest percentage as you think. I think the part where
more than most.
So I'm gonna scroll forward slightly a little bit.
Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's to me is.
So again, this shows you how pathetic Patrick Bozo Davis is. He asked him a question about a stooge, a congressman named Randy Fine, this portly, pompous prick who hates Muslims, right? Medhi asked him a direct question. Hey, do you think Randy Fine is a racist? Hey, Randy Fine's not my guy. That's not what he asked you. Remember, this is supposed to be a high IQ millionaire, bro. Answer direct questions. There's nothing to respect about that. If I ask you a direct question, I'm not going to be looking and say, yeah, but he has a Cartier, or yeah, he has a Rolex. Yeah, the dude didn't answer the question. He asked them clear. Do you think this dude is a racist? Yeah, well, he's not my guy. Okay, fine. He's not your guy. Do you think he's a racist? Well, yeah, he's not my guy. What is there to respect about that? That's nothing masculine or manly about that. Someone asks you, another man asks you a direct question, and then you tap dance and obfuscate. What is masculine about that? If anything, that's more effeminate. But let's commence.
LGBTQ is all about, and all this stuff being taught by schools.
I'm not debating that had an impact. It had an impact, by the way, on Latino communities too.
It did.
There's a lot of Latino
and they went conservative. They don't like that.
But by the way, so two things. One, I'm not denying that. I said I'm the one who brought it up and said it was partly LGBTQ.
Sure, yeah.
But it wasn't the big drive. The big driver was Gaza, right? And number two.
Well, by the way, just respectfully, we're going to find out if you're right or I'm right in 2028.
I agree.
You understand what I'm saying? Because
right now, what's interesting
is, yeah.
Right now, as of right now, 2026, Trump has totally destroyed that coalition. He had a lot of Muslim support, not anymore. He had a lot of Latino support. It's collapsed. I know. We'll see if it's the same. Well, we'll also know in the midterms. But yes, that coalition he seemed to have built, that scary coalition for those of us on the left, he's his own worst enemy, Donald Trump. He did, with ICE, he destroyed his Latino support. With Iran, he supported a lot of it, and Israel, he's destroyed a lot of his Muslim support. But I would make a wider point, which is, at the end of the day, and I say this to Muslim communities, you can't vote based just on religion or just on foreign policy. You cannot be single issue voters. As a Muslim American, you need to care about everything in America. You need to care about the economy. You need to care about healthcare. And I think most Muslim Americans do. And I think they make decisions. By the way, the big reason the Republican Party will not win over Muslims or Arab Americans in big numbers is because of the racism, Patrick, fundamentally.
That racism is BS. I don't
What? You don't think Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
So y'all heard him. He said the racism is BS, but then he's always trying to make a comparison about how white people are victims of races. You saw this chick over here, Penny. It sound like Penny. Oh, maybe Penny agrees with you, but then as soon as I start talking and she's saying, oh, but Whitey is the problem. I'm out. And let's just say that I was saying that. Why would you chimp out? Why would you have low impulse control and run? See, this is the problem. They love to say the Black community has an accountability problem. No, we take more accountability than any other group. There's a litany of Sambos and buck-broken tap dancing tethers. What about black on black crime? You can find a litany of videos. Anton Kuntan Daniels. They got the conservative perspective. Jesse Lee Peterson. The Hodge Sambo twins. There's a litany of groups saying black people ain't ish, black people is pathetic, black people at the bottom, black people this. Whether you like it or not, that's accountability. Every day there's a litany of black people saying that Carmelo Anthony is guilty. Whether you like it or not, that's accountability. Where's the juxtaposition? Where's the flip side? When Charlie Kirk, a white dude, was alleged to be shot in the neck by another trans-loving white dude, no one called it white-on-white crime. No one talked about fatherless homes. No one said who raised these people. No one talked about culture. But as soon as it's a black person, then suddenly we have to talk about culture and what was his GPA and all these other types of things, right? And Patrick Bozo David is all aboard to try to paint the white victim narrative. But then when it comes to black people who are actually victimized, he says, oh, don't have a victim mindset. He'll bring on a bigoted white Jew like Dennis Prager to say that, hey, black people have a victim mindset, but Jews don't. So black people are supposed to get over being called a nigger, right? Get over it. It's just a word. But then if someone says free, free, free Palestine, those are just words. That's anti-Semitic. So calling a black person a nigger is okay, but saying globalize the intifada is anti-Semitic, that's what you've been convinced, right? I heard nigger in a rap song, so it's okay, right? Okay, well, I'll make a rap song called Free, Free, Free Palestine, globalize the intifada. will it be okay then? Yeah, the logic doesn't hold, but let's get back into this pathetic, buck-broken individual.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's to me.
You don't think Donald Trump is a racist?
Not at all.
When he says to Rashida Tlaib, you should go back to right? And number two,
well, by the way,
Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's...
Y'all heard that. One more again. Do you think Randy Fine's a racist? Randy Fine's not my guy. That's not what he asked you.
Randy Fine's a racist?
Randy Fine's not my guy.
But he's a Republican in Florida.
No, he's to me.
You don't think Donald Trump is a racist?
Not at all.
When he says to Rashida Tlaib, you should go back to where you came from. She's
if
from
you
Michigan.
don't like America, go back.
She's born and raised in Michigan. That's racist, Patrick. When I grew up, you tell someone to go back to where they came from, you start a fight.
Listen, we're both from the
Somalis garbage.
Dude, we're both
That's racist.
You lived in UK. I've lived in Middle East, but we're both from the same area region. We are what a lot of, if we walked in the streets and say we don't have a name, they will look at us in maybe a different way than they do the average guy. You're not a white guy. I'm not a white guy. Okay. When you're talking about all this stuff, you said Muslim, people coming in here. I'll tell you another thing that is a concern of mine. I want to know what you're going to say about this. When it comes down to age for marriage in some of these countries, give your rebuttal. I'm curious. So if a person comes from a country, or like in Sudan, the minimum age for marriage.
To be honest, the Middle East is a made-up term, just like sub-Saharan. There's no Middle North, no Middle South. All the Middle East is just a term to try to disaggregate and delineate from Africa. Middle Eastern people are literally North African. But if you call them African, I'm Middle Eastern. Yeah, you're African. I'm Arab. You're African. I'm Muslim. You're African. They're literally in North Africa, but then they'll try to say, I'm North African, huh? You're African. You know what I mean? They're more African than you, but they want you to be looking back. So think about this. Palestinians, when they come to America, they're classified as white. Lebanese people are classified as white. They're literally African, but they're classified as white. And meanwhile, foundational Black American freedom, and they want you looking to Africa. If you go to Africa, Frank Nitty, if you go to Africa, guess what they're going to call you? An American. So while you're in your homeland in America, they want you to call yourself an African. But if you go to Africa, Africans call you American. Make it make sense. You have these actual Africans that come to America and are classified as white, but they don't want to call themselves African, even though that's what they are. So many of these people are actually anti-Black. The whole Middle Eastern term is an inherently anti-Black term. Is to try to say, hey, look, we're not like those sub-Saharans. And what they try to say is the Middle Easterns are just simply darker Caucasians. That's why Syrians are considered white. Palestinians, white. Egyptians, white. Now, you can say that they're not white, but we're talking about the American context in the U.S. Census. If they're not white, then why are they all too glad to check the white box? There's a box that says other. Why don't they check that other box and then write in Palestinian or write in Egyptian? Instead, they gladly and gleefully check the white box. But then when you call them white, hey, I'm Muslim, I'm Arab. There's no race called Muslim. There's no race called Arab. There's no race called Middle Eastern. So again, how are they identifying as racially and socially white, but you're not supposed to call them white because they're not white? Well, don't check the white box. Imagine I give you a poll and I say, hey, check the box for your favorite team. And then you check the box of the Warriors. And then I say, hey, your favorite team is the Warriors. Hey, you can't say that the Warriors are my favorite team. Well, that's the box you checked. I asked which team was your favorite. You checked the Warrior box. And now I say the Warriors are your favorite team. Yeah, you can't say that. Huh? It doesn't make any sense. You've been given options. They say other because if you don't think that you're white, then you check the other box because, hey, I'm not Black. I'm not this. I'm not that. I'm something other. So they giving you an out to check the other box, but that's not what they do. They check the white box and then say, don't call me white. Oh, don't call you what you racially and socially identify as, make it make sense. And shout out to Flower Lotus. I appreciate you for sliding through. Let's get back into it.
Age is 10 years old. Are you for that? I don't think you are. In Iran, the legal age for marriage is 13 years old.
Okay.
As young as 9 with parental consent. Are you for that? I'm certain you're not, okay? And I'm not saying you're taking...
Again, this is the pathetic nature of Patrick Bet-David. Did y'all know that the age of consent in Japan was 10 years old? It just changed a few years ago to 13. So that means a few years ago, if you were a 50-year-old man or a 70-year-old man, you can have intercourse relations with a 10-year-old legally in Japan. Now they've upped the age limit to 13. So now you can be 77 years old and have intercourse with the 13-year-old. But nobody is talking about the Japanese culture. Nobody is talking about like, damn, just only a few years ago, the age of consent was 10. So you mean to tell me you think that no grown men were fondling and penetrating 10-year-olds? I know it sounds disgusting, right? But why won't you call their culture disgusting? This is what their culture permitted. This ain't me just making this up. If y'all don't believe me, I can pull it up in real time, but you can just do a simple Google search. A few years ago, the Japanese age of consent was 10 years old. There were multiple senior citizens who were fondling 10-year-olds, and then they upped it to 13-year-olds. So now they're fondling 13-year-olds, right? Whose culture is this, right? What's worse, some crusty nigga from Oakland doing a drive-by because he was in a gang and then he gets locked up and held accountable, or some old dude who knows better who's fondling 10-year-olds? You know what I mean? Yeah, you don't want to see a nigga doing drive-bys and stuff, but what is really worse, right? Some misguided youth doing a drive-by, or a coherent adult touching a 10-year-old? I'm just saying, is Patrick Bet-David going to say that we should ban Japanese people because this is their culture? We know the answer.
Taking these positions. Yemen, no legal
what is your
minimum wage.
I don't know where you're going.
I'll ask you the question. Yemen, no legal minimum age. 1/3 of women 20 to 24 will marry before 18 years old. Iraq parliament in 2024 moved to allow age girls to marry as young as 9 years old under Jafari school law. Pakistan, 1.9 million child brides in Pakistan,
Terrific.
6th highest in the world, okay? By the way, the good news with that, I want to give that credit as well. Islamabad, capital territory, just changed the minimum age to 18. Good for them. They're making progress. Nigeria, over 50% of girls married before the age of 15.
What's the question, Patrick?
This is the question. Culturally, if you're coming from this environment to America, notice I didn't say every other country that's coming from Muslim. If you're coming from that culture to America, does that coincide? Because if you've lived there for 30, 40 years, and these are the values you've lived with, then you're coming here, there's a clash with the Western ideology. What do you say to that?
I will say two things. Number one, all of the social sciences show that when people move to a country within a generation, max 2, they do assimilate to local values. And I just gave you the numbers for it. Muslims in America and Britain who come from dictatorships support democracy more than non-Muslim Americans in Britain. The percentages are there. American Muslims are more open to homosexuality and the acceptability of homosexuality, having lived in the US, than white Christian evangelical Protestant. So the data shows that within generations, they do not, they do adapt or do assimilate, integrate, whatever word. These are all loaded phrases. And by the way, Europe and America are different, by the way, don't forget. Europe is a very secular place. So when you're moving there, it's actually very different. America is actually more hospitable to Muslims coming from those places because we are still very much a Christian country with very conservative attitudes. It's funny, Rob's on duty, I hope still. I got a request for Rob here. You mentioned you're giving me these child bride ages. Rob, pull up American states. How many of the states in America had child marriages until very recently? What's the age of consent? What's the lowest age of consent in American states till very recently? So when you're already at 13, 14, 15, until very recently, American states, that's now. You can see there are states that until very recently was 12, 13, 14. So America maybe doesn't get to give so many lessons on some of these things. And by the way, what is the biggest scandal in this country right now? It's the pedophile who was protected by the president of the United States. This Donald Trump not just protected Jeffrey Epstein after lying and saying he would expose.
There are so many places I can go with that.
Please, he also gave Ghislaine Maxwell a kind of a soft ride in prison. He also was going to appoint Matt Gaetz, a man who was accused by the House Ethics Committee of sleeping with a 17-year-old. He was going to make him Attorney General. Yeah. So please don't give lessons to other people now about ages of consent. Not you personally, but anyone in America. Let's clean up our own house.
Medhi, the question isn't about cleaning up our stuff. God knows we have a lot of stuff to do. FYI, when people start talking about Epstein, I can guarantee you no conservative podcaster has spoken about Epstein more than us. I guarantee, just so you know, we're not one that they sit there and say, hey, we love, because they're not going to talk about Epstein. Go online on YouTube when you leave here to just gain the credibility. Say,
you're talking about cultural clashes. That's the point you're making. There's a clash of cultures. I'm saying there's not.
You and I are sitting here, we're talking. Can you and I coexist?
Yeah.
And just give me 1 second, because I like to hit y'all with some scholarship, because, you know, they love to talk about foundational Black American culture, but many of y'all don't even know about this. So, you know, because this was, you know, over a decade ago. But there was a game, a Japanese game. It was called Grape, you know, minus the G, Grape Lay. And don't worry, I'm going to make it bigger, right? And all you got to do is, you know, if you're ever perusing on these XXX corn sites, they have niche categories where people do this grape play, where they pretend to forcibly penetrate people. Now, I mean, how could you get aroused by that unless that's some sort of sick, twisted fantasy that you actually want to happen? And since you think that, hey, I can't make it happen, I'm going to manifest it by, you know, doing a grape role play. Now let's go through this, right? Again, whose culture is this? Now, the game was called Grape Lay. Now, what you do in the game, players stalk and grape a mother and her 2 daughters. So in this game, you don't just grape the mother, you grape her daughters. Also in this game, you can gang grape. And on top of that, once you forcibly penetrate the chick, and this is all in the video game, and this video game came out, I think, in 2008 and 2009. It's a Japanese game. They tried to get it in the American market, and then people stood up against it, right? So, and y'all can look this stuff up. You know, I'm just giving the liberty of bringing it up. In the game, you can get the mother or her daughters pregnant. And then once they become visibly pregnant in this game, you can beat them until the baby perishes. Whose sick, twisted culture is this? For the people who came up with the game, who raised them? Was the person who came up with this game raised in a fatherless home, or were they raised in a 2-parent home with a silver spoon? Because they love to talk about some random nigga in Chicago that was an orphan that does some crime. Okay, we can at least have an explanation. What explanation is there? Because they love to talk about Japanese culture and how superior and how smart they are. So these people with superior culture and smart, sophisticated acumen decided to make a grape game where you get people pregnant and beat the baby and have a forced abortion. I mean, does this game sound like, ooh, I want to play that? Sign me up. Put me on pre-order. What type of demented, twisted mind would think of something like this? I'm just saying, look this up. The game is called Grape Lay, made by a company called Illusion, based in Yokohama, Japan. Did any of you guys know about this stuff? Would you play a game like this where you can go around, grape people, and then get them pregnant and then beat them so the baby doesn't exist anymore? I'm just saying. So let me pull the other video back up. Just give me uno momento. And then I'm only going to play a little bit more of this video so I can transition. I think I spent more time than I had planned on doing this, but you know, the chat was chatting. So there we have it.
Do you think you and I can live in the same community?
Yes.
Do you think you and I can live in the same?
I mean, you live in a much bigger house on a richer street.
You're a pretty rich guy, bro.
No,
You're a multi-millionaire, Doug. Like, don't act like you're smart.
I read on the way here in a Spectator that you have a 75 grand a week house in the Hamptons. I can't get near that.
You believe this stuff? This is all fake.
It's not true.
That they
not
tell
true.
You. You're so funny. Vinny, we have to make sure we don't post pictures this summer where we're staying at, because Medhi is going to be.
And Roger says, my other phone lost power, was gone for 15 minutes. I come back to the Japanese favorite pastime, RAPE. That's why I stopped watching manga anime. Yeah, if you look at a lot of the manga, like they won't just have just like a regular thing. They'll have a person with like a, you feel me, like a 30-inch penis plowing some little young teenage girl, you know, and then like she's exploding all over the screen, and you're like, oh, it's just anime, it's just cartoon, you know what I mean? They have all of these sick, forcibly penetrating rituals that goes on in games, and not only that, in their XXX videos, you know what I mean? So in order for you to create these videos, you have to think about them, you have to direct them, you have to map out the scenes and kind of storybook it. So there's a lot of thought, effort, and creativity put into these RAPE scenes. That's a cultural issue. And Frank says these people are sick. Yes, many of them are. And Wildflower says no, he doesn't want to play a game where you can hypothetically forcibly penetrate a mother and her two daughters, get them pregnant, and then you beat them to a pulp so that the baby is unalived. Who thinks of that? I knew the Japanese had a weird degenerate media making characters look like children, always disgusted me, but this video game is spine chilling. Yeah, many people don't know about this game at all. They try to just throw it under the wraps. If there was a black dude that had came up with a game to go around and be graping people, we know he would never live that down. They would talk about how monstrous and how barbaric we are. But then when a Japanese company makes this game, it's just nothing to see here, you know what I mean? And not only that, they're going around on Twitter blaming black people, saying we hate black people and black people are scared. So you got a bomb dropped on you by white people, and there's a lot of white worship in the Asian community, and Japan being one of them, right? Japan used to make their characters look more Asiatic, more Japanese, slanted eyes and all this other stuff. But now many of their characters look lily white. And I always bring up Dragon Ball Z. Dragon Ball Z's, those characters are Asian. But when they reach their highest pinnacle of power, they turn white. They go from looking like, you know, someone named Hattori Yamamoto to someone that looks like Harry Styles. Huh? Okay. Yeah, I'm from Cali. I'm from the Bay Area, the land of the scandals. I'm from a small city, Pittsburgh, California, but I'm over here in Oakland, and we still got the royal and the rambunctious room shaker still in built-in. Salute to you, room shaker.
You're talking shit to us.
75 grand a week. Well done.
Yeah. Where were we at? We were talking about, okay, you and I can coexist.
Yes.
Why?
And my parents are from India, which has a lot of backward things going on. But a lot of child marriage.
You got a little bit of UK. You went to a good school. You went to Oxford.
Who made the school happen? My parents from India.
Your parents.
They paid for it. They worked hard for it.
But
so they were immigrants.
It's an FYI. But, okay.
But what if Patrick Bet David in the 1960s said my dad shouldn't come
because he's from India? Do you want me to go to a different place? Let me take you to this next place. You ready? Okay, let me go to the next place.
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Cars.
Oh damn! I accidentally hit the wrong screen. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna pull that back up. You live in Fresno from Altadena. Is Altadena the place that burnt down? Is that the place where it burnt down? Because let me know, because that was scandalous, you know, what happened over there with the fires. But I used to live in Fresno. I lived on the west side in the dog pound off Church and Elm. You know what I mean? You know, it's kind of by like the Tajas market and everything. When I lived in Fresno, cats was like, oh, bro, you live in the dog pound. I ain't coming over there. But, you know, I was out there with my equipment. You know what I mean? If you in the Fresnos, do you know the Muhammads? Yeah, a lot of cats say that too. You know, it's the Bay in me, man. But salute to, you know, SoCal and Fresno. You know what I mean? The 5'5" Nina. But let's get back into it. Let me pull this video up. I'm only going to play a little bit more of this video because I still do have. And damn, you know, I'm so sorry to hear that, bro. Salute to you, you know, because what they're trying to do is just completely gentrify that entire area. So, you know, they're kind of glad that it happened. But, you know, there was a dude over there. I think he had like he had his whole family there. It was like he had a house, his mom had a house, his brother and sister had a house, and all of their houses got burnt up. You know what I mean? So it's just extremely unfortunate. So, you know, condolences to you and your family, and hopefully you guys are able to, you know, rebuild bigger and better. So you said you've been here for about 25 years. Okay, got you. Well, salute to the brother or sister. You know, I don't want to misgender you, but salute to the individual wildflower. So I'm going to play a little bit more of this video, and then I'm going to pivot, you know what I mean, this one, because I had to do a extensive and a thorough breakdown. But I'm going to play the rest of it. Hold on. Where the hell is that video at? Okay, cool. Let me pull the video back.
Going on,
but
a lot of child
you
marriage.
got a little bit of UK. You went to a good school. You went to Oxford.
Who made the school happen? My parents from India.
Your parents.
They paid for it. They worked hard for it.
But
so they were immigrants.
It's an FYI. Okay.
But what?
Okay, cool. I thought you was a brother. I'm just saying, I didn't want to, you know, misgender you. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm glad you found, you know, because it's like, man, we all we got, we all we need. My channel was shadow banned, so I don't even know how the hell you found me. Like, I'm not even monetized, so I only come up here because I'm truly a man of the people. You know what I mean? We often think too much alike. I've been pointing out my Super Saiyan Aryan connection since the 90s, and my folks shined me on, or I think you maybe shunned me on. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, I like Dragon Ball Z. Is like the characters are dope. The storylines are dope. They did do, you know, some kind of anti-blackness. You know, they had some characters in there, you know, any of the darker characters, they gave them minstrel type features. So all of this stuff was a hidden agenda to like pander to the dub supremacists, to throw us under the bus and say, hey, look. And then they try to frame it as, hey, we wanted to crack into the American market. So just say that you were buck broken, right? You were psychologically buck broken. You thought that the only way that you can have access to this Western market was to basically caucasify your characters. And I just made that up, but y'all get what I'm saying. Like they put some caucasity in the characters, right? Dragon Ball Z, right? They're Asian. And then they reach the higher of their power, and then they just turn into Macaulay Culkin. Like, come on now. It goes from Bruce Lee, it'd be Bruce Lee, and then when they reach their highest power, they turn into Ben Stiller. Okay. Let's get back into it.
What if Patrick Bet David in the 1960s said my dad shouldn't come?
Do you want me to go
India?
to a different place? Let me take you to this next place. You ready? Okay, let me go to the next place. What religious groups that come here make the most money in America?
No idea.
Of course you do. Hinduism, number one. Yeah. $166,000.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, great.
You know that number. Yeah, great community.
Now being attacked by right-wing Republicans.
Not me.
No, I didn't say you. I said right-wing Republicans.
I'm telling you my position. I know. And I have some, by the way, I have guys that are working here that say that. That's their position. But
that's
we
why
can
the Republican Party's racist and you shouldn't.
No, we sit and we debate because we think that's the right way to do it. Because your book is called what?
Yeah.
Win the Art of Debating Argument. Put the
racist.
link below, Rob, so if people want to go support the book, they have it. Watch this. Hinduism, 166, $200,000. Pretty good. It's contributing to society.
I'm a great admirer of the Hindu community.
Judaism, you're supportive of them? $115,000. You think they're net positive for America?
Yes.
Okay. Protestants, 82,500. Orthodox Christians, 78. Catholicism, 74. Islam, 68, right? Atheists are 85. Okay, they're making $85,000. And then you got, what is it? Buddhism. Man, that's a bad shout out to Buddhists. You guys got to figure out a way to make money, guys. This is like serious stuff right there. They pray a lot. Yes. So to me, this isn't about skin color or racism. Like when I meet Indians in America, I got to tell you, the ones I've met, they love America. They actually love living here.
I get what you're saying, Patrick, but and this is a slight problem for you because you say I'm not speaking for Republican Party, but you are in the right-wing media space. There's no debate about that.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah, but you're an immigrant from Iran who came in as a refugee.
I have a slightly different view.
Exactly. Exactly. So when you say Hinduism...
And this is the other thing that they always try to do too. Like, let me just pull this down too, because I'm just kind of sick of this thing. They always try to talk about, hey, it ain't no white supremacy because look how much these Asians are, earning and all this type of stuff. When you look at who's the top earners in America, it's not Asians, it's white people. You know what I mean? Look at who owns all these Fortune 500 companies, right? They always pretend it's like Asians are doing so good and they're the model minorities. Okay, fine. If Asians are so smart and so good, then our next 10, 20 presidents should be all Asian, right? But then when they start doing that, then they like, whoa, we didn't say that. Look at Ann Coulter. She loves Vivek Ramaswamy until she said, yeah, but I wouldn't vote for you for president because you're Indian. They don't mind them being anti-black. They don't mind them having success. But when you start trying to be in a leadership position, like, hold on, dude, then they become Pajeets and street shitters. Before, they're the model minorities, right? If they're crapping on the blacks, they're the model minorities. But then as soon as they try to say, hey, we're just like you, they're like, no, Pajeet, you're a street shitter. That's what the people call them. Now, this is according to U.S. Census, right? On average, among foreign-born households, the average is about 3.4 to 3.1 per rented unit. So on average, there's at least one extra person in the household. So that's one extra income counted. So let's say it's you and your wife, and they count that as a household income. And then they're comparing that to some Asian family where they're counting the wife, the husband, and the brother. You're not going to be able to compete with that because, for one, they have a specialized selected group, right? When they say, hey, here, we want these Chinese people in. See, they'll bring in some poor Latinos that cross the border, but they're not bringing in poor Asians. They're not bringing in some poor people from China. They're bringing in people from China that had a silver spoon in China. So they're bringing in the upper echelon of Chinese society and then comparing that to some low IQ thug in Baltimore. Make it make sense. So even Latino, on average, many of them have about 4 people in the house. So you're comparing a household income of 3 to 4 to 2. It doesn't even make sense. Imagine you were doing a tug of war. One team has 4 people and the other team has 1 or 2. And then you say, hey, this team is just stronger. Yeah, collectively with 4 people on the team. But how about you do a 1v1? Oh, no, we can't do that. We have to do a 4v1 or 2v1 and then compare. That's what they're doing. This is why they always talk about the household income size. And if these households are inherently bigger, of course their income is going to be bigger. But just look at how many Asians are actually Fortune 500 CEOs and owners. They'll put some of them disproportionately in some leadership positions, But then when you start looking down, most of the leadership positions are white, and not just white men. And after that is white women. So all they do is take a hyper selected sample size and try to say, hey, look, Asians are earning the most. But what Asians are they talking about? Are they talking about Cambodians? Does anyone think that Cambodians are earning the same amount as Chinese immigrants? Does anyone think that Filipino immigrants are earning the same amount as Korean immigrants? Does anyone think that someone from Thailand, Bangladesh, or Nepal is earning the same amount as a prestigious Japanese immigrant? Who are we kidding here? So let me pull this back up. And like I said, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure these things out.
Great. Okay, go tell the Texas Republican Party. Go tell conservatives in Texas.
You know
why? Let me finish my point. All these Hindus in Texas, well-off Hindus, they supported Trump and MAGA. And guess what? They're trying to build a temple in Houston, and people are protesting outside saying, take this demonic religion outside. Yeah. I'm no fan of Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I've interviewed him. We had a great clash, but I do admire him as a smart guy. He succeeded in life. He's super patriotic. He's very eloquent. He's running for governor of Ohio. Did you see the clip the other day? Guy stands up in the crowd. Groiper guy stands up, says, Hinduism is a pagan, demonic religion. Why should we have you lead us? This is what the Republican.
Yeah, the white lefty lunatics are just kind of like the liberals that Malcolm X warned us about. In many regards, the lefties are worse, because at least the conservatives and, the Confederate cuckoo quacks, they're at least very blatant and overt with their anti-blackness. But meanwhile, the kind of lefty losers and lunatics, they try to pretend, hey, we are the world and we are the people, and we're going to sing Kumbaya and roast marshmallows over a campfire. And then you get there, you say, hey, what about reparations, or what about an anti-black hate crime bill? Or fine, you don't support reparations, you don't support an anti-black hate crime bill. Is there any specific legislation that you support to help uplift and enfranchise this community? And it's always no. We got to help everybody, and that's fine. We are the ones who fought for civil rights. Civil rights are the original all lives matter, rising tide lift all boats. We were the only ones fighting for that. But now we're saying, when they talk about what about black on black crime, they don't say what about POC on POC crime. They don't say what about black and brown on black and brown crime. They don't say what about yellow on yellow crime. They say what about black on black crime. So since you've deemed that this is such a problematic issue, I need to focus on black people committing crime on other black people. Then they say, hey, no, we can't focus on that. What about Gaza? What about the trans issues? Okay, and then we start focusing on Gaza. And then guess what? Crime still persists. Okay, then we start focusing on ICE out. And then guess what? Crime still persists. So then they talk about black on black crime. Yeah, black on black crime is an issue. Okay, how are we going to fix that? Well, we can fix that by focusing on Gaza. Black schools are failing. How are we going to fix that? You can fix the black schools failing by bringing in a bunch of non-English speaking immigrants, and we'll give them resources to learn Spanish. That will help the black community. Right? Like, what the hell are we talking about? Okay, black men, they need jobs. They need to be gainfully employed. So how are we going to help these black men get gainfully employed? Well, we'll help the black men get gainfully employed by advocating for trans bathrooms. Okay, like I said, 'tis the season to hold your own nuts. All of these people, they support reparations. They just don't support it for foundational black Americans. Y'all heard Pramila Jayapal. She wants reparations for undocumented citizens, right? They want reparations for Palestinians, which I believe they should get reparations, a Marshall Plan, etc. That's not going to be my primary issue. Your kid is failing in an American school, but somehow worrying about Gaza will help your kid get an A? Okay.
Party, for you to say they're not a racist party, when I'm seeing what they're doing to Vivek Ramaswamy, forget Muslims, what they're doing to Hindus in Texas, what they're doing to Hindus in Ohio, this is a white supremacist party. Yes.
White supremacist.
What's your definition of racism? Is nobody racist?
No one. I think.
What's your definition of racist, Patrick?
May I finish?
Please.
You're raising your voice. Why are you screaming? I'm sitting right
what
across
up?
from you,
What
bro.
up?
Like, let's act American, not Middle
You
Eastern.
shouted earlier, but yes,
I know, fair enough. Okay. So to me,
I don't know if that was supposed to be funny. Let's just say that he was being condescending and facetious. He's like, you're raising your voice, man. Like, come on, bro. Stop getting triggered. He wasn't raising his voice. He was being impassioned. And then he says, man, don't act Middle Eastern. So he's willing to throw out these stereotypical tropes of his community in favor of acting American. You know what acting American is? Acting American is enslaving people. Acting American is slaughtering over 1 million buffalo. Acting American is being genocidal. Acting American is using crony capitalism to be a corrupt, conniving kook. He's talking about, hey, don't be Middle Eastern, act American. Acting American is creating black codes, lynching people for the color of their skin. That's what acting American is.
I think a part of it is, I think everybody has a little bit of bigotry in them, okay? Everybody. And I know it's going to sound like, what are you talking about? I think everybody is a little bit against some community. By the way, it could be us.
Again, these are just excuses. You don't know everybody. So I get like he's trying to make this prediction and then, oh man, I think everybody is a little bit bigoted. Nah, you can't really definitively say that. You're just trying to make this presumption to say, and what they try to do is that they try to coddle the bigots and say, hey, yeah, they were bigoted, but if you look at it, everybody's a little bit bigoted. No, it's not. And that's not an excuse to be bigoted, because there was a time when everybody had incestuous relationships. Would you be like, hey, I'm hypothetically engaging in an incestuous relationship because everybody was doing it at this time? There was a time when every civilization was enslaving people. But would Patrick Bet David want his kids enslaved because there was a time when everybody did it? Like, these cowardly excuses are just pathetic. They talk about personal responsibility and then they pivot. Yeah, let's just say hypothetically that everybody was being bigoted. No, you have to answer for why you're being bigoted. You can't look around and say, hey, everybody, you know, there was a time when everybody was robbing banks and that's why I want to rob a bank because, hey, you know, Machine Gun Kelly, Bonnie and Clyde, everybody was doing it. But, you know, you don't know everybody. So you can't literally say what everybody was doing. There's billions and billions of people on the planet. He can't definitively, factually say that everybody has some sort of bigoted proclivities. This is him trying to speak it into existence and project and proclaim this so that it can give cover for him, you know, butt kissing for bigots. But again, this is supposed to be a high IQ argument. Because he has money, then you excuse it. But this argument is a crock of you know what.
Tell you, the ones I've met, they love America. They actually love living here.
I get what you're saying, Patrick, but and this is a slight problem for you because you say I'm not speaking for Republican Party, but you are in the right-wing media space. There's no debate about that.
I'm not debating that.
Yeah, but you're an immigrant from Iran who came in as a refugee.
I have a slightly different view.
Exactly, exactly. So when you say Hinduism, great. Okay, go tell the Texas Republican Party. Go tell conservatives in Texas.
You know
why? Do you know? Let me finish my point. All these Hindus in Texas, well-off Hindus, they supported Trump and MAGA. And guess what? They're trying to build a temple in Houston, and people are protesting outside, saying, "Take this demonic religion outside."
So all those Hindus like Vivek Ramaswamy or Vivek Ramaswamy, they was all MAGA, they was all anti-black, trying to be the model minority. And then when they tried to establish some sort of symbolic gesture of Hinduism, the bigots and MAGA morons start calling them Pajits and street shitters. So they had no issues going at black people. You know, Vivek Ramaswamy was talking about fatherless homes and all this other stuff. He said all of these anti-black tropes and dog whistles. And guess what? They still called him a sand nigga. They still called him a Pajit street shitter.
No fan of Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I've interviewed him. We had a great clash, but I do admire him as a smart guy. He succeeded in life. He's super patriotic. He's very eloquent. He's running for governor of Ohio. Did you see the clip the other day? Guy stands up in the crowd. Groiper guy stands up, says, Hinduism is a pagan, demonic religion. Why should we have you lead us? This is what the Republican Party, for you to say they're not a racist party, when I'm seeing what they're doing to Vivek Ramaswamy, forget Muslims, what they're doing to Hindus in Texas, what they're doing to Hindus in Ohio. This is a white supremacist party. Yes.
White supremacist.
What's your definition of racism? Is nobody racist?
No one. I think.
What's your definition of racist, Patrick?
May I finish?
Please.
You're raising your voice. Why are you screaming? I'm sitting right
what
across
about?
from you, bro. Like, let's act American, not Middle Eastern.
You shouted earlier, but yes,
I know,
Middle Eastern.
fair enough. Okay. So to me, I think a part of it is, I think everybody has a little bit of bigotry in them, okay? Everybody. And I know it's going to sound like, what are you talking about? I think everybody is a little bit against some community. By the way, it could be as simple as, you're a Red Sox fan, I'm a Yankees fan, I can't stand you. There's no way we can coexist.
Agreed.
It could be you're from Boston, I'm from New York.
Tribalism. People are tribal.
By the way, that's natural.
Agreed.
That's not like, you were a kid, you were part of a gang, you're part of another gang.
Honestly, I don't even know why Medhi is agreeing with that point. So he's trying to say everybody is against some group. Hey, well, if you're a Red Sox fan, you may be against Yankees. Yeah, come on now. How many Red Sox fans is calling for the lynching of Yankees fans just simply because they're Yankees fans? Now, he's trying to conflate that level of bigotry with, fans clashing and having competitive banter versus people that are like racially discriminatory and prejudiced towards each other. It's not the same thing. So I don't know why, Medhi, you're trying to throw him a bone and concede to this point, because there's really no comparison. Someone having competitive banter and saying, hey, you like the Mets and I'm a Yankees fan, that's not the same as discriminating on someone because of the color of their skin. This is a pathetic argument.
Hey, we're gonna
attacking a religious minority is not.
So that's that part. The other side is calling. Like, if there's one thing, like I brought the what do you call it, Westmore that we're speaking to, and I'm like, you realize, like, for Democrats, why did they lose so much of their support during this period? Let me finish, and you can argue and say we didn't. I think some of the positions they took in COVID was out of control. I think some of the positions they took with LGBTQ, to me, was out of control. Calling everybody racist, a little too much. Calling everybody a bigot, a little too much. Making everybody feel like I'm a bad person.
You need to read the book, my friend. These are all straw man. Calling everybody a racist. I was very specific. I said Randy Fine's a racist. I said Donald Trump's a racist. I said the Republican.
Yeah, all this thing sounds like victimhood. Remember, these are the same people that says, hey, so what if someone calls you a nigga? It's just a word. Get over it. Okay, fine. Nigga is just a word, but guess what else is just a word? Racist. So you're supposed to be, triggered, because and I'm talking about Patrick Bet-David. He gets triggered if someone calls him a racist, but someone shouldn't care if someone goes around like Chud the Builder calling people niggers to their face. I mean, come on now. Nobody was going around saying lynch those racists. They were saying lynch those niggas, though. There's a history of people being subjugated and being called nigga. What people have been oppressed because they were called a racist? Or here, let's disenfranchise those racists. They had Levitt towns and black codes. They said no blacks and no niggas allowed. They didn't have no places that said no racist allowed. So these people love to do this thing. They called me a racist. So what? Like, okay. And let's just say they were calling Patrick Bozo David a racist. This dude has hundreds of millions of dollars. Does anyone in the chat, would you care if I was calling you a racist every day? Or here, let me up the ante. If I called you a racist, B-I-E-I-E-I-H every day, but you had millions and millions of dollars, would you care? Like, you're sitting home with hands full of millions of dollars. He called me a racist. Like, come on, man. Like, this dude is pathetic. And Roger says, I heard someone saying we were the first to gain proximity to whiteness via civil rights. I see it as we were trying to get a seat at the table. Well, the thing is, we didn't gain proximity to whiteness. Many of us was already here, and the people who were forcibly transported here, they didn't gain proximity. There's forced proximity, and the proximity became organic because you forced the proximity, and then with some of the breeding farms, some of the freedmen, and just the natural interaction of mixed populations being on this same landmass, there's going to be proximity. Now, we weren't fighting for proximity to the people. What we were fighting for is to be treated equally. We were fighting for the values that this country purported to stand for. All men are created equal. That's what we wanted to integrate into. Now, many people were against integration, but some people were thought they can integrate their way into equality, right? Hey, if we integrate into the schools and they get to see, how we actually are as people, maybe they won't hate us so much. But it doesn't matter what you did. These people just hated you, right? They try to talk about the behavior and all this stuff. When Black people were married at a higher rate than white people, they still burned their houses. When they were educated, they still were saying, hey, you niggas shouldn't read and we're going to make it illegal. So when people actually tried to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and did pull themselves up by their bootstraps and made something of themselves, they still were attacked. And it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. If we integrate and say, hey, look, we're foundational Black American freedmen. We want to live in a colorblind utopia, right? And then once you gain proximity to whiteness based on the integration, then suddenly there's white flight, et cetera, et cetera. So then when you say, hey, look, white proximity is dangerous towards us. We want to be separate but equal. Then they say, see, you pushing segregation. No, we're not pushing segregation, but we just saying y'all don't want us around us. So then fine, let's just be separate but equal, because we're separate anyways. There's many places that are more segregated than at the height of Jim Crow. The only thing is people just get triggered when they say the term separation. So people want to have white flight and NIMBYism, not in my backyard. They don't want to live next to quote unquote Black people. They say there goes the neighborhood and you're going to lower my property values. So they try to pretend as if, hey, we don't want segregation. And then when you say, bro, we're already segregated, so fine. Since we're going to stay segregated, let's just have equality. Then they frame the equality as DEI and affirmative action, etc. But that's how they were able to get their home, was based on white affirmative action. Simply like, i.e. the Homestead Act, where they gave millions and millions of free acres to poor peasants, some of them that smelled like piss and sulfur. Many of them, were lice infested, and they were like, hey, give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor. But like, there's no instance when people would be asking for sick, tired, and poor people, only when you're trying to displace a particular group. Because think of it in any context. If you had a beautiful daughter and you wanted some young men to court her for marriage, would you say, give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor to marry my daughter? If you want to build a Fortune 500 company, would you say, give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor? There's no context would you would say that. Hey, I'm on a NASCAR team and I need a pit crew. Give us your sick, you're tired, you're poor. Like, there's no context when you would say that. The only reason why they said that was to pander towards a certain demographic of immigrants, and they wanted cheap labor. This was after slavery. But because before, this country was super isolated and isolationist. They didn't want anyone here. They discriminated against white people. They said, if you are white, you can't be some filthy peasant. You have to be a white person of good standing, i.e. a landowner, etc. You know what I mean? But then there were multiple factors, birth rates, etc. So that's the only reason why they start calling certain people over here for a cheap labor pool. So, and this coincided with them also doing the mass incarceration campaign via debt peonage, sharecropping, etc. So no, this country has never been just this, bastion of benevolence. So no, he said mankind has issues in every form of their life with each other. Than that, if you use Einstein's theory of relativity, it all connects. Well, I know Einstein was anti-black, so I don't really use his theories. And we were not trying to throw anyone else under the bus to get there. Then again, there was no one else to throw under the bus. Your thoughts? Well, I mean, I didn't read your full thing, but yeah, there was no one else under the bus. This is why they try to say don't make things black and white, but everything has always been black and white. This is why I'm vehemently against the term people of color, because just calling it doesn't make any sense. First of all, calling someone a colored person is offensive, but calling them a person of color somehow is okay. People are calling people of color who rejected being labeled a color. Mexicans, for specific, thought to be legally classified as white. But I'm supposed to call them a person of color because some Mexicans are brown and many of them are white. So what are we saying? That the white Mexicans are white, but the dark Mexicans are people of color? It doesn't make any sense. The dark Puerto Ricans are people of color, but the white ones like J-Lo they're Latino. Yeah, but there's no race called Latino. You know what I mean? So these terms are just supposed to be very nebulous, broad, and vague to confuse people. One might not say all of our community was trying to get a seat at their table at the expense of abandoning our own. Yeah, some people were trying to integrate because they thought it was going to give them a certain level of humanity. Some people were trying to integrate because they thought the white ice was colder. Some people were just along for the ride, and some people were vehemently against it. The civil rights movement was about restriction in a country we built, not proximity. That's a Pan-Africanist exaggeration. Yeah, the panties, they always try to push this kind of globalized view of America. But yeah, like I said, America was very restrictionist. They were very isolationist. They were discriminating against white people. The white people had to be in good standing. So they're, and they only push the give us you're sick, you're tired, you're poor. They only push that as to here, give us a cheap labor class that we can exploit. FDAs are the most high conscious to the most high. And just like they want to get rid of the most high, they have to get rid of us and everything else that connects to him and remind me of them. Us conscious people have to do like the most high. All right, let's get back into it.
Parties indulged racism and white supremacy. I can stand by those with
Republican
receipts.
Party that racist.
If a party institutionally allows for racists to take power and do racist policies, what should I call it?
Oh my God.
Okay, let me give you one. Can I give you an example?
Yeah.
Okay, so right now,
yeah.
When you came to America, you came in 1990?
Yep.
In 1990, I checked before I came.
Again, look at these arguments. Medhi is hitting them with facts, and all Patrick Bozo David has to say is, oh my God, is this the best the high IQs have? This little pathetic, pompous prick?
Amen. George Bush Sr. was president.
Yes.
And he allowed in 122,000 refugees, of which 4% were from the Middle East. So you and your family, how many came from your family, if you don't mind me asking?
Me, my mom, my dad, my sister, four.
So four of you were
But my dad came in 84 because my parents got a divorce, and then he came back in 1990 separately.
Okay, so three of you came on that.
We did, yes.
Vetted refugees from Germany.
To Germany. From Germany, we came.
I read it. Story. You came in 1990. So you're part of the lucky 5,000 people from the Middle East.
I feel like I'm the luckiest man alive living in America.
Okay, and that was George Bush Sr. I'm not a man I'm a fan of, but he did that.
Sure.
He understood the response, as did Reagan.
Yep.
Donald Trump since October has allowed in 6,069 refugees only. Not 122,000. Only 6,069. And do you know that 6,066, 99.9% of them are from white South Africa? Only 3 are Afghan.
Dude.
That's the numbers.
Are you serious?
That's a fact.
Okay, you're serious.
Pull it up, Rob. 6,000 refugees. All of them are white South Africans fleeing from an imaginary genocide.
The previous guy brought more people than 4 presidents combined.
Hold on, he brought in 125,000 refugees.
He's trying to say, guys, time out. Let's get jobs for our people.
No, we're talking about refugees. Refugees are different. It's not about jobs. Refugees, your international obligation.
Like you're talking H-1B, green card, which one are you talking about?
Refugees, vetted by, the vetted program.
Sure.
Where you're vetted abroad. You checked you're not a terrorist, all of that stuff.
That's
What happened to you?
Yes.
Biden did it too. He allowed 125,000 people. He upped the cap.
Okay.
Trump dropped the cap with Stephen Miller to 7,500.
Okay.
And since October, he allowed in 6,069, according to the Washington Post.
I want to know where you're going with this.
He allowed in only 3 Afghans and 6,066 white people from South Africa. The two things I would say about that. Number one, that's racist. You let in 99.9% of your refugees are white people who are not refugees, and you don't allow people from Iran, Iraq, Syria. And the second point is, Donald Trump wouldn't have allowed you into this country, and yet you sit and support. You voted for him 3 times. Donald Trump would not have allowed little Patrick Bet-David into this country. How do you feel about that?
You're so funny.
A genuine question.
You are so funny.
It's a genuine question.
He wouldn't have let little Patrick Bet-David.
No Iranians were allowed in this year. So how would you have gotten?
You know what would have happened? We would have waited 1 more year, 2 more years
for a Democrat to come and let you in.
Bush Senior let us in. He was a Republican.
Don't act like
for
a better Republican.
No, but that's
a non-racist
that's
Republican.
not the point. The part that
is the point. He did not allow in Iranians,
issues.
Iraqi.
Medhi, is it fair to say issues are fluid? Things change. Meaning,
no refugee.
This dude is. This is wild, bruh. So again, this dude is over here caping for MAGA and Donald Trump. Donald Trump banned immigrants and refugees from his homeland. Medhi lays out, hey, look, there was a refugee program and Trump banned all of these Middle Eastern African nations, but he allowed in a bunch of some white South African Afrikaners who were claiming that they were facing a genocide. And they weren't even refugees. So he's denying actual refugees from African nations, but he's allowing white Afrikaners to come in. And Patrick Bozo David is like, what point are you making, right? And then he says, hey, bro, if you were a little kid, you wouldn't even have been able to come in. And instead of giving a coherent response, he does a fake laugh. Oh, you're funny. No, but yeah, he may be funny, but did he lie? Did he lie? And again, people will give him an excuse because what? He has money and a white wife? Okay. The dude is getting destroyed, obliterated, annihilated on his own show. Very calmly, very concisely. What? His money can't save him. His viewers can't save him. His stock options can't save him. And these people, you're supposed to look at them. Oh, look, he's a great businessman. Like, you don't even have to be a Harvard Ivy League grad to defeat many of these dweebs in a debate. And shout out to the illest and the realest Israelite on 2 feet, Travion Phillips in building. Matthew says, yes, Trump allowed the white Africans to become American citizens because they were getting unalive for farming. Everybody knows that's a crock of sugar, honey, iced tea, Matthew. So you've been drinking too much of the MAGA Kool-Aid. Chill. The MAGA Kool-Aid has been spiked with some toxic urine. So lay off that Kool-Aid, Matthew. No, there were no white genocide going on. You know what I mean? So just stop lying, bruh. So either you're intentionally lying or maybe, and I'll give the benefit of the doubt, maybe you're just ignorant to the facts. Stop playing games. This country is a business, so is all countries, and you're seeing how this country has been ran since its inception. That's why some call it the United Corporation of America.
These are an obligation that America is always stuck to until Donald Trump.
What is an issue in 2020 maybe different than what's a top 3 issue in 2016 than 2012 and 2000?
Plenty.
You're right. Guess what? What did his base want?
Who cares what his base wants?
That's who we voted for. That's who we.
For an argument, you're moving. Why are you talking about? Is he racist? I'm giving my evidence. He stopped all refugees from coming in from what do you call them? Shithole countries. Itself a racist phrase. And then he allowed in white people.
Would you disagree? Some of these places are shithole countries.
I don't think you call entire countries shithole.
You don't think some places
you
are
think generalizing about entire places?
You think some places are not shithole?
What's your definition of racism, Patrick? Because you don't seem to think anything's racist. What do you define as racist? If you say there's no such thing as racism, fine, but be consistent.
No, I don't know if
nobody's a racist.
No, I don't know if. I think it's a weak argument. I think it's a weak position to say, hey, that guy doesn't like me and my race and where I'm from.
But what is your definition of racism? If you don't have one, say so.
To be honest with you, if you
Again, I don't know how anyone follows this dude or listens to him. All they can say, he has money and he's a good businessman. Well, he's not a good debater because this is utterly pathetic. He tries to say, oh, it's a weak argument where if you just randomly call someone racist, yeah, bro, nobody was making that argument. And then he's going to try to pivot and say, yeah, but the lefties and the liberals, bro, you're not debating someone that's making that argument. He brings up these straw man arguments and tries to interject it. So then you're starting to argue and defend a point that no one made, or at least no one on this debate has made. Let's rewind that back.
Medhi, is it fair to say issues are fluid? Things change. Meaning,
no, refugees are an obligation that America is always stuck to until Donald Trump.
What is an issue in 2020 may be different than what's a top 3 issue in 2016, then 2012, then 2000?
Plenty.
Great. Guess what? What did his base want?
Who cares what his base wants?
That's who we voted for. That's a
different argument. You're moving. Why are you talking about? Is he racist? I'm giving my evidence. He stopped all refugees from coming in from what do you call them? Shit.
So Medhi is asking him, is he racist? And he's saying, what does his base want? Bro, do you answer any question? He asked him, hey, Randy Fine hates Muslim. Is he racist? Well, Randy Fine is not my guy. That's not what he asked you. Again, what is there to respect about this dude? He made a lot of money. It's just he's too cowardly to answer direct questions.
Whole countries. Itself a racist phrase. And then he allowed in white people.
Would you disagree? Some of these places are shithole countries.
Yeah, I don't think you call entire countries shithole.
You don't think some places
are generalizing about entire places?
You think some places are not shithole?
What's your definition of racism, Patrick? Because you don't seem to think anything's racist. What do you define as racist? If you say there's no such thing as racism, fine, but be consistent.
No, I don't know if
nobody's a racist.
No, I don't know if. I think it's a weak argument. I think it's a weak.
Again, you see how he's pivoting? Oh, I think it's a weak argument. No, he asks you what the definition of racism is, and now he's going to pivot to what he thinks about a weak argument. So he has no issue telling you what he thinks. He just won't tell you what he thinks about the direct questions that you're asking him.
Position to say, hey, that guy doesn't like me and my race and where I'm from.
What is your definition of racism? If you don't have one, say so.
To be honest with you, if you want this,
I think if you call an entire country, entire people shit, garbage, low IQ, that's racist.
Medhi, I think every single person has an element of racism in there.
That's a different.
Again, he asked him, what is his definition of racism? And then he pivoted. I think everybody has a little bit of racism in it, huh? Okay, if everyone has a little bit of racism in it, what definition of racism are you referring to? He asked him over and over and over, what is your definition of racism? Well, everybody's a little bit racist. Okay, cool. So what's the definition of racism? Everybody is a little bit racist. This shit is pretty insufferable. I'm sorry. Dubs in South Africa are being killed by who? The actual indigenous South Africans. They've been murdered, genocided, oppressed for centuries. Y'all just lying to lie at this point. Yeah, this is Matthew Gardner over here lying, talking about that the white Africans are facing some genocide, so Trump had to let them over here. Like, come on, Matthew. If you really think they're under attack, Matthew, won't you go over there and, help your fellow Afrikaners, bruh?
1% to 99%.
You're moving the goalpost.
But you're asking racism. It's like not liking an ethnicity, not liking a community.
Yeah, not liking an entire country.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, if he says we're going to only have white people in and not shithole country people in, that's racist. Yes, I think that's racist. That's not racist. I don't know what is. 99.9% of refugees are white South Africans. Come on.
Do you want to? Okay, Rob, can you do me a favor?
He calls all Somalis low IQ and garbage.
Like just the stuff that you're saying right now.
It's all true.
Can you pull up Biden's administration? Who was the guy that was the transgender that we're supposed to lead?
That's what you're going to?
Again, remember earlier he said that Medhi, oh, you always do but if, and you always bring up Trump, right? He's asking him specifically about Trump, and then he pivots to Biden and saying, but Biden hired a trans person, huh? He's asking him how racist Trump is. Hey, is Randy Fine racist? Well, Randy Fine's not my guy. Hey, is Trump racist? Well, Biden hired a trans person. And this is supposed to be some high IQ individual. But remember, he has millions of dollars. So you're supposed to what? Eat this stuff up? The dude is a imbecile. And shout out, yeah, you said dude is a world-class goalpost mover. Every time you ask him something, he just pivots. Hey, is Trump racist? Hey, Biden hired a trans person. Yeah, but is Trump racist? Man, you know what Biden did? Yeah, bro, I asked you, is Trump racist? Biden hired a trans person, huh? Again, who is subscribed to this person? Like, this ain't really about him. This is more or less about his subscribers. The dude has over 1 million subscribers, and people, and this is the form of disgust and idolatry that's would put the Most High to shame, because someone has money and someone got a lot of views on a video, then somehow you have to pretend as if they're making a coherent argument. This is his own show. He's getting intellectually annihilated. But because he has more money than Medhi, I'm supposed to, what? Give credence to his incoherent ramblings? He's agreed with him that everyone, including himself, if he's with a group of people that's from his race, he will just do what they're doing. Yeah, because he's a buck-broken buffoon and a stooge.
But I quote the president making racist remarks. You got no comeback?
Wait a minute. What's the argument of the DI with you that massively
white people?
Would you disagree with some of these places are shithole countries?
I don't think you call entire countries shithole.
You don't think some places
you
are
think generalizing about entire places?
You think some places are not shithole?
What is your definition of racism, Patrick? Because you don't seem to think anything's racist. What do you define as racist? If you say there's no such thing as racism, fine, but be consistent.
No, I don't know if
nobody's a racist.
No, I don't know if. I think it's a weak argument. I think it's a weak position to say, hey, that guy doesn't like me and my race and where I'm from.
But what is your definition of racism? If you don't have one, say so.
To be honest with you, if you want this,
I think if you call an entire country, entire people shit, garbage, low IQ, that's racist.
Medhi, I think every single person has an element of racism in there.
That's a different
from 1% to 99%.
You're moving the goalpost.
But you're asking racism, it's like not liking an ethnicity, not liking a community.
Yeah, not liking an entire country.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, if he says we're going to only have white people in and not shithole country people in, that's racist. Yes, I think that's racist. If that's not racist, I don't know what is. 99.9% of refugees are white South Africans. Come on.
Do you want to? Okay, Rob, can you do me a favor?
He calls all Somalis low IQ and garbage.
Like just the stuff that you're saying right now.
It's all true.
Can you pull up Biden's administration? Who was the guy that was the transgender that we're supposed
to lead? Going to? When I quote the president making racist remarks, you got no comeback?
Wait a minute. What's the argument of DI with you that massively failed? Are you supportive of DI?
I don't know what's your definition.
Are you supportive of DI?
I don't play. This is not right-wing bingo.
No.
Again, when he asked him, hey, Randy Fine is a racist dude who hates Muslims. Randy Fine's not my guy. Hey, Trump is racist. Yeah, but Biden hired a trans person. Hey, Trump is racist. What about DEI, huh? This is wild, bro.
Words mean nothing to me. I'm from outside the right-wing media chamber.
Hey, I talk
DEI is meaningless.
I talk to guys on the left-wing side. Like, who do you think I talk to? You think I just talk to right-wing people?
No, but the way you say DEI and the transgender guy from Biden and Ilhan Omar, this is like right-wing bingo, Patrick.
Is this a good pick?
Yeah, Rachel Levy and I interviewed her on my show.
Was he phenomenal at what he did?
I'm sure she was very good at her job.
So you think
what's that got to do with Trump being racist towards Somalis?
You think
Patrick, you need to read the book.
Wait a minute.
Because in the book I deal with people like you.
This is what you do for a living. The difference with
you are deflecting.
This is not
Donald
deflecting.
Trump says all Somalis are garbage, low IQ people.
Is
that a racist statement?
Allow this to come to you.
Rachel Levine.
Do you think?
I'm going to answer your question.
Do you think this person was hired because they were the best person for a job or because he was playing politics?
Well, Rob,
that's a form of racism.
Rob, I'm going to read the second paragraph. Levine is a professor of pediatrics and psychiatry at Penn State College of Medicine. Previously served as a Pennsylvania physician general. So I think Rachel Levine is more qualified to work in the health department than Robert fucking Kennedy Jr.
Got it.
Who has zero qualification. You think RFK was hired for his medical qualifications?
So you think?
No, Patrick. Do you think RFK Jr. was hired for his medical qualifications?
By the way, do you know how many people previous to him were doctors?
Do you know was RFK hired for his medical credentials? Yes or no?
RFK was hired because he was making.
Whereas Rachel Levine is a professor of pediatrics.
No, wait a minute. But you're saying RFK is not qualified for his job?
Not to be health secretary. No,
by a mile.
Conspiracy theorist who doesn't even understand.
You take a transgender to be this job, then
you think transgender people don't have intelligence?
No.
Is that a new attack?
No. See what you're doing now. You see what you're doing now.
Again, why is Patrick Bozo David playing identity politics? You would take a transgender over here. Like, bro, why are you even mentioning the gender? And that transgender person was more qualified for that position than RFK. So these people who love to talk about wokeness and identity politics, he doesn't want to hire a transgender, but he wants to hire RFK. That would be a DEI hire. That would be affirmative action. RFK is an affirmative action hire. Now they want to frame Biden as being extra woke because he hired some white trans person. So this is what they try to do with DEI. So they try to see, the Democrats are woke because they hired another white person. But because that white person is trans, you don't fixate on them hiring another white person. You're focusing on the trans stuff. So again, they'll pretend as if, hey, DEI is helping black people, but it's not. All DEI is discriminatory towards straight white men. Now, black people receive the least amount of benefits of DEI. However, white people receive the most. And they frame it as, hey, straight white men are under attack. Yeah, but gay white men aren't under attack. White trans men and trans women under attack. And let's just say that they were under attack. Under attack by who? Y'all said that blacks was low IQ sub-Saharan savages who can't organize, have no infrastructural power. So fine, we're too stupid to attack you and we don't have any power or authority to attack you. So who is actually implementing all these policies? It's people from their own community. If someone hired them, it was someone from their own community. If someone fired them, it was someone from their own community. But who do they blame? George Floyd and BLM. George Floyd wasn't in any position to hire anyone. George Floyd has been gone for how long? But every opportunity they get, they bring up BLM and George Floyd. Are gas prices this high because of BLM? You can't afford a home. Is that because of BLM? You can't afford health insurance for your family. Is that because of George Floyd? Just saying.
Transgender person.
You're playing. See, the difference between you and I. No, I didn't go to Oxford and do debate 24/7
I gave you
to see this
hard
as my life.
evidence of Trump's racism, and you said, Rob, pull up the transgender woman. That's what happened. Everyone watched you do it.
But
I said Trump loud in 99% white people.
The point is, the previous guy picked people because of color. If there is any party that's
I'm not even asking
racist,
about that.
was the previous guy,
I'm not
because they
even
kept
asking
saying
about that.
black this,
I'm not even
black
asking
that,
about that.
black this.
Again, there's no black people around, so why is he even bringing up black people? He's trying to pretend as if he's making this point. No, Biden made everything about color. He said Biden made everything about color. Then he pulled up another white person. So I thought it was about color. He's trying to pretend as if white people are under attack, and then he brings up another white person who was appointed to a very prestigious job. So then he pivots from it being about color to, no, it was about them being trans. So now he's trying to say that Biden made everything about color. And his first example of Biden making everything about color is Biden hiring a white trans person. Doesn't seem to be about color. But now he wants to say black this, black that. Biden had a lot of Asian stuff. Remember, stop Asian hate. Why won't he bring up all of the things that Biden said and did for Asians? Instead, he's fixated on black people.
This many female, this many transgender.
Trump did the same.
The left is the party of the racists.
Even if I concede that, it's irrelevant to my point that Donald Trump has blocked refugees like yourself. Patrick Bet David would not have been allowed into America under Donald Trump.
Know me.
You would have come in illegally.
I would have.
You're pro-illegal immigration.
You're so
this
funny.
is so interesting
I would
today.
have made it here.
Pat, you heard it here. You're going to clip Ilhan Omar, clip that. Patrick Bet David said if he wasn't allowed in legally,
you hear him saying, I would have made it here legally. Why won't he say he would have stayed in his homeland and helped build it up? So you're supposed to praise these people because, hey, they were just seeking a better life. Well, guess what? We were seeking a better life here. And we said, you know what? Things are kind of crappy here. So we're going to fight and create a better life here. So you're supposed to shame and shun those people that fought to create a better life here for everyone to immigrate here. You're supposed to shame and shun them, but somehow I'm supposed to give praise to Patrick Bet David. He didn't fight for anything in his homeland. He fled his homeland like a cowardly B-I-E-I-H, and then he comes over here, and then he's okay with them calling his homeland a shithole country. And this is the person that you should respect?
He would come in illegally.
The difference between you and I, this doesn't bother me. I understand the game we're playing. I understand the conversation.
I'm not here for a game. I just said to you earlier, this stuff has real world consequences.
Oh, this stuff has real world consequences.
Three Muslims just got killed
this stuff has real world
in a mosque
consequences.
in San Diego because Republican Party racist rhetoric. And do you know what? Republican congressmen couldn't even condemn it. I assume you condemn what happened in San Diego.
We 100% condemned it.
Do you know Republicans wouldn't do it until they were forced to do it? Brandon Gill was asked on the congressional corridor. I'm not asking you to speak. I'm telling you it's bad, right? That what they did, not condemning.
But do you realize you think it's also bad that everything we had to hear in 2022 with Biden getting elected was about how many black female candidate leadership team we're going to have?
Diversity is a good thing.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's based on leadership. When he was president, we're going to find a way to have this percentage. Let me finish. This percentage of pilots got to be female and black. And by the way, Hollywood, you want to go to Hollywood, what standards they created? Do you remember the Hollywood standards? In order to win an Oscar.
That's not true. That's
Can
bullshit.
you please pull that?
The whole, you're
Again, why doesn't he care? I mean, why does he care? If Hollywood wants to create these standards, bro, you don't run Hollywood. So let Hollywood create these standards. Then he's over here bringing up, oh, the black pilots this and black pilots that. I mean, this stuff is just pathetic, bro, because all you guys have to do, you don't have to take my word for it. You can literally look it up. But if you don't want to look it up, I will take the liberty of doing that for you. So just give me uno momento. And I will pull this stuff up. Give me 1 second. Could y'all see this right here? Just on a very basic thing. How many pilots in America are white? 85% of American pilots are white. 3 to 4% of them are black. And then you got Patrick Bozo David whining about DEI and black pilots. What black pilots? You mean the 3 to 4%? If most of the pilots are white, guess who's done most of the plane crashes? Damn near all of the plane crashes have been by white people. And then the late bigoted Charlie Kirk says, man, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be wondering if they're qualified. Again, don't take my word for it. Look at who's crashed the most planes. And then they try to say, yeah, but most of the pilots is white. Okay, yeah, that's true. And most the pilot crashes have been white. So just saying, they try to act like they fear for their life if they see a black pilot. Well, based on the numbers, you know, is more than likely that it would be a white pilot who crashes your plane. You know what I mean? But let's get back into the video and then I'm going to shut it down. You know, this particular story went on a little bit longer than I expected, but there was just too much propaganda that I had to break down.
Can you pull that up, please?
Elon Musk propaganda. This has been debunked a million times. Million times.
What time are we at
way,
right now?
I got a flight to catch soon.
That's what I'm saying.
But this is an important conversation because I need you to concede that 99.9% white refugees from South Africa is a racist refugee policy.
Zero. I got
not allowing people in from Afghanistan and Syria.
Next time you come in, don't book a flight afterwards so we can go 4 hours because I'm enjoying this.
Next time you're coming on my show, we all heard you agree to my invitation. I hereby invite Patrick Bet David. You can bring Rob with him. If you need support, bring Rob with you.
So funny.
But we'll have you on.
We'll have a good time. Let me wrap it up with some one-word answers, and then let's go from there. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Since you already brought him up, I'll bring it up. So I'll give you a name.
Oh, Rob has just proven me right, by the way. 2 of 4 DEI standards. You don't have to. It's not something you have to tick some boxes.
What do you mean 2 of 4 DEI standards?
Pull up the standard.
Yeah, you have to have 2 of 4 DEI. They even said you have to have a underrepresented racial ethnic groups an ensemble cast of at least 30% represent from 2 underrepresented. Some of them even disability.
First of all, diversity is a good thing, especially on screen.
Stop it.
I know you don't like that. I know it's a bad word. Word is a bad word.
You know,
your people are like clutching their pearls.
You know why you're here?
All the valuetainment viewers are clutching their pearls.
And again, see, these are the little cowardly notions. He said diversity is a strength. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. And this is where Medhi is supposed to press him. Okay, if he's telling him to stop it, is he saying diversity is not a strength? Because Patrick Bozo David was talking about how he has Jewish people on the team. He has Muslim people on the team. He has whites and other people on the team. So he has diversity on his team. And then, but when you say something like diversity is a string, oh, stop it. Oh, stop it. Like, has any one of you guys played sports, right? The teams that are most diverse usually win. I'm in California, right? You know, if there's an all-white team versus a team with blacks, white Samoans, and Hispanics, which team do you think is going to win? Do you think that this all-white team is going to win versus a bunch of black Samoans and whites and Latinos? Like, okay, show me where it happens, right? Then the other teams too. Now, there are some teams that are all black or all white that dominate. However, it's not a bad thing. And even within the same racial and ethnic groups, there's still diversity. There's diversity in strength, diversity in acumen, diversity in agility. So there's nothing wrong with diversity. Now, if you're weaponizing diversity, that's something different. But that's with anything. People can weaponize immigration. People can weaponize kindness. There's multiple things that you can weaponize, but just simply being diverse, there's nothing wrong with that. And many of these MAGA morons who pretend it's like diversity isn't a strength, many of them have Far East Asian wives. Like, why won't you go get with you a lily white person? You wanted to diversify sticking your penis in other vagina, but then when it comes to being like, okay, cool, let's diversify the workplace. No, we can't do that. Like, okay, like, do you really want to be in a business or a neighborhood where it's only, you know, a particular demographic that acts a certain way? There's going to be some level of diversity, whether it's in thought, behavior, or whatever. So, yeah, it is a strength. You say you do realize truth and facts don't exist in this society. Correct. Up is down and red is blue. The stream went on as long as it should have. You dropped some gems. Yeah, you know, I appreciate that, bro. And like I said, I'm a man of the people.
Oh, because Medhi said diversity.
Do you know why I'm talking to you? Do you know why I'm talking to you?
Because you needed to hear from me that you wouldn't be allowed into America if Trump was president.
Do you know why I'm
you would
talking
have to come
to
in
you?
Illegally. That's
Medhi, do your shtick. I'll let you finish, and then I'll say, do you know why I'm talking to you? Why do you think I'm talking to you?
Please tell me.
Because you're good at what you do.
I appreciate that.
That's why you're here.
I appreciate
Imagine if I said, hey, Rob, moving forward, listen, we need 3 disabled, 2 black, 4 gay, 5 this.
I know you need to tell your audience.
No, I'm not doing
it. In fact, the person who does that is Hegseth right now. He's literally blocking black women and women from becoming generals and admirals.
You are so obsessed with Trump just asking for a job, bro. Just go and say, can I be part of this freaking cabinet?
He wouldn't give it to me because I'm brown.
I'm almost thinking.
Again, look at the disingenuous nature. So Patrick Bozo Davis said that Medhi is so obsessed with Trump that he has TDS. That's what he's saying, Trump derangement syndrome. But I know there's another thing where some people call it TFS, Trump fellatio syndrome, because this dude is over here gargling Trump's nuts. It's just like he would drink his man, his man jizz and make a smoothie out of it. This is how pathetic Patrick is.
And you are so upset. It's like these girls that are so in love with somebody secretly. It's like that's infatuated.
I love that's the only argument you have.
No, you lost this one, but it's okay.
No, I didn't, because technically you wouldn't be sitting here if Trump was president. You've already agreed.
I'm going to sell your book.
Then he's projecting saying you lost this one. Lost what one? Like, there's no point that he actually won. So this is just a sad little cope right here. You lost this one. No, bruh. You're in a body bag. R.A.P. PBD.
Like no one's ever sold your book.
You are a great salesman.
Go buy this book.
I want to say something nice about you. I'm going to say you're a great salesman.
By the way, the biggest part about this thing is I am so proud that we converted another socialist into capitalist. That is probably the proudest moment to somebody like my own. You did, and I give you credit. I'm so proud of you that you're publicly now a capitalist and you're creating jobs.
You can be a capitalist and a socialist.
Can we do the one-word answers, please? All right. Tommy Robinson.
Bigot.
Nigel Farage.
Overrated.
Sadiq Khan.
Underrated.
Ilhan Omar.
Patriot.
AOC.
Presidential.
Interesting. J.D. Vance.
Fraud.
Marco Rubio.
Little. Trump. Little Marco.
Okay, I got you.
I want to quote my man, Trump.
Respect. Newsom. Although Marco Rubio could be your president, by the way. Newsom.
Slick.
Interesting. Musk.
Idiot.
Bezos.
Spineless.
Okay, now is getting into, just drivel. So y'all get that he was put in a body bag. But, actually, hold on. Let me pull that back up. I want to see, in case y'all thought I was just hating, let's see what remind you, this is on Patrick Bozo Davis' channel. Let's see what his audience has to say. Let's see what his audience has to say about this. Okay, so I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so y'all can see this. Give me 1 second. Hold on, what the hell? Oh, hold on. Okay. Now, I don't know if y'all be able to read it, but don't trip. I'll read some of these for y'all. Let me pull this down. So this person says, do you study history, Patrick? 2 people said that. This person says this was brutal to watch. Do you think Cuba is trying to expand to Miami? Patrick, land doesn't vote. So they're quoting some things earlier in the debate. That was brutal. Medhi asking Rob to pull things up had me dying. So Rob is like Medhi's PBD's helper. And then Medhi kind of just G-checked him, PBD, on his own show. This is now the Medhi Hasan cooking show. This is beyond slaughter. Medhi should hire Rob. So y'all see the chat. His own panel or his own people are saying he got put in a body bag. So I'm going to go ahead and transition to this next story. This one I'm probably going to speed through a little bit, but let me see something real quick. Just give me uno momento. And actually, while I'm pulling up this video, I want to give y'all a moment to hit the like button. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. But if you do want to make a financial contribution, you can hit your boy on the Cash App. $Easy Stack is right here. But while I'm pulling up this next video, I'm going to take a 30-second intermission just to pull up the next video. So stay tuned and hit that like button.
Be easy, he is that dude. It's plain and obvious. A certified professional, ain't never been a hobbyist. He is one of the nicest, realest, coldest, and dopest. So you should take notice. Woo! That dude, be easy. That dude, be easy. That dude, show love and support to be easy. That dude.
Be easy, be easy. Ooh.
Bam, and we are back active. Now I'm going to react to the lovely sister Sabby Sab's podcast, so you can watch this uninterrupted on the Sabby Sab's channel. This is called TPUSA, caught faking Charlie Kirk's video. So this is me talking about Charlie Kirk and the deep fake, or the alleged deep fake, because this AI stuff is getting out of control. So without further ado, we will get into the video.
Over the weekend, apparently Turning Point USA took it upon themselves to release this video that they claim is Charlie Kirk saying that he wanted to hand over control of TPUSA to Erica Kirk if something were to happen to him. Now, it was originally posted via.
So it looks like we've been joined by the Florida fam, sunlight from the Sunshine State, shining brighter than a diamond in a built-in. Salute to the lovely sunlight. So good to catch you. And Wild says he went to subscribe and was already subscribed. Hey, I appreciate you. I didn't even know you were subscribed. So I sincerely appreciate that. My Cali Fresno fam. I'm pretty cold with that AI. Which AI do you use? Let me know 3 AI platforms that you use. I'm pretty ill with it as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you guys are doing research, you know, you got to use a combination. Microsoft Copilot, Claude AI, Grok, Chat GPT. They have various other ones. DeepSeek, you know what I mean? If you're trying to create something, Adobe Firefly is pretty good. Wonder, Midjourney, Starry AI. There's some other ones. So yeah, you let me know, Wildflowers, what AI are you using? And remember, Dave Chappelle said they should have never gave you niggas money. I said they should have never gave you niggas AI, right? Because with AI, you can make a lot of money. You know what I mean? Now, I'm not into using AI to replace human beings, but I am using it to make things more efficient, right? Like if you were going in to get surgery, I don't think you would want an AI doctor. If you wanted to go to the movies, I don't think you would want to take an AI girlfriend. But if you want to, you know, kind of expedite things with your music or video production or something, AI is an excellent tool for that. If you want to edit, AI is an excellent tool for that, right? But I don't want like an AI masseuse, right? If you wanted someone to give you a massage, I don't want an AI robot to do that, right? You need open heart surgery here, let AI do it. So there's some things that, you know, I'm open to allowing AI to do and that I use it as a tool. And there's other things that, yeah, I still prefer the human connection. Midjourney, Hicksville, pretty much everything. Suno, yeah, I use Suno. I made some slaps with Suno, and especially with Suno, you can get the wave stems, etc. So you can make like a skeleton or a blueprint of the beat in Suno, then upload it in Pro Tools or Fruity Loops or whatever program you can use. So it's a phenomenal tool. I think sometimes people just look at the tool, they don't, you know, use it to help their lives be more efficient. They just make creative things. Here, look, this AI filter, but it's like, yeah, there's a lot of things that you could have used it to, you know, kind of maximize some of your time. You make music videos. Okay, cool. That's what's up. I haven't made a music video with Suno, but I know that you could. And then there's 11 Labs and some other ones as well. AI is a surveillance system being used for research as a cover. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a tool. That's why you have to be careful with it. Just like social media. Social media is a surveillance apparatus as well, too, because they collect all your information. And then if you get in hot water, all they do is just turn it over to the police. So all of these things are, to some extent, or surveillance apparatus. So at least if you're going to be surveilled, use that tool to, you know, give you some sort of legitimate advancement and economic expansion.
The Daily Mail. So they're actually the ones that released the video. So Turning Point USA did it through them. In fact, you can see here's Blake Neff. Of course, he was bragging about it at the time. It's really interesting how all this gets shut down, though. He said, well, what do you know? And he is sharing this video footage. Turning Point and Miss Erica release secret footage of Charlie Kirk choosing her to succeed him to kick off their annual Women's Summit.
So I'm going to fast forward through multiple parts of this just so I can get to my final story. But here you go. You have Mrs. Erica Kirk at her annual women's summit, you know, doing her spiel.
Okay, well, let's look at this video because we are going to analyze this very closely. So there was the women's event, Turning Point USA women's event. I think at one point this used to be called the Young Women event. I guess they don't have.
Today, Mark.
I just created simple product videos. Table. No API.
14 years. The day that my husband decided to start Turning Point USA. He saw what was on the horizon for the youth of this nation, and he knew that Turning Point USA would be the solution. And I am so grateful to God.
This whole thing that Turning Point would be the solution, what solutions have Turning Point provided, right? Like, seriously, what did Charlie Kirk even do? He went around debating unprepared high schoolers and freshmen in college, right? What did that do? And then let's just say that he galvanized a bunch of people to vote MAGA. Okay, what did that do for the collective society? What did that do for white people? Nothing. But you're supposed to pretend as if TPUSA is doing something for white people. What are they doing? No one could say what they're doing for white people, because that's all this is about. This isn't about uplifting Americans. So what the hell has TPUSA done for white people outside of make a contingent of white people rich off of Charlie Kirk's unaliving? But other than that, what are they doing for the youth? All they're doing for the youth is indoctrinating them and trying to talk about the Lord and all this other stuff. Yeah, like Wild says, baby Klan people. That's all they're doing is just cultivating more bigots. They're not doing anything. TPSU is not providing. There's no like pipeline to provide jobs. All they're trying to do is socially engineer and indoctrinate people. They have a TPUSA in schools, but all they're trying to do is just get books to say that, hey, slavery wasn't so bad, and slavery was across the world, and slavery wasn't really slavery. It was involuntary servitude, right? What is that truly doing for your kids by lying and, you know, reframing historical atrocities? You said, whatever happened to that fruity little dude that was supposed to be the new Charlie Kirk? I think some cats ran him off the block. I mean, dude still got filthy rich off the unenlivening, but what they were expecting was that they were just going to try to say, hey, you know, you guys love Charlie, right? And this is what Charlie would have wanted, right? I'm only doing this because of Charlie, right? Then you're supposed to say, hey, well, I like Charlie Kirk, so I'm just going to go with things. But what was there to like about Charlie Kirk? The only thing people truly liked about Charlie Kirk was his anti-black talking points. But anytime he was around anybody that had a modicum of intellect, he got destroyed. The way Charlie Kirk got destroyed is similar to how PBD just got destroyed by Medhi. Charlie Kirk wasn't just some profound, prolific debater. He had these specific talking points, and he used these conniving debate tactics to get a viral moment to be like, here, Charlie Kirk owned this person. And then they would selectively curate and edit clips to make him look like some big bad guy. But no, like, seriously, if Charlie Kirk was a master debater, why didn't he go around looking for other master debaters to debate? Imagine you were an athlete, right? And I'm a basketball player, wouldn't you? And you considered yourself to be a pro level basketball player. Wouldn't you want to play against other pro level athletes? You wouldn't consider yourself pro level, but then you want to go to the local Central Park and then play a bunch of average Joe Schmoes there and say, hey, I'm the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever could be. You're not Mr. Perfect. You're Mr. Prick. And that's what Charlie Kirk was. He pretends as if he was so high IQ, but then he intentionally avoided high IQ people. He went to Oxford around a bunch of high IQ students and got obliterated. Yeah, he was on the spectrum. Yeah, the dude wasn't smart at all. All he had was some canned talking points, and he kept repeating the talking points over and over and over. And he had a bunch of bigoted cheerleaders where if he makes some specific talking point and they're like, oh, Charlie owned the libs, and then you clip the video and then it pretends as if somehow he was a good debater or smart. No, he wasn't. He was a low IQ lunatic. Remember when they were trying to put him on I'm not just on the same level as MLK? Yeah, they were trying to act like Charlie Kirk was the white MLK, even though Charlie Kirk hated MLK. Okay, fine. So let's just say he was the white MLK. Charlie Kirk was saying that MLK wasn't who he pretended to be and that he was a degenerate, etc. So fine, if you want to say that he was the white MLK, so you mean that he was a white degenerate who wasn't who he was perceived to be? Fair questions to ask.
That he followed the calling that was on his heart rather than what the rest of the world probably would have expected a young 18-year-old male to do. He saw a generation drifting away from faith, away from a sense of purpose, and he wanted to cultivate.
And listen to this baby bop bimbo babble. This stuff you don't even really need no speech for. All this stuff that I'm saying is all off the top. It's not rehearsed. Everything she's saying is rehearsed, and it just sounds so forced. And it doesn't sound compelling. Doesn't really sound like, hey, I should be so inspired by this. This just sounds like some kind of General Hospital scripted harangue.
A space for community, a space that was so needed, especially on college campuses. He was aspiring to win the culture war and to share with everyone the American traditional values that he so deeply cherished.
Again, more baby bop bimbo babble. Charlie Kirk, the American values. What American values? You mean the American values of slavery, the American values of genocide, the American values of lynching? Which American values are you talking about? Capitalism, which relies on a indentured servant and or slave class? What American values is she talking about? The Confederate American values? See, these are just these buzzwords where you're saying, yeah, Charlie stood for American values. What values, though? The American one. Which American values? You know what I mean? You're not supposed to ask this question because she's a grieving widow and you just gotta let her cook, even though she's not cooking.
And we will continue forward with that mission that my husband has entrusted to us.
Holy shit, listen to this. Okay, I'm sorry.
The total amount.
So, this was before things went incredibly bad for Erica at this event, which we'll get to. But Erica seemed to be very much involved in choosing that particular video as part of the ears, etc. Samantha had pointed this out. She said AI can't do hands, ears, and occasionally eyes and teeth consistently. So let me point out how this 2-second clip is proof that it's not legit. So listen to what Samantha said here.
On Turning Point USA or something kind of recently.
Look at the ear. Let me mute this for a second because of the music. You see the ears? Watch this. See, AI isn't good with ears.
Yeah, no, that's one thing with AI. Like, they'll be great at facial recognition, but then when it comes to the fingers, Sometimes people have 6 fingers. Sometimes their ear looks like Golem. Sometimes their teeth looks like fangs. Sometimes their teeth are missing. So AI is a phenomenal tool, but it's not infallible. Just like humans make mistakes, AI makes mistakes. AI gives you a disclaimer that, hey, look, we're prone to making mistakes. But what happens is sometimes people just type things in AI. The thing is in the name. AI is artificial intelligence. It's not actual intelligence. It's mimicking actual intelligence. It's pretending, it's LARPing. It's a digital doppelganger, right? It's not actual intelligence. It's artificial intelligence. Just like if someone says, hey, here's some juice. Is this real juice? No, it's artificial juice, right? It's artificially mimicking what actual juice is. And that's what, AI is doing with intelligence. It's artificially mimicking people who actually have intelligence. Now, could you find value in the intelligence? Could you get a lot of information? Yes, but at the end of the day, it's in the name. Artificial.
So all of a sudden, Charlie Kirk has a lazy eye. Everybody is calling it out, man. Everybody's calling it out. The AI one eye is bigger than the other. The ears are wrong and misshaped. So people can see this. Teeth disappear, ear missing. The other is misshaped. I mean, it's just at this point, yeah. So you can tell something happened.
Yeah, the orange drink that's masquerading as orange juice. Well, it's juice and it's orange, so that's orange juice. No, that's some artificial orange juice. It's not really actually orange juice, right? And that's how intelligence is. Like when people will type in AI and the first thing that comes up, see, AI confirmed what I said. And then you look at the sources, it's like, bro, that's not even a legit source. So because AI is an artificial intelligence apparatus, it's going to pull from other sources and then try to decipher and perceive, well, this is all across social media. So it's going to masquerade and present it as intelligence, but that's not what it is. It's artificially pushing intelligence. So a lot of that orange drink might look like orange juice until you drink it and you're like, man, this ain't no damn orange juice. A lot of the AI intelligence looks like actual intelligence until you actually fact check it and say, yeah, they were right about this, and that, but then they got all this other stuff wrong. That's the artificial aspect of it.
Here. And then when we go to the next one, this person, her name is Kim, she called it out. She said, number one, Charlie doesn't have a lazy eye, but in this video, he does. 2, Charlie has a mole on his chin, the bottom right side, but in this video, the mole is missing. Please explain. We are patiently waiting. So let's see some of the comparisons here. There's a picture of Charlie Kirk. There's the mole. Let's go to the next one. There's the mole right there at the bottom. There's the mole. What happened to the mole? So that was one of the things that people did notice. All of a sudden, Charlie Kirk's mole just happened to disappear. Another one, because I'm going to tell you what this event actually came from, because that's not even the same event that Blake said it was. Baron Coleman said, how much makeup was he wearing at this event that it covered his pronounced mole on his chin? We are not buying it. Do better. TP USA. So look at this closely here.
Say something else. Eric going to do a great job.
Tell Monday what you need. We're creating an agent.
So again, you're supposed to be convinced. Like, if you just even look at this, look at the screen, right? You see one of his eyes is just a regular eye, and then the other eye, he has the lazy eye. Now, Charlie Kirk, some would say that, he did have this massive head and he looked, a little bit weird, you know what I mean? But they didn't say that he had a lazy eye. So, and not only that, right? This is supposed to be a very concrete statement that he said. He alleged to have said that, hey, if something happens to me, I will want Erica to run TPS USA. Why would he just randomly say that? And if you had a clip of him saying that, why wouldn't you play that clip standalone? TP USA, right? They have access to 4K, 8K, 12K and beyond cameras. They have access to any type of production needs that you can think of. And you mean to tell me that they did this mashup, CapCut, Adobe sliced and spliced video with, you know, this benevolent public figures they want to portray him as? Like, come on now. The footage is grainy. The lips and the audio is not syncing. He has a mole. The mole is missing. His teeth appears and his teeth disappears. His ear looks like Golem, my precious, from the Lord of the Rings. His hair is, come on, look at his hair. Like, I know. It's like, come on, the hairline is crooked. Bro is looking like a drunk vampire with a widow's peak. Okay, like, I guess. Is this Charlie? Is this really you?
Because they released that audio prior, right? So I want to show you just a reminder of the audio where Charlie Kirk allegedly said that. I just want to take you back because Candace played it on her show. So listen to this.
Organizations and groups as soon as a founder leaves.
Yeah, and this is where they all give you disclaimers that no, they're not actually, because it's artificial intelligence. They're taking the intelligence from other people. So they're scouring the internet to try to deliver you this information in a quick amount of time. But then they look around and there's a lot of misinformation on the internet. But AI, rather than decipher that, they'll try to give you a quick result. And that result will be off of the misinformation already founded on, the annals of the internet. But the other thing is too, because if you push AI, they'll tell a lie. And then if you call AI out and say, hey, AI, this is a lie based on this and this and that factual occurrence, what you're saying is inaccurate, then AI will concede, yep, you're absolutely right. And then they'll back up the truth. So it's like, bro, if you already knew the truth, why did you tell that lie? Because it's artificial intelligence. It's not actual intelligence. And because they've given so many right answers, many times we'll think, hey, AI is a panacea for intelligence, but no, it's not. It's sane in the name. You see, people just love to say AI, but they're forgetting what the A actually stands for. Artificial. You know what I mean? It's like if some chick said, hey, I'm finna come over here and give you some head. You know what I mean? You would want some actual head. You wouldn't want no artificial head. If you said, hey, baby, make me a sandwich, would you want an actual sandwich, an authentic sandwich, or an artificial sandwich? If you want a doctor to perform a open heart surgery, would you want an authentic actual doctor or an artificial intelligence doctor? So just simply saying the AI kind of desensitizes people to what the A actually means. Artificial. Orange juice. I brought it earlier up, and Wildflowers talked about the orange drink. What sounds more delicious and refreshing to you? Artificial orange drink or actual orange juice from an actual orange? You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, right? Do you want to slide in some actual vagina or do you want to slide in some robotic AI box? I'm just saying, the choice is up to you. And Sincere, thanks for sliding back through. I appreciate you. And you said, bruh, Charlie Kirk looked like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer's moist gay friend. I had to add the moist in there from the 1960s claymation movie. Yeah, I can't hold you. Dude did look weird.
it just kind of collapses. A lot of my job is not always in the day-to-day details. It's very much vision casting, very much driving success. But we have a great board, and God forbid if something happens, they'll figure it out. I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA if something happens to me. Erica would do a great job. I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA if something happens to me. Erica would do a great job. I appoint my wife to run Turning Point USA if something happens to me. Erica would do a great job.
That don't even make sense. Like, bro, why would he have to say that publicly, right? Like, seriously, if you're in a committed marriage, right, most people already know that if something happens to you, things go to your, what they would consider your better half. So nobody would have to say that, right? Yeah, I have a Lamborghini, and if something happens to me, I know my brother would drive it really cool. Like, huh? And if that's how you really feel, like, why wouldn't you just tell your brother that privately? Why wouldn't he just go and look his wife into her eyes and say, hey, baby, Erica Kirk, if something ever happens to me, I want you to run the company. You wouldn't really need to say that publicly. This sounds and seems more performative. And if he said this publicly, what is the public venue that he said it at? And like Savvy will play the alleged public venue that he said it at, the videos ain't lining up. The math is not mathing. The logic is not logical.
There is maybe a split second in between when he says happens to me and Erica will do a great job. And when I compared that audio to the audio that was played during that video that they said is supposed to be from that Aspen event, which that's not apparently, the audio doesn't seem to match. This is another thing that people noticed. Again, there's editing in there, but why did they even need to edit it? But this is the big mic drop moment. This is coming from Mags. Here is the backdrop from Aspen. 2 different rooms. I was there. Never, ever would it have come up. It doesn't make sense that he would have said it at this event. This is not the same backdrop as the one they are showing. I took these photos. So let's look at the pictures that she took. So she was at the Aspen event. There's one of the photos there. She said they had 2 different rooms. So there's that one. And then here's the next one where it says investor retreat in the background. So this is.
Hey, now that I'm thinking about it, Wildflowers, did she use Suno? Did she use Suno or 11 Labs to cook up that voice? And Tudney says, I never listened to Kirk much, but even the voice sounds off plastic. And this is what I'm saying. This is with the deep fakes. But you're not supposed to question anything because she's a grieving widow. And then if you're questioning this, and then it's like, you must hate the Charlie Kirk family. And, you know, why don't you believe women? It turns into that, like they start making claims of misogynoir, like, huh? What the hell?
Someone who was there at the Aspen event. And why is that important? Well, it was TPUSA that said that it was at that particular event that Charlie Kirk said that he would appoint Erica Kirk to be the head of Turning Point USA if something were to happen to him. But people who were there have been saying he did not say that at that event. Now we see the backdrop from the Aspen event does not match the backdrop from the event that Turning Point USA released, where they actually show Charlie Kirk allegedly.
And I'm just going to fast forward through some of these things just so I can get to my other story, because most of this stuff, you know, you will kind of get the gist of it. So just in case I fast forward a little bit. And there's an ad, so I got to let that ad go by. And normally I would watch a little bit more so that Sabby could get her ad revenue. But since we're live, I'm going to go ahead and skip that thing.
To be the head of Turning Point USA. And I guess they thought that people who attended both of these events or either one of these events wouldn't have noticed that this isn't the same event. Then there's the question with the audio, etc. But for community notes to have to come and tell you, this is not that event. This is not the Aspen event. This event is from ActCon 2023. So they linked that. You can go to, I listened to this earlier today. It's 20 minutes. I'm not going to play the whole thing for you here, but it's still up on Apple Podcasts, I believe, right? Building the Machine for Victory, my opening remarks at ActCon 2023. There was nothing said here that he would appoint Erica to be the CEO of Turning Point USA. Again, it brings up the question about the audio. Now, Samantha took that video that was played at the women's event, and apparently she tried to add it onto TikTok, and listen to what she said TikTok said. Check this out.
Okay, so they put that Charlie Kirk video out, right? And I posted the video I posted on Twitter about how it's AI, and I pointed out the inconsistencies with the eyes, the ears, the teeth missing, the fingers missing in that like 2-second clip. I exposed it. Like, clearly it's AI. And you want to know how else you know it's AI? Because I got that video taken down off of TikTok for being AI of a public figure. So the TikTok algorithm picked up that the video they posted as Charlie Kirk saying he appointed his wife as CEO, they said that video is AI. Their algorithm that they have on TikTok that will not allow you to post AI versions of a public figure speaking, community flagged my video exposing that it's AI. So they picked up the video TP USA and Erica posted and said, yeah, that's AI.
So
yeah, I mean, AI would know what other AI entities are creating AI. Usually they say that there's a secret code embedded in certain AIs that will allow you to know. And pretty much we have to ask, why would they go this length to create a fake video? I mean, this is some propaganda. And, you know, there are risks with AI, you know what I mean? Especially with these deep fakes. It's an erosion of trust in misinformation, right? How could you truly trust what's real? And it is a form of misinformation. If you're sharing the videos and say, hey, look, this is Charlie Kirk saying this, and he really didn't say it, and it was an edited, doctored video, that's misinformation, and that is going to erode trust. The national security threats, because people could do deep fakes, which they've done of Trump, Obama, and other public figures. And they create false narratives and conflicts, manipulate the public opinion. They can incite violence. They can also be used by hostile actors to damage reputations or destabilize governments. It can be used as harassment and exploitation. If someone doesn't like a person, or if they hated, you know, my girl Sabby Sabs, if they didn't like your wife or your sister, they can use this technology to make a XXX corn video and say, hey, look, your wife is a slut. She was cheating on you with this person. I have the video to prove it. You know what I mean? And since many of these deep fakes are very hard to decipher between what's fact and fiction, sometimes people will say, oh my God, this is actual, you know, this video is actually true, right? It's not an artificially composed video. There's frauds and financial crimes. You know, deep fakes can impersonate individuals to commit fraud, i.e. saying, hey, I want my wife to be the head of this multi-million-dollar conglomerate. You know, there's cybersecurity vulnerabilities. There's ethical and legal challenges. It's a public safety and social harm. So the public should be afraid because deep fakes can be created and shared with minimal technical skill. See, you don't have to be some rocket scientist. You don't have to be someone who has a degree in IT. You don't have to be a H-1B person. They pose a low barrier to entry for malicious actors. Their realism makes them persuasive, and their speed of spread online means harm can occur before detection or countermeasures are in place. And I always say, before the truth gets out of bed, the lie is halfway across the world. Now, this combination of accessibility, realism, and rapid dissemination makes deep fakes a serious threat to personal safety, democratic integrity, and global stability. The bottom line, that people should be concerned because deep fakes can be weaponized to deceive, harm, and exploit. And the technology is advancing faster than safeguards can keep up. So all of this AI technology that you see is in the infant stage. This is just basically like, you know, this is like the Nokia or the Kyocera, the Nextel, the Motorola's, and I'm talking about the original versions. That's what you're dealing with right now. You're not even dealing with the advanced levels of AI. I'm talking about what the rank and file people have. The AI that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos has, that's on a whole different level. I'm just saying, basically, in terms of the AI that the public has access to, we have access to the Windows 95 AI. We have access to the dial-up AI. You don't have access to the super fast cable fiber optic AI, right? By the time you have access to that, you know, what Elon Musk and Bill Gates, you know, have, you know, it will be unfathomable. Now, I'm going to pivot into this one last story about, you guessed it, the orange man chimping out. Donald Trump, I will vote for Donald Trump, right? Those people, they voted for a maniac who has the proclivity for chimping out. Now, I'm going to pull up this story and we're going to get into the interview with Trump, with the Meet the Press person, Kristen Welker, who was, I guess, supposed to be some sister girl. Okay, so let me go ahead and pull that up. But before I pull that up, I need 30 seconds. So while I'm giving that 30 seconds, please hit your boy with a like. It won't cost you a fee. The likes are free. Give me 30 seconds and I'm going to pull the video up.
B-Eazy Dat Dude, boy, stop playing. You know you dat dude and been dat dude. Back in the day, he was that dude. Fast forward to today, he's still that dude. Yup, dat dude. You can see as clear as day that he here to stay. Either get with the program or move out the way. Ooh. B-Eazy Dat Dude, he back with another one, another one, another one, another one.
Okay, so now we're going to get into this video. This is going to be the interview, the Meet the Press with this lady on here. Her name is Kristen Welker. And man, I don't know. They're saying that she's a sister girl, but is she? Now, this is just going to be another sidebar. Like, I guess, you know, this is the one drop rule. But let me just actually pull this up. Now, this doesn't necessarily matter, but I just want to pull this up just in the terms of context and representation. So we're supposed to pretend that Kristen Welker is a sister girl, right? Because her mom, I don't know if she's FBA. Her mom is a melanated person and her dad is white, right? Now, on the screen, you see Kristen Welker and you see her husband and you see her daughter. Now, look, I don't care about interracial dating and mating. You love who you love. Just make sure you choose someone who actually respects your humanity, that doesn't disrespect your community, that doesn't see you as a fetishized token. But let's just talk about the one drop rule, right? Kristen Welker. So her dad is white, her mom is black. Is she a black woman? Is she a mixed woman? Is she a biracial woman? Because her mom is black, we have to call her black, right? You know, because of the one drop rule, we have to call her black. Okay, fine. Kristen Welker is a black woman. As you can see, she has a beautiful daughter here. So her mom is black and got with a white dude. Fine. She loved it. She is allegedly black, got with a white dude. So it wouldn't be far-fetched if her beautiful daughter gets with a white dude. So Kristen Welker is supposed to be a blackety black sister girl. Does anyone look at her daughter and think that her daughter is black? See, why should we have to call our daughter black? Why can't we just call our daughter mixed or biracial and appreciate the beauty of humanity? No, she's black. Her mama's black, so she's black. Huh? But then people say you are who your father are. You know, you are what the seed of your father is. But, okay. I'm just asking, when y'all see this little beautiful girl on the screen, then people start saying, well, why does it matter? We live in a colorblind society and all this other type of stuff. Well, it does matter. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter to me, but it matters to society. See, in the foundational Black American community, whether rightly or wrongly, we will accept anyone. We unfortunately subscribe to the bigoted one drop rule. So if you have one teeny tiny drop of melanin that came from anywhere, then people will say, hey, well, you know what? Society sees you as black, so you're black. No, society, just because society may see someone as something doesn't mean that's what they are. If you see a leopard and a jaguar, you may see a jaguar as a leopard. But just because you don't know that a jaguar is not a leopard doesn't suddenly make the jaguar a leopard. It's just you don't know. So again, we see this beautiful girl on the screen. Now, if this girl, her family has a line of black women getting with white guys, so it wouldn't be a shocker if her little beautiful daughter got with a white guy. And then do you think that they will produce black kids? Is this little girl even black? She's black. How? Based on what? Oh, okay. She may not be black, but she's a person of color. Okay, fine. Call her a person of color, which I wouldn't do. But that means she's not black. You're saying that she's something else, right? So this is how these things are getting extremely confused, because you're not supposed to ask a question. You know what I mean? So again, y'all see this little girl on the screen. Is this a little black girl? Let's zoom it in. And if she keeps in the spirit, her grandma got with a white dude, her mama got with a white dude, this little girl will probably get with a white dude. And if they have kids, are those kids going to be black? You know the answer, but you're just too afraid to say it. And then you'll say, but colorism. No, it's not about colorism. But just setting that up. So let's hear the sister girl interview Trump. And I'm going to have to fast forward because I'm not going to play all of this. It's about 40 minutes. And I know he did cut it short because he chimped out.
That was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off by talking about the major issue that you are focused on every day, which is Iran.
Mhm.
Sunday will mark 100 days since the first strikes. Your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the war had concluded. And yet just this week, Iran attacked U.S. allies in the region, calling it retaliation for a set of U.S. airstrikes. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Well, they've been largely decapitated, and I call it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not. We have the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks or during this little ceasefire that we did at the request of some very good people, very, very fine people from.
Again, Trump is a low IQ lunatic. He's over here lying, and this dude is one of the most disgusting liars that, you know, the country has ever seen in terms of a prominent public figure. All he does is lie. He's saying that we basically decimated their military, their Navy, and all this stuff. They're basically like lame sitting ducks. There's nothing that they can do. But instead, hey, we can't let them get a nuke. How are they going to get a nuke? You destroyed their capacity. He's saying that basically they decimated them so that it would take them on average 15 to 30 years to rebuild. But then at the same time, then he's saying, yeah, but they're still a threat. How? You decimated everything. And he just kind of double talks. And then you got the MAGA morons who are like, yeah, man, Trump is doing this for America. So when they bombed and slaughtered over 100 little girls in Iran and said, oopsie, my bad, how does slaughtering little schoolgirls help you? Your gas is not cheaper because of those little girls being slaughtered. Your interest rates are not lower. You can't suddenly afford the rent in your local neighborhood because some little girls in Iran were slaughtered. So how is this making America great again? You can't answer. So then people just start babbling and try to pretend as if Trump is fighting for the little guy. No, he's fighting for people that are in his same tax bracket. And you don't make enough.
Actually from numerous places, as you know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the field marshal and the prime minister. And we're very close to having a deal. And if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
I do want to talk about the terms of any potential
Sure.
deal in just a moment, but let me just follow up with you. You did post on social media just this week, my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a naval blockade in place, which technically is an act of war under international law. So is this a war as long as there's a naval blockade in place?
Well, we have a blockade. It's been extremely effective. And the reason we have it is they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them. And as you know, they're losing $400 to $500 million a day. It's not sustainable for them. They have an economy that's shot in addition to everything else. Their leaders are gone.
So he's talking about how much Iran is losing a day and it's not sustainable for them. How is it sustainable for us? Is it truly sustainable for us to be meddling in all these foreign places? Here, give a bunch of money and resources to Ukraine. Here, give a bunch of money to Israel. Hey, help them bomb Lebanon. Help them try to create the Israel project. Could we truly afford this? How is this making America great again? This is making Boeing, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, is making the military industrial complex thrive and flourish. But this isn't helping the Americans, the average American citizen.
Their generals are gone. Their first tier and second tier are gone. Much of their third tier is gone. But they put up a blockade, and so we blockaded them, and we have the ultimate blockade. I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can.
Well, how do you define it?
I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do.
Again, more pathetic lies. She asks him, hey, if it's not a war, then how do you define it? I don't define it at all. I don't call it anything. Okay, huh? That doesn't even make any sense. Imagine somebody is shooting at you. You start shooting back like, hey, is this a shootout? No. What do you call it? I don't call it anything at all. Huh? Somebody shot at you, you shot at them, but you don't call it a shootout. You don't call it a conflict. You don't call it anything. And this is this kind of goofy thing where you're in a war, you engage in acts of war, but hey, don't call it that. Call it a conflict. Now, I get for some types of algorithmic purposes, you shouldn't say that, which I probably shouldn't be saying it, but my channel was already shadow banned, so it doesn't really matter for me to say it. But yeah, so they engage in warfare. It's just don't call it warfare. It's just like you inside of some gooey box, you're having intercourse, but hey, don't call it sex. What else I'm gonna call it? There's a penis penetrating a vagina. Hey, don't call that intercourse. There's bombs being dropped. Little kids are being slaughtered. Generals are being assassinated. Hey, don't call that war. Okay, fine. What do you want me to call it? Don't call it nothing. I don't even think about it. How stupid do you have to be? And this just shows you that Trump is nothing but a pompous, low IQ prick. He says that he doesn't think about what's going on in Iran, but however, he called to do a naval blockade. Hey, they did a blockade, so let's blockade their blockade, because I don't even think about it. How stupid does that sound? Benjamin Netanyahu was coming to the Oval Office to say, hey, we need resources to help bomb and obliterate Iran. Yeah, I don't even think about it. It's not a war. I don't think about it. How could you not think about it when you got a foreign nation coming to the Oval Office telling you, hey, look, we want to bomb them? Like I said, Trump's lies, they're not even coherent. But somehow people think he's making America great again. Like, no, people don't respect their kids for lying. People wouldn't respect their husband for lying. You wouldn't respect your mom, your teacher, your boss for lying. But somehow you respect Trump for lying. And then it frames, well, all politicians lie. Well, they don't call all politicians the leader of the free world, which is, a bit of an oxymoron. You say the world is free, but somehow America is the leader of the free world. If you ask, hey, is America the leader of China? No. Is America the leader of Venezuela? No. Is America the leader of any African nation? No. But the president is the leader of the free world. Huh? It doesn't make any sense, bro. Hey, I'm the leader of your free married wife. No, it's my wife. Yeah, but I'm the leader of your free wife. That's how stupid it sounds. This country, there's a sovereign nation, but somehow the United States president is the free leader of that sovereign nation? Huh? It doesn't make any sense, but you've just been indoctrinated to just go along with this, right?
But if you're not specifically calling it a war, would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation?
I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can.
Well, how do you define it?
I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do.
But if you're not specifically calling it a war, would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation Epic Fury there home? No, would you consider sending them home if it's not technically a war?
We don't need as many troops. I think just like it's on the to err on the side of caution. We have a lot of people there. They're very safe. If you think we beat Venezuela, we lost nobody. We took over the whole country. We lost nobody. We have a great relationship, by the way, with Venezuela. Venezuela is doing very well, but we lost nobody. I'm moving very.
I got the job. I start in 2 weeks.
What?
Months. Vietnam lasted 19 years. I'm into my third month, and all I do is say, "Whoa, when are you going to end If I were a Democrat, nobody would be talking that way, but it doesn't matter to me. I've gotten so used to it. Look, we have totally destroyed their military. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left.
Do you know how many missiles?
Yes, exactly.
How many?
I don't want to tell you.
Can you give me a ballpark?
But they have some left. No, but I know almost to the number, and we know where they are too, and we know where their drones.
Does this make any sense? He claims to know how many missiles they have. I know how many missiles Iran have. How many do they have? I don't want to tell you, but he does want to tell that he destroyed their navy. He does want to tell that he's destroyed. He's saying all these things that he destroyed in very explicit, right? He's not giving any detail. He's being vague and saying, we destroyed this, we destroyed that. We destroyed their nuclear capacity. We destroyed their navy. But then at the same time, well, they still have missiles. Huh? I thought you said you destroyed everything. So where are all of these missiles and this apparatus that they have to attack when you said that you destroyed it all? I thought they weren't a threat. He's saying they're a paper tiger and we destroyed them and we shut them down, but they still are dangerous. Okay.
And we know where their drone factories are. Most of the drone factories have been knocked out. Most of the launching pads have been knocked out, and most of the missile manufacturing areas have been knocked out, but they still have capacity. They have some missiles, they have some drones. I would say percentage-wise, maybe 21, 22% of their missiles. It's a lot of missiles, but it's not what it was when we first attacked.
So you're saying they have 21, 22% of their missiles left?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about what specifically you are demanding as a part of this short-term deal. Will the United States agree to a deal with Iran that doesn't explicitly and immediately give up its nuclear enrichment program on the front end?
Well, you know, depending on when you say immediately, look, it is buried under mountains because our B-2s were incredible. The pilots of our B-2s were unbelievable. And it's buried. They can't get it. The only two countries that could take it, that have the equipment to take, you have to understand, 3 mountains have fallen in on them, right? So you understand that because the fake news was going.
President, you promised that you were going to negotiate a better deal. Do you wish you'd done it in your first term when you ripped it up at that, before you ripped up the deal?
No, they weren't ready. No, this is much better. This is much better. If I would have done it in my first term, Israel wouldn't have been ready. Hear that sound of thunder, lightning. His country, and I wiped out the nuclear threat. Let me tell you, if we left tomorrow, if we just said, all right, let's get out, it'll take them 15 or 20 years to rebuild back. But I'm not going to give them even that chance. I'm not going to give them that chance. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if there was even a 1% chance that they'd have it, I wouldn't leave. We're almost finished. We're going to either have a deal, a strong deal, a meaningful deal.
And again, they're saying, oh, well, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. And this is how you know, because these people are all in the tank for the Zios and the Israeli establishment. Why didn't she ask them about the nukes that Israel has? Israel has nukes, but everyone knows, but you have to pretend as if they don't have it. Then when people can see that Israel does have nukes, it's like, yeah, but it's the only democracy in the Middle East. Well, if Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East, why is the only democracy lying about their nuclear capacity? Why won't they say, yes, we have nukes and we don't plan on using them because we're the only democracy in the Middle East. We have decorum. We are a morally righteous nation. They don't say that. Instead, they pretend. I'm talking about the establishment and the leaders of this country. They pretend as if they don't have nukes. I mean, that's a form of social engineering, knowing that you have it. They talk about how superior their intelligence apparatus is, how superior the Iron Dome capacity is. But when it comes to the nukes, you know what I mean? Don't ask, don't tell. You know what I mean? They say, hey, well, we didn't sign this nuclear proliferation agreement, so we don't have to tell you how many nukes we have. But if this is our greatest ally, and some people allege the only reason why they have nukes is because they stole U.S. confidential information, how is that an ally, right? Imagine you had a special fried chicken recipe, right? And you like, I don't want nobody to know this recipe. This is my secret recipe. And then your so-called friend or ally steals the recipe. Are you going to still consider that person a friend or an ally? You can't trust that person. But if that person just says, oops, I didn't mean to steal it, but they still have your recipe, the recipe is still stolen. So them saying, oopsie, my bad, what does that do? So that's what many are looking at with the Israel. You know, when you look at the USS Liberty, it's a lot of oopsies. Oopsie, we stole your nuclear information. Oopsie, we bombed an ally vessel, right? So I'm going to play a little bit more and we're going to get to Trump chimping out and then I'll be ready to shut her down.
Not like the Obama thing. Obama was a path to a nuclear weapon. Mine is the exact opposite. And mine is a wall. It's a wall, just like I built 1,000 miles of wall on our southern border. And by the way, I took the worst border in history and I made it the best border in history in a matter of weeks.
And yet, Mr. President, Iran was the closest to developing weapons-grade uranium after you ripped up the nuclear deal because there were no guardrails in place.
So here he is blaming Obama. Obama was a horrible president. In Iran, they were going to have a nuke, right? So under Obama, whether you like him or not, under that, that specific nuclear deal, Iran wasn't enriching. At least they wasn't enriching, to what they say 60% where you can at least start to create a nuclear weapon. So they were enriching at a lower rate under Obama. Now Trump comes in, rips up the deal, and now they're trying to enrich above 60%. And now he's blaming Obama. Obama kept them in check. Oh, then they try to say Obama gave them piles of cash. And this is what they do. They exploit other nations, steal their money. And then if you give the money back, it turns into that's woke. You want white people to feel guilty. No, it was some white leaders in power who stole money, exploited money. Then when you give the money back, it's framed as, you're helping to fund terrorists, right? That's the same thing that they do with reparations, right? They'll demonize black people, subjugate them, over criminalize them. And then if it's time to pay reparations, hey, you're trying to pay reparations to criminals and all this other stuff. Like, no, what you actually did was criminal. You were lynching people. That was a criminal act, but based on the anti-black laws, it wasn't criminal. They were going around forcibly penetrating any black woman that they wanted. That was a criminal act. But because there were black codes and black people's humanity wasn't respected, it wasn't considered a crime. So these people commit all sorts of crimes, but because it's not documented as a crime, they pretend it's not a crime. Look at Israel right now, committing genocidal war crimes. But if the U.S. doesn't call it a genocide, then it's like, well, they're the only democracy in the Middle East. What type of democracy is that? The only democracy that's presiding over a genocide? The only democracy that are saying, hey, you have the right to return home, and then you start shooting people? The only democracy that are allowing little kids to have limbs amputated without any anesthesia? But hey, what about Hamas? No, what about the IDF? What about the Israelis who are supposed to be more righteous than Hamas, right? Hamas is supposed to be these savage terrorists in flip-flops who look like Aladdin. That's not how you should describe the IDF, but yet it's the IDF who are bombing people. It's the IDF who are denying people food. It's the IDF who said, hey, you can't have chocolate in Gaza. Things like that, right?
They were developing it during the nuclear deal. You don't know that? Iran, when Obama signed that stupid deal where he paid them billions and billions of dollars, he thought he could bribe them.
So he's saying Obama signed a stupid deal. And let's just say the deal was stupid. Was it stupid to sign a deal that kept them in check? check. And it's funny because he said Obama signed a stupid deal, but what is he trying to do right now? He's trying to get a ceasefire deal. So if they sign his deal, it's not stupid, but they signed Obama's deal and kept their nuclear enrichment in check. But that was stupid. No, that was smart. You know what I mean? So what he thinks is, hey, we're going to withhold money from them and we're going to rip up the deal. And somehow that's better for us. No, it's turned out worse. Nobody was blockading the Strait of Hormuz under Obama. Nobody was threatening to assassinate any U.S. leaders under Obama. But now he assassinates multiple Iranian leaders, right? He's putting sanctions on them. He's helping to bomb Lebanon and Syria. And then all he's worried about is, yeah, but Obama gave them billions of dollars. Yeah, those billions of dollars were actually their money that was stolen from U.S. imperialism, right? If you hadn't stole the money, then Obama wouldn't have had to give them the money. That's the part that they keep leaving out, right? So the U.S. tries to say this is a white Christian nation. Well, look what the Bible scripture says about thievery. Thou shalt not steal. And look up what it says about paying your debts. You know what I mean? So this is what's pathetic, because people talk about how we need more Bibles in the school, how we need more Jesus and all this other stuff. What would Jesus do, right? Isn't that the buzzword and bumper stickers people like to ask? Would Jesus preside over a genocide? Would Jesus push the trigger on bombing a school full of little girls? Is that what Jesus would do, right? They like to pretend like we all need to come together and unify. Why aren't the Middle Eastern Israelis uniting with the Middle Eastern Palestinians, right? In the name of God, in the name of Jesus. You said sign a deal. Yeah, this is what Trump is trying to do. He keeps touting a deal. He's talking about he wants to sign a deal and I'm going to have a deal soon. But then he's trying to shame and shun Obama for actually getting a deal signed. Yeah, the dub narrative, you know what I mean? And the victimhood narrative. It's funny, right? Because they always tell you niggers need to stop acting like victims. And here you have Trump always pretending as if the Israelis and the J people are all victims. If white people are all victims. And if they are victims, who is victimizing them? It's not BLM. BLM isn't victimizing any white people. George Floyd isn't victimizing any white people. But, you know, Peter Thiel is, Elon Musk is, the oligarchs and the Kevin O'Leary's and Bill Gates, those are the people who are victimizing you. But instead, they're talking about, what about Chicago? They never say, what about Silicon Valley, right? They never say, what's that place? They never say, what about Bohemian Grove? What about Oakland? Yeah, what about Oakland?
They were developing a nuclear weapon. That's how they got there. They got all of this uranium during Obama. You know that, don't you? Well, that's how they got there. Don't say this. They got there. They developed it during the Barack Hussein Obama, during his administration. They've asked.
Again, he's lying. They developed this, they developed that. How could he say they developed a nuke, but they don't have a nuke, right? It's like, hey, so-and-so built a car. Okay, where's the car? Well, they didn't build it yet, but I thought you said that they built a car. Yeah, but they're close to building a car. You didn't say they was close. You said they built a car, and I'm looking for the car they built, but there's no car built. They were close to a nuclear weapon. Okay, where's the nuclear weapon? Well, they don't have one, but you said they were close. So we have to bomb them and then we destroy their capacity, but they're close. Huh? Which one is it? You said, why don't he talk about how Israel is fifth in nuclear arms in the world? Yeah, because he's a buck-broken buffoon. And one of the top Zio Israeli dual citizens, Miriam Adelson, donated $200 million to him. So, of course, he's going to be licking the boots of the Zio Shields.
Their development after after the deal was
They didn't
wrapped up.
escalate
But
anything.
let's talk about the economy. I want to talk about the economy.
If I didn't go in there with the B-2 bombers, they would right now have a nuclear weapon, and it could be that half of the world would be eradicated.
Let me ask you about the economy. You got a strong jobs.
Again, here's the propaganda. If Iran has a nuke, then they would eradicate half the world. Who do you think would be more prone to be using a nuke? The US, Israel, or Iran? Now they want to convince you that no, Iran is the big bad boogeyman. Who is presiding over a genocide? Israel or Iran? Right now, there's no reports of Iran bombing a Israeli school that slaughtered 100 little girls. There are reports of a U.S. and Israeli organization that slaughtered over 100 little girls. There's no reports of Israelis having to get their limbs amputated with no anesthesia. There are reports of that happening to Palestinian kids. Now they love to talk about, oh my God, October 7th, the videos, it was so horrific. Release the videos. Same thing with Carmelo Anthony. They talk about the video was so incriminating. Y'all let George Floyd get unalived. People saw the video of Charlie Kirk. People have been desensitized to people being unalived. So there's countless videos of genocide acts in Gaza. In X and other outlets allow you to show it. But suddenly there's no videos of the Israelis. Now they want to frame it as, oh, these videos are so horrific. The videos are not going to be more horrific than some little kid that's malnourished getting their limbs amputated with no anesthesia. You're not going to find a video that's more disturbing than that. So they talk about Hamas and these mass RAPEs, but there's no footage of it. They say, no, we've seen the video. Just trust me, bro. If you have the video, release the video. You know what I mean? And then they want to pretend, no, we're not releasing the video to protect the victims. There's a lot of children victims, and those videos are plastered all over the internet, right? So this is the double standard where you're supposed to feel sympathetic if 1,200 Israelis lose their life, which was very disturbing. And I wish that didn't happen. But what's a bigger number? 1,200 or upwards of 70,000. They're pretending we're just defending ourselves. Well, if you were defending yourselves, the numbers would be more proportionate. 1,200 Israelis unalived. Okay. 2,000, 3,000 Hamas people unalived. But those aren't the numbers that you're hearing. 1,200 compared to 70,000, that's a low end. Many say the numbers are well over 100K, but there's so much rubble and there's many bodies that haven't been accounted. But let's just go with a bare minimum. 1,200 versus 70,000 unalivings. But again, remember, Israel is the victim. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. Right.
Today that beat expectations.
Not strong. Really strong.
Beat expectations.
By how much? Triple.
172,000 jobs created. And yet, gas is up, diesel is up.
It's all coming down as soon as the war's over.
Well, 70% of farmers say they can't afford fertilizer. What?
Here he goes lying again. He says all these prices are coming down as soon as the war's over. But he doesn't know when the war is over. And then remember earlier, he said he doesn't even call it a war. I don't call it anything. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do. So which one is it? They're saying that it's not a war, but hey, the prices will come down when the war is over. But I thought you said there was no war. Okay, fine. The prices will come down when the war is over. When is the war going to be over? Then he starts brambling. Oh, remember, like he said with the Ukraine, Russia, he said that was going to be ending on day one. People aren't even talking about Ukraine or Russia anymore. He didn't end that on day one. When is he going to end this? So basically, he doesn't care if you're paying $6 in gas. I'm in California. The cheap gas is $5.99. The average price is around anywhere from $6.15 to $6.30 on average. And all Trump has to say, yeah, we'll come down when the war is over. And then even if it comes down, it's going to come down to $5.99. Look, gas used to be $6.50, $6.25. Now there's a deal. It's only $5.99. And then they'll frame it as, hey, look, gas has come down by 75 cents. Yeah, it was $6.75. And now it came down 75 cents. So now it's $6 even. And you're supposed to champion that, right? Okay.
The farmers are doing very well.
Let me ask you, what is your message to farmers, many who support you, but who say they're struggling? Who say they're struggling?
Because there's nobody been better than farmers. You know, I gave farmers last term $28 billion that took advantage of other people. And you know who paid for it? China.
And here we go again. He gave farmers all this money. Basically, he gave a bunch of money to white farmers. Then they discriminated on black farmers. But when it was time to dole out, then they said, oh, this is going to go to farmers of color. Right. So they had a bunch of instances of they're calling black farmers niggers. They had instances of them specifically targeting black farmers. But when it came to dole out the resources, hey, this has to go to farmers of color. So then there were a bunch of pale skinned Asians who came up and said, hey, I'm a farmer of color. Yeah, but what color are you? And then they start using weasel language. Farmers of color, underserved farmers, disenfranchised farmers, and, you know, farmers going through hardship, right? And all somebody had to say is, hey, look, I was an Asian farmer. I was doing well, but my funds dipped down a little bit. So that's distress. So they write these legislations in very nebulous language to pretend as, hey, look, we're helping black farmers. And then you read the language and you're like, hold on, this says it helps minority farmers. And then they start saying, hey, well, all farmers matter and all lives matter. It's like, yeah, all lives do matter. But why did you frame this as you were helping black people? This is just a universal policy, which we support universal policy, but you weren't universally targeting all groups. They weren't targeting Asians. They were targeting black people. And then they say, hey, we targeted y'all, but y'all got to give something to the Asians that we didn't target. Okay.
Last term. You know, I had a great first term. I had the greatest economy ever. And you know what? This one's blowing it away.
What's your message to farmers, though, Mr. President, who say...
The other thing about the Chinas, too, they'll talk about the China virus and the Kung flu. China is our enemy. But did you know China has thousands of farm acre? So if y'all hate China so much, why would you let our quote unquote enemy buy up so much farmland and buy up so much property? Because they don't care. They pretend as if it's America first, but all they care about is capitalism first, right? This is funny. You can buy thousands of acres in America as a Chinese citizen, but guess what? China won't sell Americans not a daggone thing. You can't go to China as an American and buy up a bunch of Chinese farmland. However, Chinese can come over here and buy up a bunch of American farmland. And then they'll say, but China is our enemy. Does it make sense to let our quote unquote enemy buy up so much farmland? So they'll go back and forth and say China is our enemy, but Americans are too dumb. So we need 600,000 Chinese students. And let's just say that, you know, the majority of them were model minority citizens. All it takes is a couple of those Chinese people to be agents. Of those 600,000 people, let's just say 10 of them were Chinese agents. That would be 10 too many, but nobody would care because, hey, they're the model minority, right? And this is what they do. China is the enemy, but we're going to keep letting our enemy buy up all this farmland. China is the enemy, but we're going to outsource all of our vital manufacturing to China because they're the enemy. Does that make any sense to you? They talk about China virus, the Kung flu. We need masks. Okay, cool. Where are we going to get those masks from? From China? Huh? I thought you just said China was the leaders of the Kung Flu from the Wuhan lab. Yeah, they are. And now you need to wear a mask made from China, our enemy. The logic is not logical.
They are struggling. They're struggling to make ends
Are you
meet.
ready? Am I allowed to talk? You keep asking questions and you don't listen to the answers. I love the farmers, and the farmers love me, and the farmers trust me. In the first term, I had something very similar. China and others were, and Canada, which was brutal.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying. All these people say, why y'all begging the government? And then they use government taxpayer money to give to other nations. Other nations constantly beg the U.S. government. They don't pay into the government. They don't pay U.S. taxes, but they have their hand out for goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. And we're just supposed to just give it to them. But then you've been convinced and conditioned, don't ask the government for anything. That's begging. Stop being lazy and asking for a handout. But Israel is asking for handouts. Zelensky is asking for handouts. Go down the litany of foreign entities asking for handouts, goodies, giveaways, and guarantees. And guess what? America has no issue writing the check. And matter of fact, many of the MAGA morons, the lefty lunatics, if I pull up all of this stuff, so they have so many programs where money is earmarked, but it's only for immigrants. Money that's earmarked only for foreign entities. Look at the C-19, the American Rescue Act. They allocated $87 million to Pakistan for gender studies. Why the hell should American taxpayers pay for Pakistan's gender studies? So again, they talk about what about black on black crime? It wouldn't take me 87 million to eradicate crime in my neighborhood. Give me 870,000 and I'll make something shake. Instead, shut up. You know what I mean? You niggas shouldn't be asking for anything, but somehow we should be okay with giving 87 million to Pakistan for gender studies. No one knows where that money went. Look at California. Gavin Newsom, aka Gavin Gruesome, 24 billion, not million, billion to combat homelessness, but yet there's more homeless people. The homeless numbers are increasing. They love to talk about but per capita. Well, per capita, 40% of the homeless are Black Americans, and they don't give a damn. They love to talk about, give us your sick, your tired, your poor. There's a bunch of homeless that are sick, tired, and poor. You don't give a damn about sick, tired, and poor homeless people in America, from America, but you're fixated on sick, tired, and poor people from Nepal and Bangladesh and Myanmar. Huh? Make it make sense. You can't, because it doesn't. We too dumb to work they were trained to do. Yeah, this is what Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, they're essentially saying, you Americans are too dumb and you're too lazy to do these jobs. That's why we got to hire people from these third world underdeveloped nations, or we got to hire H-1B visas. And we've been joined by none other than the eloquent, the elegant, and the enchanting, the Tory experience in building. Salute to Tory. So he's starving out Cuba, but bailed out Argentina because Argentina, white, blanco, racist country. Cuba got a lot of people that look like us. Correct. Cuba, Brazil, etc. But the thing is, they only want to bring over the W Cubans, i.e. the Marco Rubios, the people in Florida. Those are the I know black, you know what I mean? And then when you look in Florida, there's a bunch of white Latinos. So then when Florida swings a certain way and they say, oh my God, look at all these Latinos, they're voting Republican. but there's no race called Latino and there's no race called Hispanic. All these are white people under the banner of Latino voting Republican. But many of these people come from anti-black nations where they have these conservative ideals, but no one really knows what they're trying to conserve. When you ask them, okay, you're a conservative, what exactly are you trying to conserve? And then they start talking about family values and all sorts of random stuff. What family values? You mean your anti-black family values? Is that what you're talking about? Your colorism, your blanqueamiento, mejoró la raza? Is that what you're talking about? But see, many people don't ask these questions, and unfortunate, there are some people with both genders, right? You know, there's some sisters, you know, that may want some, you know, pink penis and think, no, that's not a pink penis. You know, this is a pink penis with horchata. It's like, yeah, he's Latino. Like, yeah, all you got was, you know, a white dude who loves pico de gallo. You know what I mean? The same thing with dudes like, I got me a Latina chick. Yeah, all you did, you went from Karen to Karencita. That's all you did. You know what I mean? You didn't choose a POC or anything like that. So sometimes people are willing to look at these other people and see that, hey, they're not Anglo, they're not a heritage American. So they try to pretend as if, you know, we're in this mythical coalition of POCs and like, yeah, man, it's us against the whites. But you don't realize that many of these people are white. And to be clear, there's nothing wrong with being white, Latino, or anything like that. I'm just pointing out many of these people hold anti-black views. In order for these people to assimilate and be adopted into whiteness, their first order of business is to distance themselves from blackness and show their willingness to be anti-black. Hey, we're not like them. We're the model minorities. You know what I mean? Which calling yourself a model minority is a form of buck breaking. You should be yourself. To let someone say, hey, you're the model minority, that's saying that you're my pet ethnic group. You know what I mean? But like I said, because it's crapping on blacks, many people are willing to allow themselves be called model minorities. Model minorities compared to what? Right? If they're saying there's a model minority, they're trying to say, hey, you're not like those other minorities. You're a model minority. It's just like a pat on the head to say, here, act how we want you to act. And many of them say, yes, white mommy and daddy, we will do everything that you want. We will lick the boot and everything. But like I said, these people are not just butt kissers. They're crack lickers. They put their hands firmly on the cheeks, spread them apart, and lick up and down and all around. And I've shown people like Patrick Buck Broken Bozo David, who even when Trump has a ban on his homeland, he's still willing to gargle Trump's balls and want to drink his man milk with a straw. How pathetic could you be?
They were taking advantage of our farmers. They don't take advantage of it anymore. I gave them $28 billion split up. They never had a payday like that. And the farmers loved me, and they came back and they voted for me in record numbers. You know that nobody's ever even come close. Now, because of the fact that we had a choice, I had a choice to make. I could keep it going. The farmers were doing great. Fertilizer was very cheap. Everything was cheap. Gasoline was very low. Everything was very low. I could have kept it that way, but I said I have to take a little bit of a turn. The farmers are going to understand it better than anybody. We're going to have higher gasoline. We're going to have a little higher fertilizer, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm going to get rid of a nuclear weapon in the hands of very dangerous people. Excuse me, wait. It should have been done for 47 years. No president had the guts to.
Again, he's over here lying where he's saying, okay, farmers were struggling. And then he told them, hey, look, gas is going to be a little bit higher. But look, it's worth the risk because Iran won't have a nuke. Come on, man. Like, nobody is buying this stuff. If you're over here at the pump and you like, man, I'm paying $6 in gas, but at least Iran don't have a nuke. Huh? You're over here paying $4,000 in rent, but at least Iran don't have a nuke. Nobody is saying that. And if you are saying that, you are an idiot and imbecile.
I did it, and I've done it. It's almost complete. As soon as that's complete, gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farms, and it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.91 a gallon.
Video creators, I just found a software that color grades.
What is the point of him saying that gas was $1.85 in Iowa? That ain't how much it costs now. And he's trying to say, oh yeah, it used to be this price, and then after the war is over, the gas will go back down. But she doesn't ask him when the war is going to be over. All he'll just say, oh well, it will be very soon. Okay, when is soon? Some people consider 2 weeks soon or 2 months soon. When will the war be over? But remember, he started off, this ain't a war. I don't even know what to call it. This is what Trump was saying. Trump was saying he wouldn't call it a war. I wouldn't call it anything. Okay. And you said, remember, he was on WWF. Yeah, bro is getting into character right now. He is, like I said, Trump, you want to talk about affirmative action and DEI? This dude is the face of being a DEI dolt.
Audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again. Are gas prices going higher or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go lower than they were before.
Have they peaked?
As soon, well, it depends. I mean,
again, do you guys start to see a pattern with these people? These are the people who you're supposed to respect. Hey, we have to respect him because he's a millionaire, a billionaire. So she asked him a direct question. Are gas prices going to get lower? And then he immediately pivots. Why can't these people answer direct questions? There's nothing to respect about this. If you were asking your little kid, hey, little Johnny, why did you take the cookies out the cookie jar? And then they start saying, well, in class today, we learned about fractions. I asked why you took the cookies out the cookie jar. Why are you talking about fractions? That's what these people like to do. Pivot to something that doesn't have anything to do with what you're asking them. Now, she's not going to press him hard enough. I mean, I thought she did a decent job, but she's not going to press him hard enough. And then when he does get pressed, you'll see that based on his low impulse, type of vibes, I guess he had no choice but to chimp out.
gasoline prices are going to drop like a rock. You know, I was in Iowa speaking about farms, and it was before we attacked Iran. And I was in Iowa, and the prices were $1.85 a gallon, $1.91 a gallon. What?
This time, it wasn't the rain, but an audio issue that forced us to pause the interview again. Are gas prices going higher or have they peaked?
They're going to come low, very low. They're going to go.
Are gas prices higher or have they peaked? They're going to get low. That's not what she asked you. So once again, he's trying to speak in an aspirational term. She asks, have they got higher? Clearly they got higher. So instead of acknowledging that gas prices are higher, he pivots and saying they're going to get low. When? Oh, they'll get low when the war is over. But he said it wasn't a war, and he doesn't know when the war is going to be over. And that's not even what she asked him. So at what point, as Americans, as grown adults, are we going to just stop tolerating these pathetic political answers, and then we accept these answers because, hey man, he's a politician, and we've been conditioned to just expect politicians to lie to us, to obfuscate and not be straightforward with their answers. Nobody will respect this from anybody else. If you are asking your teacher, hey, I turned in my essay, what did you think about the essay? Did I get an A? And then she starts saying, well, the sky is blue. I asked you what was my score on my essay. Like, why are you talking about, the bees, the birds, and the clouds and stuff like that? So yeah, man, Trump is just an egotistical dolt.
Lower than they were before.
Have they peaked?
As soon, well, it depends. I mean, it depends where the war goes. It could be I'll have to give them a shot, and it could be we'll sign an agreement. If we sign an agreement, they'll go down now. Otherwise, they'll go down after we're finished.
You have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh.
Yeah.
There he goes again, talking about signing an agreement. But then he says Obama agreement was stupid, so he ripped it up. So he ripped up Obama's agreement. Like it's like this, right? They say you're not supposed to leave a job until you have another job in place, right? So if you was working at Walmart, you're supposed to put in your 2 weeks or put in your resignation letter when you already have another job, not when you're hopeful of another job. So if he's ripping up these nuclear proliferation agreements, he should already have something in place. Instead, he's just winging it like, trust me, bro. Yeah, we're going to get a deal. You had a deal. You ripped up the deal. Yeah, we're going to get a new deal, though. Okay, when is that going to happen? Well, it's going to happen after the war. That's not really a war. Is this the best the high IQs have to offer? And Frank says people are sheep, especially they give it pass when it's a dub, man, as the con artist. Correct. I don't like Obama. Obama is a tether. But if Obama had did any of this stuff, we already know what people will be saying. They were mad at Obama for wearing a tan suit. Meanwhile, Trump is doing all sorts of conniving, corrupt idiocy. But hey, because he has the complexion for the protection of the collection, we have to pretend as if he's some sort of savant or genius. No, Trump is a pathetic miscreant and low IQ moron. And shout out to Mr. Last Call. Salute to the bro, reporting and chatting from an undisclosed location in Northern America.
His first meeting in the role is later this month. After this month's jobs report, economists now say it's possible the Fed may have to raise rates. Do you think that's possible? And what would your reaction be, sir?
So I'm of a different feeling. I think Kevin's fantastic, and I want him to do whatever he wants. I don't want to have a big influence on him. But we had a great report. But success can kill inflation. Geography is doing well. They shouldn't be penalized by immediately raising interest rates. They should actually be incentivized. You know, we have debt. We have other things. We have things we want to take care of. I want to go bigger on the military. I really do. If we do what I'm saying, this will be.
So he says he wants to go bigger on the military. Bigger how? You want more people? And then it's funny because they want to do all these bans, and I get the physical fitness bans and stuff, but then they want to like ban trans people and all this other stuff. I get it, right? So people are like, hey, that's woke and all this stuff. If there's a trans person and they want to go out there and risk their life for this country, why the hell shouldn't they, right? I'm supposed to be cringe. That's woke because a trans person wants to go fight for this country. Meanwhile, Trump is not going to fight. Remember, that's why they were calling him Bone Spurs, because he tried to get a medical discharge. He was a coward. He didn't want to fight. Do you think Barron Trump, none of the Trumps fought for this nation, right? There's a litany of the, do you think Elon Musk, do you think any of his kids are going to join the military? Is any of Bill Gates' kids going to join the military? Are any of the Bloombergs going to join the military? Think about whatever neighborhood and state you live in, and think about the affluent Catholic schools. Do you think any of those Catholic students are going to be fighting the military? So yeah, Trump wants to expand the military, but it's going to be expounded with poor kids. Then they want to bring in a bunch of immigrants, particularly undocumented from underdeveloped nations, what they call the third world, and then they'll dangle citizenship. Hey, look, you guys are undocumented immigrants from shithole nations, right? But we will expedite and fast track your citizenship or green card, or at the very least TPS, temporary protected status, or permanent residency. We'll fast track that if you go fight our endless wars in Africa, Middle East, and Asia, and things like that. That's what it's going to be with the military. That's when he says he wants to expand it. So it's going to be a bunch of undocumented people, a bunch of impoverished Americans, and a lot of robotic and drone warfare. And guess who's going to be footing the bill? The U.S. taxpayer dollars. And then they're going to want to convince you, hey, look, we need all this money to bomb these various locations across the globe to restore democracy. You know what I mean? To live up to the Monroe Doctrine, right? And to try to pretend that, hey, they hate us because of our freedom. No, they hate you because you bombed a school that slaughtered over 100 little girls. That's why they hate you. They hate you because you wiped out their whole bloodline. You unalived their mom, their dad, their grandma, and their 2 little daughters. And then you say they hate us because of our freedom. They said death to America. What's worse, someone saying death to America and not doing anything, or someone that didn't say death to Iran and bombing and slaughtering a bunch of little schoolgirls? They're trying to convince you that a chant is worse than actual actions. Okay, fine. It may trigger you and you may feel disturbed and petrified to hear some foreign people saying death to America. But at the end of the day, if you're a free speech absolutist, they have the freedom of speech to say that. Now, what did that death to America chant translate to it? Most of the times, all it translated to was a chant and some content. Someone clipped up some content. Here, look at these big bad meanies saying death to America. And that's all they can show you. They can show you someone in a keffiyeh. They can show you someone in a turban saying death to America. And that's supposed to be worse than someone slaughtering over hundreds of little girls by dropping militarized bombs on them. Make it make sense. You said the ref bringing in a pre-soaked bloody towel tricked the Hulk Hogan as Gray's fist while being carried out. Yeah, I know what I was watching. Yeah, when you talk about the WWF, it was a point where we thought it was real. Then when we realized it was fake, we was like, it's fake, but it's still entertaining. So that's how many of these MAGA moist maniacs and morons are. There was a period where they thought it was real. Then they realized it was fake and they just said, well, I don't want to spoil the show. The show must go on. So now they kind of internalize the theatrics and try to pretend as if it's real. You know what I mean? But let's play a little bit more of this. So I only have probably about 10, 15 more minutes and then I'm going to shut her down.
A beautiful, well-oiled machine like you've never seen before.
And when we come back, President Trump defends his controversial plan that could give payouts to January 6th rioters.
I got one challenge for you.
This $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization fund, it was going to compensate people who say the federal government weaponized the legal system against them. It's been blocked by the courts, met with opposition from Republicans
and Democrats
in Congress and Democrats.
Excuse me, mostly Democrats.
Mostly
some
Democrats and some Republicans.
Some, very few Republicans.
Just to be very clear, are you backing off the fund completely?
And it's funny, what do these bigots always say? You can't throw money at the problem. And what are they trying to do? Throw money at the problem. Cops are failing every year. What about crime? What about crime? Every year it's like, bro, what are you doing? They have multiple backup. They have K9 dogs. They have robotic dogs. They have drones, AKs, ARs, M16s, any type of pistol that you think. They have a taser that can hit you away running. They have billy clubs. They have pepper spray, frag grenades, incendiary grenades. And still, every year, I fear for my life. Imagine you're there with a K9 dog, a robotic dog, an AR-15, a pistol, and you're saying, but I fear for my life. And you have a truck or SUV that has a battering ram in the front. And all you got to do is, with the push of a button, call for backup and you can have the SWAT team. And if the SWAT team is not enough, you can have the National Guard. And still, I fear for my life. So mind you, they say, what about Chicago? And these kids are supposed to be walking around Chicago with no knife, no firearm, just a cell phone to call the police. But if you're poor and you don't have a cell phone, you're supposed to run and find a payphone, even though they barely don't have payphones. And let's just say they did have a payphone. You're supposed to run, find a payphone, enter in the quarter, 50 cents or however much it costs. And while someone is chasing you down to assault you, you're supposed to be calling 911 for a payphone, right? Hey, don't take the law into your own hands. You know what I mean? So they'll talk about how dangerous these neighborhoods are, but they don't talk about responsible gun ownership. They don't talk about responsible self-defense. All they talk about is calling the cops. But by the time you call the cops, you're already assaulted. You're already punished. You know what I mean? So again, these people over there talking about, hey, they get mad at people talking about defunding the police. The police should be advocating for more people to have firearms and self-defense weapons so that they won't have to call the police. All the police, they come after the body drop and take a report rather than come in the midst of some quote unquote black crime. Hey, there's black on black crime. Let's get over there and prevent the crime. Instead, they come after, take a report and say, what about black on black crime? No, what about the police? Why aren't you guys stopping crime? So if you guys are not going to stop crime, then people are going to take the law into their own hands. And then you penalize them and say, hey, why'd you take the law into your own hands? How long does it take to stab someone? Seconds. It takes quicker to stab someone than to dial 911. Right. And then on 911, you're supposed to be coherently explaining, yes, I'm right over here. I'm on 3rd and Jefferson. Please get over here. Please. Matter of fact, I'm not going to be on 3rd and Jefferson because they're chasing me or I have to run. OK, where are you going to be? I don't know where I'm going to be. I'm running for my life. Right. Rather than, hey, you stand your ground and you defend yourself with whatever means of protection that you have. Right. The cops should be pushing for responsible gun ownership, and weapons handling. Instead, they're just saying, no, call the police. Even in a good neighborhood, it will take the cops anywhere from 2 to 8 minutes in a good neighborhood. It doesn't take 2 minutes to stab someone. It doesn't take 2 minutes to shoot someone. Even if somebody wanted to rip a girl's dress and forcibly penetrate, a dude can get a lot of pumps in 3 minutes, in 5 minutes. And then after they come and take the report and the lady has to relive how she was forcibly penetrated. Why aren't they advocating for that woman to carry a firearm? So if someone tries to forcibly penetrate her, they get sent up to the upper room or the lower room, right? That's what the cops should be advocating for, because all they're going to do is come afterwards and take the report. If they going to come take a report, or they going to come afterwards and take a report that somebody got dropped, a body dropped, boom, bap, and sent to the afterlife. Only in the hypothetical situation where I got to defend myself by any means necessary. And you said the legal system has been weaponized against us for decades. Correct. Joe Biden admin, Trump admin, Clinton admin, etc. Yeah, that's why I said both parties are the same. 2 wings on the same bird, 2 fangs on the same viper, 2 cheeks on the same booty. The crime bill alone was a prime weapon against us. And when people keep fixating on the 94 crime bill, there was a prior crime bill. There was an 88 crime bill, and there were these other lower level crime bills. But the crime bill was specifically to target us. They said, hey, the blacks do crack, so we're going to criminalize crack. There was a reason why they said cocaine is a rich white man's drug. So you can have 500 grams of cocaine and, you would get a slap on the wrist. But if you had 5 grams of crack, you know what I mean? Which most of the times it was cooked, cut, and stepped on. 5 grams could get you a lifetime. 5 grams could get you a football sentence. 20 years or more. But meanwhile, if you had 500 grams of coke, you can get a slap on the wrist, possibly community service. Even now, they call it an opioid crisis. All it was predominantly white junkies going around getting high and doing degenerate stuff. Oh my God, that's a crisis. But then if it's black people getting high and doing degenerate stuff, see, that's a culture issue. So the opioid crisis with white people is not a culture issue. And then even think about the hippies, right? It was more white hippies getting high and being junkies than black people. But then who do they paint as the face of drugs? You know what I mean? We call the cops and get treated like victims. Yeah. You know, welcome to anti-black society. So I only got a little bit more of this video I'm going to play, and then I will shut her down. And I want to thank everyone sincerely that viewed this live concurrently and that will be watching this on the replay. Y'all could have been anywhere in the world. Y'all chose to be here with me, at least momentarily. And for that, I thank you.
Your acting attorney general, Todd Blanche, has said, or are you looking for another avenue to revive
So
the
let me
fund?
explain what the fund is. People have been hurt so badly by radical left lunatics that worked for the Biden administration and Sleepy Joe. They're vicious, they're violent, what they did to people. And of course, they went after.
So this the thing, too, in terms of reparations, right? If there was mass incarceration, there was lynching, debt peonage, and all these other things, right? Enslavement, right? Y'all don't need no money. And then they say, okay, cool. If we do give y'all reparations, hey, how about we give you a loan? How about we give you some scholarships, right? How about we give you some health care? Okay, let's just say that these people were unfairly treated by the DOJ. Why isn't Trump offering them health care? Why isn't Trump offering them scholarships to school? Instead, he's offering them cold hard cash. They tell you the dollar is declining. Okay, fine, it is. Why is Trump offering to give them declining dollars? He's offering to give them declining dollars, and these people, they ain't declining no dollars. They keep saying it's gonna bankrupt the country. They're not saying that about this. You can't throw money at the problem unless it's your Trump allies, and suddenly, hey, we have to throw money at the problem. They said Jewish people were victims because someone said free Palestine and globalized the Intifada. They didn't say, hey, let's give them some scholarships because they were victims. They said, no, let's give them money. And then when it comes to foundational Black American, well, reparations is more than just a check. But then when it comes to time to pay their people out, the only thing they think about is a check. And shout out to Timeless TAV. What it do, what it be. You said, 100 to the fam, been cooling, taking a masterful class in session, cooking, my brother. I ain't even know you was in here, Brody. So appreciate Timeless grinding. You know what I keep in the lining. Salute to you, brother.
To me more than anybody else. They raided Mar-a-Lago and all the other things. But people have been badly hurt. They've committed suicide. They've lost their jobs. They've lost their families. They've lost their wives. They've lost everything. They've lost everything over a fake.
Again, how many foundational Black Americans have had to commit unalivings? How many foundational Black Americans have had their land stolen from them? So these people who have had their land stolen from them, from the government, these people who were victims of COINTELPRO from the government, you niggas don't need no money, right? But suddenly some deranged ruffian thugs running in the Capitol, they need money, right? They don't need education. They don't need business loans. They need cold, hard cash that they don't have to pay back, right? But again, these are the people that you can't throw money at the problem unless you storm the Capitol. What is Christian about this? What is conservative about this? These are people that love to say they're fiscally conservative. And no, we don't want big government. We want a shrinking government. But when it's time to dole out money to their cronies, suddenly they don't mind cutting a blank check.
Weaponization of government. Now,
So
let
are
me
you
just tell
looking
you.
for a way to revive it?
Well, look, if it was up to me, I'd pay them the kind of money that they deserve. People have been destroyed. Lives have been destroyed.
Again, he said he would pay them the kind of money that they deserve. These are the people that say you can't throw money at the problem. Why should someone get money because they stormed the Capitol? No one forced them to run and chimp out in the Capitol. They went in the Capitol and were chimping out like maniac monkeys. And all Trump has to say is they were treated bad. I need to give them money. And Timeless says if we did that, we're going to jail. Yeah, if you're going to jail and they're going to throw the book at you. They're not going to throw no paper at you. The only paper they're going to throw at you is some paper saying that you're a ward of the state. But if you got the complexion for the protection of the collection, somehow, if you storm the Capitol, you're a victim. And like Timeless says, nasty work, nasty, disgusting, grotesque.
Many suicides. Think of it. People have committed suicide because a bunch of thugs went after them. So me personally, I think the weaponization fund is a great.
So he's calling the people in the DOJ who prosecute the thugs who ran into January 6th. He's calling the prosecutors, the DAs, those are thugs. But Ashley Babbitt, who stormed the Capitol, and she got blam-bapped by, a security officer. Oh, and then mind you, Ashley Babbitt's family was paid reparations to the tunes of millions of dollars. So all the people, when they say reparations, y'all was never a slave. Why should y'all get the money? Okay. Well, Ashley Babbitt's family was never shot. Why should she get the money? Ashley Babbitt's family weren't victims, so why should they get the money? So what they're saying is Ashley Babbitt was a victim, and since that victim is not alive, the money is owed to Ashley Babbitt, and since she's deceased, the money goes to her heirs. So all the people, y'all was never a slave. Well, you own the slaves, and since the slaves were deceased and you didn't give the money to the slaves that you should have given to them, the money now goes to their heirs. People understand this in every other context. When they paid the Japanese people reparations for the Japanese people that were interned, not all of those Japanese people survived. Many of them passed away, but guess what? That debt was still owed. So the Japanese heirs, y'all was never interned. No, they weren't, but their ancestors were, which is why the U.S. government, a conservative, Ronald Reagan, paid them based on what their ancestors went through. Kathy Hochul, just a couple years ago, paid Jewish people reparations, not because they went through a Holocaust, but their heirs went through a Holocaust. So since your heirs were not here to collect, the money goes to you. People know this stuff. It's not really rocket science, especially if you're purporting yourselves to be high IQ, right? They try to pretend blacks are low IQ sub-Saharan savages. Okay, fine. Why haven't you figured this out? You're a high IQ Neanderthal, so why haven't you figured this out? So people don't have an issue with reparations. They only have an issue with foundational Black American freedmen, the only group in America that's actually owed reparations. They only have an issue with us getting it, right? And then many of them are making cases for these thuggish ruffians to get it. They storm the Capitol and somehow they should get money. Ashley Babbitt storms the Capitol and gets popped, filled with hot lead, and then suddenly she's a victim. We got to pay her family millions of dollars, right? But I thought you can't throw money at the problem. Well, you can if you have the complexion for the protection and you storm the Capitol. Okay, nothing fiscally conservative about that. Nothing Christian about that.
Great idea. And so do many other Republicans. You have to get it approved. If they get it approved, that's great. If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97% of those people, you look at.
What type of pathetic answer is that? She asked them again, what is there to respect about these public figures and these preachers, pastors, and all of these pork chop pimps that can't answer a question directly? She asked if there were cops, and I'm paraphrasing, if there were cops who got the dog snot beat out of them. You don't want to give money to these people, right? Well, I wouldn't be inclined to say so, bro. That's a yes or no question. We don't need these little bloviating, tap dancing, blathering answers. You know what I mean? There's nothing to respect about this. This is not manly at all. There's nothing manly about someone asking you a direct question and you tap dance around it. You know what I mean? You wouldn't respect that from a girl. If you asking a girl, hey, would you want to go to the prom with me? And then she starts talking about ballet and dance recital. It's like, chick, I asked, did you want to go to the prom? Like, why the hell are you talking about this? She's asking him a clear and direct question. And rather than answer it with a yes or no question, he's confident about every other thing, right? He loves to beat his chest. He loves to talk about this is the best economy ever. And I'm the best president this and the best president that. He's very, very good at bloviating and being egotistical. But when she asked him a very simple question, hey, do you think money should go to people who beat up cops? And he acts like he just loves cops so much. He does some little rambling, incoherent answer. Yeah, not very masculine.
If they don't get it approved, I'd be disappointed.
All right, we're going to motor through this.
But you have to understand, people have been destroyed by crooked politicians, and they should be reimbursed for that.
Do you think anyone who attacked police officers on January 6th should get taxpayer money?
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. I can tell you this, 97%.
I wouldn't be inclined to say so, but I have to see it. Why wouldn't you just say no?
7% of those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops, you had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy like Bolton was a dirty.
Again, so he's saying there's a lot of crooked cops, there's a lot of dirty cops. But then when some people say defund the police, they say, hey, you hate the cops. So saying defund the police means you hate the cops, but then Trump saying there's a lot of crooked and dirty cops. That doesn't mean that he hates the cop. What is worse? Defund the police. Defund the police doesn't mean every cop is crooked. It means that, hey, you know, there's a mismanagement of funds. What it really means is reallocate the funds. You know, now some people are pushing, you know, the straight abolish police, but in essence, what defund the police means, hey, look, if y'all got billions of dollars, take a little bit of that money and invest into the community so you don't have to over police the community. That's what defund the police means. Hey, defund this militarized ideals of the police and let's help build up some social programs. You know what I mean? That's what the whole defund the police means. Now, we're supposed to be convinced that defund the police means you hate the police. But meanwhile, Trump is over here calling a bunch of the police crooked and corrupt. And he's not lying, right? So then when we talk about white supremacy and the corruption of the cops, Trump and people will say, hey, well, that's woke. Is it woke for Trump to say that there's a lot of corruption in the police? And if there's corruption in the police that's affecting Trump, how do you think the corruption is affecting the foundational Black American community? You can't tell me that the police are corrupt and Trump is feeling the sting of the corruption. Okay, if Trump the quote unquote leader of the free world is feeling this thing. How do you think they're demonizing black people? And you said, wait, Trump, dirty cops. What happened to the Blue Lives Matter and the notion that all cops deserve support? This is what I'm saying. All these people are hypocrites and they're pathetic, and many of them are low IQ. A lot of these arguments he's making could just be easily debunked. You don't have had to go to an Ivy League school. You don't need a master's degree or a PhD to just completely destroy people like Patrick Bozo David and, you know, the orange man who loves to obfuscate. But like I said, I only got less than 15 minutes and then we will shut her down.
Good cops. You had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy
no
like
evidence
Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
There's no evidence.
Dirty cop. Those people, you look at them, the FBI or whoever it was, because you had a lot of crooked cops. You had dirty cops. Comey was a dirty cop.
Well,
a guy
no
like
evidence
Bolton was a dirty
but
cop.
There's no evidence.
Wait a minute. Oh, you think Comey was a straight
people
cop?
who pleaded guilty to assaulting police
Comey
officers.
was a dirty cop.
No, but
they
the
had
people
FBI.
who assaulted police
Listen.
Let's just say Comey was a dirty cop. Well, you are who you hang with. So he chose Comey to be a part of his admin. So let's just say he was dirty. Well, you know, like attracts like. So if he was dirty, then that means Trump was filthy.
They had FBI agents ushering them into the building. They had FBI go into the building. Those people walking around, they're looking always in this night. They weren't in. They were being ushered into the building.
There's no evidence.
You had a bunch of dirty cops.
Let's just take Trump at face value and say that there were dirty cops and there was FBI ushering people into the building. So then again, he's saying the cops are dirty, but hey, you should trust the cops. He's saying the FBI is dirty, but hey, you should trust the FBI. He's saying the DOJ is crooked, but you should trust the DOJ. Hold on. If there's a bunch of dirty cops and corruption in the DOJ, shouldn't Trump be advocating for defund the police? There's a bunch of thuggish, rogue, corrupt, dirty cops, but Trump doesn't want to defund them. He wants to give them more money. So you want to give more money to an apparatus that harbors dirty cops? None of this makes any sense, bro. And like Last Call says, he hired them. Where's the accountability? All of these people love to talk about the black community has an accountability problem. What white people are taking accountability for this? And I'm being facetious, right? Because I don't think that the collective of white people need to take responsibility for the actions of an individual. But isn't that what people do with us? If some crusty, musty, dusty nigga from St. Louis commits a crime and does a drive-by, then somehow I have to hold him accountable in Oakland, California? Or I have to call somebody in Philadelphia and say, the black community, we need to hold him accountable. How am I going to hold a nigga accountable that was held accountable by the justice system for his actions? He committed a crime. He was locked up and his face was plastered all over the news. But the black community is supposed to get on a podcast and say, what about black on black crime? But there's no creator that you can point to of any other racial or ethnic group that's doing that. Most crime is intraracial. There's no Asians talking about Asian on Asian crime. They love to say China is a repressive regime. Oh, that means Chinese Asians would be repressing other Chinese Asians. That would be Asian on Asian crime. Why is it not framed like that? The people who are fleeing, I'm fleeing gang violence from Bogota. I had to run from Tijuana because the Mexican cartel. Oh, you mean Mexicans were oppressing other Mexicans? But have you heard the term Latino on Latino crime? Many Mexicans don't consider themselves brown. But the ones that do they ever talk about brown on brown crime? Y'all know the answer.
And frankly, what they did was weaponization of our government.
But sir, there's no evidence of that. More than 1,000 people.
No, there's none. You know what you do? Try looking at the tapes one time.
Would you take it off
Look
the
at
table?
the tapes
Okay,
one time.
but 172 people did plead guilty to assaulting police officers.
You know why they pled
Should
guilty?
they be exempt?
Because they told they
from
were going to
receiving
jail
funds?
for 15 years if they didn't.
Should
They pled guilty because they were frightened. They went down. They were ushered into a building. Many of them were arrested without even going
You'd be
into the
okay
building.
with them receiving taxpayer dollars?
Traveling with your gun is a roll of the dice because the truth is, one small mistake, whether you...
The people were destroyed by dirty cops and by weaponization. Many of those people should be compensated. Now, with that being said, as I understand it, the weaponization fund was going to set up a group of people, people that could be picked by anybody, fair people, smart people, and they will go on an individual case basis.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the weaponization fund. I love the idea because people like you, the fake, dirty press, the crooked press, people like stupid Biden, he's not smart enough to know what's going on, but people that surrounded him, surrounded his beautiful, resolute desk in the Oval Office.
Now Trump is kind of chimping out. Here it goes. I mean, I'm not good at making monkey noise, but here he goes, chimping out. He's saying that she's the fake, dirty press. Okay, if she's fake and she's dirty, why is he sitting down with her? Now, he usually sits down with the Fox News crowd where they just kind of, lick his boots and kiss his butt. So he's pretending as she's so dirty and unscrupulous. Then, bro, why are you even giving her an interview? Why are you pretending a victim? I've been weaponized. The fake news media. Okay, so why are you sitting down with the fake news media? It doesn't even make any type of sense, bro. If you thought a particular network was a propaganda mill, would you sit down with them so they can push their propaganda? Like, what was he expecting? If this is a dirty outlet, then what is he expecting? A clean-cut interview from a dirty outlet? I mean, this dude is so low IQ.
What they did to the lives of people, they destroyed people. They sent people to jail who did nothing
All
wrong.
right, just to be very clear, there's no evidence of what you're saying. But let
There's
me
a
ask
lot
you
of
about
evidence.
Todd Blanche. Let me ask you about
Listen
Todd
to me.
Blanche.
Listen to me.
Let's talk
There's
about Todd
tremendous evidence. There's nothing
it's
but
not been
evidence. The
presented in
election
a
was
court of
rigged.
law.
It was a dirty election.
Mr.
And it's
President,
happening again right now
You've
in
never
California.
presented evidence
It's happening
that the
right
2020
now in
election was
California.
rigged.
Right now, it's look at what's
Where's the
happening in
evidence?
California.
Again, so here he goes chimping out. Let's just say the election was rigged. What racial demographic has the means, the acumen, and the infrastructure to rig it, right? Wasn't George Floyd, wasn't BLM, wasn't a bunch of low IQ sub-Saharan Africans. So let's just take them at face value and say it was rigged. Who rigged it? It would be people that look like him, people in his same class and tax bracket. So again, what are you whining for, bruh? This sounds like victimhood to me. Does this sound like, Victor talk?
To that.
It's
The
4
Republicans
days.
are doing well in
California. No, they're not. They're dropping fast because it's a rigged election. Let me tell you, it's 4 days, and they aren't even close to coming up with it.
That's how they count
You know
the
why they're
votes in
doing that? Because
California.
they're cheating on the election.
Do you have evidence to support
All I have to do is look. All I have to do is look.
That's not
and I
evidence.
listen. And I listen to people, and let's see what happens.
But sir,
He doesn't say that, though. He only thinks the elections that he didn't win was rigged. So once he wins, oh, no, it wasn't rigged. The system works fair and square. Then he loses. It must be rigged. And I'm not saying there wasn't any chicanery or improprieties going on, but you can't try to say that the justice system and this is the greatest nation. It works just as it's supposed to. Okay, fine. So the system is working as intended. You can't try to have it both ways. Again, when he won, it wasn't rigged. He loses, it's rigged. He wins again. See, it's like this is the same system. And guess what? It's people that look like him that's in charge. So if anyone is rigging it, it's people that look like him, not people that look like George Floyd. You can't. And then when they rig it, What about BLM? BLM didn't rig any elections.
That's not evidence.
Do you think it's appropriate?
That's how they count the votes in
Do you think it's appropriate that they have an election and 5 days later they're nowhere close to picking a
State
winner?
and local officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quickly. That's how they vote
They're
in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
Really?
Let's
Well, you
continue.
play right into their hands. Then.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or.
Damn, dude is chimping out. You're crooked and all this other stuff. If she's so crooked, why did you want to sit down with her? This dude is crooked. Look at this background, bruh. Does anyone think that Trump is a farmer or that Trump, you know what I mean, would go out there and get his hands dirty? Like nobody. But he tries to have this backdrop to pretend as if he's fighting for the people. He's fighting for the farmers and the little guy. Okay, because he does an interview in front of a John Deere, then somehow Trump is fighting for farmers. He's over here chimping out, and like Last Call said, he's a lunatic, and not just any lunatic. He's a low IQ lunatic. He's whining and acting like a victim. There's nothing masculine about this. This is extremely egregious and effeminate. History shows that they are not fit to have position of power, and that needs to be stripped ASAP. I concur. I'm not with the whole impeachment thing, but if they impeach dude, they already impeached him for, you know, some frivolous things, right? There were more serious things they could have impeached him in his first term. But if they impeach dude, like, and it's funny, think about the frivolous things they impeached him for in the first term, but now he's committing all sorts of war crimes. They're accusing him of being an authoritarian dictator, but now they're not a lot of talks of impeachment. You know why? Because both parties are the same, two cheeks on the same booty, and many of the Democrats are actually happy what Trump is doing because this helps sell their narrative. The Republicans is bad. Trump is bad, so vote blue no matter who. It's the lesser of two evils. So that's what they love. Hey. And then you say, all right, fine. I'll vote Democrat, but what am I going to get for my vote? Shut up, nigga. At least we ain't Trump. Trump is bad. You know what I mean? Why, if y'all don't vote for us, the Republicans ain't even going to give y'all a study on reparations. Well, y'all ain't giving us a study. If y'all don't vote for us, they gonna put y'all back in chains. Okay, so what are y'all gonna do about it? Well, just vote for us. Okay, I will vote for you, but what are you gonna do for it? Just vote for us because we not them. All right, I said that I will vote for you. I just want to know, what am I getting for my vote? Well, at least we ain't the Republicans. It's just literally that's all you get. Vote blue no matter who. The Republicans is bad and we ain't the Republicans. That's really all you're going to get. Now, if you're from a different group, then they'll tell you exactly what they're going to do. Oh, you're Asian? Oh, you're an undocumented immigrant? Let me tell you what we'll do for the undocumented immigrants. Oh, you're a refugee? We have a resettlement program for refugees, right? If you're a homeless Black veteran, there's no resettlement fund for you. They don't give a damn about you. But if you're some undocumented immigrant who said, I was persecuted, I'm an undocumented trans immigrant, so I was persecuted, then suddenly there's all sorts of money in a big pot to allocate for you. And no one has to take my word for it. I may pull up some of them, you know, just to end the show, but y'all can look, just type in what money are allocated specifically for refugees and immigrants, and you'll see a litany of programs. You're like, damn, I didn't even know this program existed. You didn't know because you're not an immigrant, so you're not eligible for it. But then again, they want to say they pull themselves up by their bootstraps. The same thing. They came over here with $2 in their pocket. Okay, if somebody came over here with $2 in their pocket, but then they was able to go to an NGO and get a debit card with $3,000, why are you telling me about the $2 in their pocket, right? That doesn't matter. And people will call you stupid if you did that. If you're in California and you only got $2 in your pocket and you say, hey, look, man, I'm just seeking a better life, so I only got $2 in my pocket, I'm going to go to Utah. People be like, bro, you dumb. How the hell you going to go to Utah with only $2 in your pocket? But somehow we're supposed to praise someone that came from Venezuela with 50 cents in their pocket. Like, hold on, how the hell did you get from Venezuela to Chicago with 50 cents in your pocket? And then, okay, fine, let's just say you did that. Where are all the debit cards coming from? How has you been put into a hotel? How is that pulling yourself up by your bootstraps? And this isn't to not demonize immigrants or anything like that. People are opportunists. So if an opportunity presents itself, people are going to take advantage of that opportunity. But what happens is people want us to be subjugated in silence. They want us to be displaced and disenfranchised in silence. And then they want to lie to you and try to pretend that, hey, these people just did it because they worked so much hard. And then I say, well, if they had this hard work ethic, why didn't they work this hard in their homeland? That's xenophobic. No, I'm just asking a serious question. They had such a hard work ethic. Why didn't that translate in their homeland? Then it turned into but U.S. imperialism and all this other stuff. So if the U.S. is so bad, why did you flee here? Imagine there was Tina Turner and Ike Turner was beating the crap out of Tina Turner. And then there's this random chick that says, hey, Ike Turner is beating the crap out of you. Where could I sign up? Then they become in the relationship and Ike Turner beats the dog crap out of them. And then they start complaining about what they signed up for. You knew that Ike was going to smack you around. And then he smacks you around and you're saying, he smacked me. Yeah. What did you think was going to happen? These people come over here. Trump is saying they're not sending their best. They're sending drugs, crime. You come over here and then they lock you up in an ICE detention center and you're saying they're bad. Well, they already told you what they were going to do. They said they were going to build the wall. They were saying that you come from shithole countries. They didn't want you over here. You volunteered because you thought that no matter how exploitive the conditions were, they were better in your homeland. So then again, like, why are you whining? You know what I mean? They're trying to compare some voluntary indentured servant to someone who was forcibly trafficked and enslaved. This person didn't have a choice. You saw this person was being enslaved. You saw those people was being lynched, and then you said, well, niggas are being lynched, but it's better than my homeland. So if you get mistreated, I mean, there's only so much sympathy that I can have. I don't want people to be mistreated, but you kind of knew what you signed up for. You volunteered to be mistreated. And now you're saying, yeah, I volunteered, but they're mistreating me. They're doing what you expected. They're doing what we told you where they're going to do. So why are you shocked again? You signed up for this. They will bend over backwards for them. Exactly. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what you call a buffer group and, you know, the great replacement strategy. I don't believe in lesser evil anything. It's such a BS when they say that. Correct. This is why I always say, if someone gives you an option of a double-decker shit sandwich or some barf soup with encrusted Parmesan flies, and say, hey, choose the lesser of two disgusting options, there's no right option. You ain't gonna say, hey, well, maybe I'm gonna take a shit sandwich because that would be better than some vomit soup. Huh? No. The operative word is disgusting. Why should I have to choose a disgusting option? The operative word is evil. Why should I choose evil when there's other options? Either choose evil or abstain from evil. And now they want to convince you that if you don't choose evil, by not choosing evil, you actually chose evil. It doesn't make sense. If you have three options, a burger, a pizza, and a hot dog, and they say, hey, you got to choose between a burger and a pizza or a burger and a hot dog. And I say, man, I'm going to just choose that slice of pizza. No. Choosing that slice of pizza means you really chose a burger. Huh? And that's what they do. It's between Trump and Kamala. And then I say, no, I'm going to vote green. By voting for Jill Stein, you really voted for Trump. By voting for Cornel West, you really voted for Kamala. It doesn't make any sense, but you've been convinced, of this indoctrination. Impeachment doesn't remove, but works like an indictment from a grand jury by the House, where it says there's enough evidence to move a trial in the Senate, where it takes 66 senators, 2 to convict, 2 to remove. Yeah, many people are not thinking that he's going to be impeached and removed. I think a lot of people just want the impeachment stain on his record. But if you're going to do it, you got to go for the gusto. However, I don't think that they are going to remove him or even penalize him in any type of way. Oh, damn. You see what I'm saying? Well, I'm about to shut it down soon because suddenly, you know, once I start getting to the end and start cooking, you know, suddenly the technical difficulties start to arise. But there's only a little bit more I'm going to play of Trump chimping out, and then I'm going to shut it down.
Officials acknowledge they are slow. They're urging.
No, they're crooked.
They're urging the votes to be counted quicker. That's how they vote in
crooked,
California.
just like you're crooked. Your press is crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked.
To be fair, I'm not crooked, but let's
really.
Let's
well,
continue.
You play right into their hands.
Let's continue.
You're either crooked or you're stupid. You play right into their hands with this rap. You know that these elections are rigged. Your network knows that they're rigged. You know that I won an election in a landslide.
Yeah, I'm still on. I told you this one would be a banger, but I'm about to shut down in like the next 10 minutes.
Slide, and I got 94% bad press.
But Mr. President,
you know why I got that? Because you have no credibility.
But you've never presented evidence that it was rigged. Let's keep talking about. I want to talk about Todd.
You have more evidence.
Trump is saying she has no credibility, but in this interview, all he's been doing is lying. What is credible about that? There's nothing masculine about grown men lying to anyone, but let alone a harmless woman. I mean, are you scared of her? I mean, this is not no machismo. This is moist cheesemo. Moist cheesemo. Effeminate and egregious.
There's more evidence than ever presented.
Let's talk
your
about
elections in this country. We're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked. And you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked network. So let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
The ultimate final chimp out, and not only that, like there's a lot of dudes, right? He's had contentious interviews with the dudes, and like Timeless says, very moist. Yeah, this ain't no machismo. This is moist cheesemo. And when he's interviewing with the dudes, I never seen bro get this animated. So this is very egregious and effeminate. He's in the face of a woman, and then suddenly bro is getting like, you know, he acting like he got the big gigantic webbos. But then when he's around dudes, bro don't have that same energy. This ain't very masculine. Nobody respects a dude that raises his voice around females. Man, that's a female. But then you around males and he's over here talking meek. They're bringing crime. They're not sending their best. It's like, come on, bruh. There's nothing. Yeah. Like Frank said, this is big feminine energy. This is yas queen. This is you go girl. This is that type of energy. He said, you're like he's not American, passive aggressive. Yeah, let me just run this one more again, bro. This is not a crash out. This is a chimp out. Trump is chimping out.
In this country, we're like a third world country. Your elections are crooked, and you're crooked, and Meet the Press is crooked, and so is ABC and CBS and CNN.
But Mr. President,
you're one-sided crooked network. So let's call it quits because I've had enough. Thank you, darling. Have a good time.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've
I
sat in the
traveled
rain
all the
with
way
you
to
for an hour,
Wisconsin.
on and off in the rain, and I've given you.
Then she's over here begging them, please, Mr. President, I traveled all the way to Wisconsin. Please, please don't chimp out. And he doesn't care. Just look at this visual. Like, bro, why is he so angry? And they love to talk about a particular demographic with low impulse control. Doesn't this dude seem to have low impulse control? Like, is dude related to Chud the Bussy Fairy? Because Trump is chimping out. Like, this is rather pathetic, bro. Like, where's your impulse control, Trump? Mind you, they say The president is the leader of the free world. Is he acting like the leader of the free world or the loser of the free world? And he said, didn't his family flee? Yeah, I believe he has his family has an immigrant background. So this is what I'm trying to say. All of these people there, they pretend as if, you know, we're against open borders. But like, okay, if you're against open borders, who opened the border? Wasn't George Floyd, wasn't BLM, wasn't Trayvon Martin. It was people in your community. You know what I mean? And then he hires a bunch of immigrants at Mar-a-Lago. Then he hires an immigrant. So he tries to pretend that he's America first, but he gets all his stuff made in China. His wife is an immigrant. He hires a bunch of immigrants. Then he says, Americans are too stupid, so we got to bring in 600,000 Chinese immigrants. How was that America first? People always telling people who live in guaranteed blue and red states that voting third party is voting for the Republican. That's exactly what they were saying, especially in California. Oh, you gonna vote for Cornel West? A vote for Cornel is a vote for Trump. A vote for Jill Stein is a vote for Trump. No, it's not. A vote for Jill Stein is a vote for Jill Stein. A vote for Trump is a vote for Trump. Like I said, if there was a poll and they said, hey, pick your favorite basketball team. Is it the Warriors? Is it the Clippers? Is it the Lakers? And then if you check the Lakers box, they say, no, you really check the Warriors team and that's your favorite team. No, you asked me what my favorite team was. I checked the Lakers box, but you're trying to say that I checked the Warriors box? Hey, I checked the third party box. No, that was a vote for Trump. No, it wasn't. Remember when Trump was campaigning for his initial second term and the female FBA pastor sunned his orange ass? I'm not 100% sure, but I think I vaguely remember. You said, why doesn't he go home and fight his battles? Because he's a coward. Remember, this is Donald Bone Spurs. He was supposed to be drafted and then he had to get a medical discharge because he was, you know, too effeminate and said, oh, I have bone spurs. And then they're over there always pushing war and beating the drums of war and saber rattling, but they're not going to send their kids. Why won't he send Barron Trump and any of the Trump family members to go fight the wars? None of these people are willing to stand on business for the country, but they want to send some poor kids from the hood or some undocumented immigrants to dangle citizenship over their heads.
Enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest
Listen,
press.
we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview.
He talked about a country could never be great with dishonesty, and then he spent the majority of this interview lying. And many of his MAGA morons are over here calling out this chick. She's a DEI hire and affirmative action and all of this woke mind virus and stuff like that. And they're not criticizing this low IQ lunatic Trump for crashing and chimping out.
Hour, on and off in the rain. And I've given you enough time. You ought to straighten out your press because you know what? A country can never be great with a dishonest press.
Listen, we traveled all the way to Wisconsin for this interview. I spoke with President Trump on.
So there you have it. The leader of the free world chimps out when someone asks basic questions. She wasn't even hostile. You said, is my Cash App the black and white photo? I'm about to show you my Cash App is $Easy Stack. But hold on, I'm gonna hit you like this. I'm gonna do you one better. I appreciate you for asking. And like I said, if you're willing to make a financial contribution, hey, look, you can forego your Starbucks. You know, when you drink that Starbucks Frappuccino, you don't get no gain from that. No gems are dropped. But at least when you come over here, you get enlightened. But I'm not just only here to teach. I'm here to learn. I learn from y'all and I teach y'all. So it's, you know, it's a reciprocal thing. But in terms of, you know, making a financial contribution, I do have like Venmo, PayPal and other stuff, but I know Cash App is usually sufficient. So let me hit you like this.
If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and smash that. If you're feeling generous, then you can hit the Cash App. $ easy stack. It's easy to remember. All them donations that you contribute make it feel like it's the 25th of December. Hit the Cash App. It's preferred over Super Chat because YouTube takes 30% off the top, and that's stupid whack. So if you want to see growth and watch the content get greater, send a Cash App to B-Eazy Dat Dude.
And Timeless says, can you send one by email? I think there's a way to send a PayPal by email, but I just don't know which email I have linked to my PayPal right now. So I will have that information on my next stream. And right now, this is the time where I wind it down. I'm going to play a series of short visuals. Hopefully y'all stick around to the end. But if you're unable or unwilling to support financially, don't trip. Like, sharing, commenting, subscribing, and hitting that notification bell is all free. Won't cost you a fee. So I told y'all I'm about to shut her down. So enjoy these visuals. Without further ado. Yeah. Hey. B-Eazy Dat Dude, yeah. Shit so hot it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. I bring the pain like an aftermath of a car wreck. It's a lot of niggas that say they real, but to me that shit is far-fetched. Them cats is pussy. They really is on some feminine stuff. I rock up on them with the 40 ounces. It's a definition of adrenaline rush. What it do is sweet like cinnamon puffer. My niggas is rough like Willow Pass. Grew up out on Mary Mac, but I used to hang on Willow Pass. These firms that I roll with, outcasts and misfits. Better zip lips when you get hit when the fifth spit. Flatline in your pit. Trap habits is black magic, no voodoo. Get the bands like Buku for the cocaine to go cuckoo. Most these niggas is foo-foo, so I'm shitting on them like doo-doo. I can't fuck with y'all like tofu. I'm just saying, man, like Goku. Bad bitches at the house with me watching Netflix or Roku. Fuck them both at the same time, and I swear to God it was so cool. Street legend, real boss, I call shots cause it's still saucy. I know some G's to the bike crack on Chirac and then fly back out the mill. When they hear me flow, they say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. When you hit these flows, say I be burning up, burning up. Cookie to the draw is what we burning up, burning up. What you ain't know, oh, we burning up, burning up. This shit so hot, it's burning up. Just go ahead and turn this up. And I would be remiss. Wildflower, salute to you. Hit me on the Cash App. I sincerely appreciate that. That means a lot to me. And bro said, FUCK to Israel, the only chosen democracy in the Middle East. Hey, look, it's time for the only chosen democracy in the Middle East to hold your own nuts. Stop begging the U.S. government for our taxpayer dollars. And Timeless says you're in Canada, usually do it by email, etc. So, hey, salute to my Canadian brethren. But yeah, maybe the next time you come on here, I'll send my email and see if it works that way. But like I said, I'm a man of the people. So even if you are freely supporting, I support that. And if you're financially supporting that, I appreciate that. And Tutney's is still sticking around. So I appreciate y'all. So I'm going to play a couple more visuals and then I will be out of here. I just had to thank Wildflower Records and we got to link up. Oh, and look, AJ the one, AJ the uno, the unicorn, you know, what I told you, she got that cold crest smile, a combination of Colgate and Crest, smiling, styling, and profiling. Salute to AJ. But AJ, you came at the end of the stream, but you should check the playback. I believe there is some value that you will be enlightened by.
If you feel the vibe, like, share, and subscribe. We growing on this journey. Come and take a ride. If you wanna slide with that dude, be easy. We going all the way to the top, believe me. All the way to the top, believe me.
Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh, he is that dude, be easy, he is the one that you can call so he can get the job done. He about to reign supreme if you thought his run would soon end. He just getting started though, so go ahead and tune in. Be easy, he is that dude. Ooh, 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 he is that dude. Ay, we all like B-Eazy. Nah, matter of fact, we love B-Eazy. Believe me, he really that dude. So be easy, tell me how it feel. Ooh, tell me how it feel to be real, to be really that dude. Be easy, that dude.
You love me. You really love me. You're not going anywhere.